Hello, I'm Eagle, Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is episode 524.5. Hopefully, you guys have had a great night. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed that episode. Man, what a good dude, man. I genuinely wish I would have fucking gotten a little bit more rest before that episode so I could have fully gave that gentleman full attention. A little bit tongue-tied during that one. Great dude, though. Definitely deserved a little bit more than I gave him tonight, that's for sure. Hopefully you guys did go and follow his account, Green Hill Farms, on Instagram. Check that cat out, man. And a lot of things in common, man. Sometimes you just don't even want to let on. This is too weird. Great morning, Stu Moo. How you doing, my friend? Listening to a little Ellie King in the background. Baby Outlaw. Thank you thank you very much. One Dirty Rotten Imbecile 69 for sharing this episode. Man, that shit means a lot. Help build the community a little bit. I greatly appreciate it. Unfortunately, our head been One Dirty, I gotta put you on the shout outs, brother. Man, it's gonna get hard to fucking squeeze these in. I'm thinking about actually just doing an episode of just shout outs to do in between or shutting it down at 4:20 and letting them take off just so I can do my shout outs. That's a long shout out there. Dirty Rotten Imbecile 69. Flow as well. Cheers, Mikey. Nice to see you in chat as well. Oh, yeah, you're right there. I had to double check, make sure I had you on the list. But you're already on the list, Mikey. Right there. Right there, Mikey. Dirty Rotten Imbecile 69. New on to the list. Try to keep track of you guys, man. Be grateful. Be grateful for the great things in your life. That's what I say. Oh, that would be a good one. I was coming on low, or Josh said maybe this past week. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Both you guys. Light up, Tim. It'll always be again, Tim. Light it up again, Tim. To me, cheers, my friend. Hopefully you're doing well up there in Canada. Appreciate that. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. YouTube tends to get mad at me sometimes, I guess. Doesn't do the notifications thing. Fucking Boom Farms in the house. Cheers, Mr. Boom. Our good friend up there in Canada. How you doing, brother? Scissors. Man, this 6-shooter does fucking get me a little fucking stony. I've been smoking on it for about a week, but man, it still gets me a little spacey. I've been mixing it with the barbecue gorilla. It just as I spoke in the last interview that I didn't really like to do. But man, you got to sometimes just weaken that shit up. So it isn't so fucking knock you out. Shit is a fine line for me too, man. From fucking, I'm nice and fucking high to oh shit. Oh shit. Where's a good place in there? Got too much shit on my desk. I need to clean my desk. Cheers, Mono Farms. Nice to see you in chat as well. Oh man, my nose itches like fucking crazy. Must have like a little straggly nose hair up there. DRI. Right on. It's good. I actually thought it band DRI when you wrote that book. It's fucking same, right? Fucking good band. Like a little couch slow. Oh, what are you guys smoking on? Fuck, play the whole album. Fuck that. What you guys know about Dirty Rotten English? Yeah, I gotta shut one down. There we go. That's the DRI. Deals with it. Coon Word, how you doing? Hillbilly Herbs. Voodoo all says cheers. Someone's working on this dude. I need to rap. So we can get some on here. A couple people to talk to. Get trimming this girl behind me. Posted a couple pictures up of this Columbia. Trim on that view. Get a couple people on Thunderman. Maui Genetics. That makes sense. Can't wait to get you on. We gotta knock down that day. Did we come up with a day, Maui? Do your spotlight. That your girl's right back there. In their second stage growth. Blowing up slowly. Good times fucking driving around listening to this shit right here. The screen thing was popping in. And I really do wish we could just let the music play slowly or softly in the background while we talk. Cheers, Mitten Grown Meg. Little girl there. A little chill on wheel.
Hey.
What's up, three fingers?
Testing. What? Could you hear me?
Hear you.
Okay. That's fine. I'm gonna be quiet for the rest of the show. I'm the only person here?
Yep, so far.
Holy shit.
Firsties. Fucking, were you a DRI fan?
What's DRI?
What'd you hear in the background?
Oh no. Now I can.
Sweet songs. They're short little songs.
Who is DRI? I still don't know who it is. I listen to like Diane Wood. That shit I was saying. Fucking crazy music. Like South Africa rap. Well, they're not really that great. But that stuff sounds pretty good. Like music.
Yeah, like Good Times, that fucking album right there, CD. A lot of, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of LSD at that point in my life. A lot of fun trips with friends.
Oh shit.
Cheers, Brad Kendricks. Run, boys. 7426. Cheers to you as well.
Is that what that was going in the background? Was me playing you? That was weird.
What's that?
I was able to hear us echoing, and I was playing the show, and I didn't know it. So that's why I wasn't reacting right away, because I could hear you saying it double. And I was like, what the hell? And I turned it off, and then I could hear you regular now. So now we're normal. Fuck. Man, I wasn't able to hear you like till like 3 seconds after every time. I was like, why the hell do I have to wait so long? Oh.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mind fuck when it does that shit.
Yeah, I changed my settings yesterday on accident. So now when I voice record, that's how I text a lot. It fucking plays in the background still. So like whatever I'm playing is still cutting me off while I'm trying to record it. I'm like, what the hell? I'm trying to send my mom a message, but the background's playing. It's fucking weird. I messed it all up.
What you did there?
Just change Google settings.
Actually, you can hear you pretty good tonight so far.
Yeah, I tried to fix it because it was only playing my audio through the phone before, but then it was playing it through these, and then these were all dirty, and I cleaned it, so should be good. I can't hear myself. There, now I gotta uncover one ear for me to hear myself to have volume, so I could actually hear how loud I'm talking. Or I start to drone down and get quiet.
Start chopping down on this grill after I get done smoking this doobie. Cheers, Bad Bunny. Lucky Mike. Smart poker.
What you got to cut?
This
Trim.
is that
Oh, you're cutting it down.
That Colombian.
That's already finished?
Shit, this is like my fucking second or third round.
I forget.
I've flipped this girl a few times already.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, this is the second full run. This one came out of the HPS tent and over there. Last night I was working in the LAD tent that I had a bunch of them over there. And I'm gonna be swimming in Colombia. I'm gonna be swimming in Colombia next week.
Which one is that though?
This one here is, I believe this is number 4. This is a C4, Colombian number 4. This was a good one. I was happy with this one. 6 and 5 were my favorites. 5 are the ones behind me there with the more like tree style. You know what I mean? Right there. The 5 had a little bit more like this structure, but tighter buds, tighter inner little spacing there. And I don't know, more a heavier plant. That number 5, this one I think had more flavor. That's a tough call, basically. But that number 5, man, that number 5 was the one that kept you at the refrigerator, fucking all day and shit. So
it sounds like it could be real good medicine for some people, you know. That's all I think when I'm like, sometimes I can't eat. I just got like a bad feeling, and I'm like, fuck. And then like I smoke,
not this
and then
guy
it gets
though.
me all hungry. So,
not this guy, man. I was fucking packing it on, man. Different.
Oh, good.
I don't want to stand in front of the refrigerator.
Yeah, that's not good though. Like when you're not trying to be fat and lazy or whatever, it's not good for just a regular person, you know, to get diabetes just by being in front of that fridge.
Especially this time of year, you get locked in the fucking house all winter and shit, just fucking eating cold. Just see me come spring about fucking 30 pounds heavier. Just this looks like a fucking like little kid shirt. All fucking trying to stuff on the same shirts and shit.
I'm still trying to wear
I put on no weight.
I used to weigh 250 pounds, and like I still try to wear the same clothes, and like Yeah, this is how a 250 pound fucking shit fit. You know,
Holy cow.
this 250 pounds. Couldn't tie my shoes without taking a breath and be like, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Hold my breath and tie real quick. Boom.
Yeah, I was fucking a little tired and dragging ass today. I was trying not to fucking chug this monster and fucking during that interview. A little bad day, just a lot. Just gotta wake up a little bit. What's up, Miss Boo?
Cheers, Ben.
How's it going, guys?
Going.
Zoom lets me in different now. It tells me that this is being recorded when I pop in.
Yeah, it does. Me too. Pops on.
I had
like, what the
noticed
hell?
it before. Maybe it always does it.
Maybe.
No, I
Update.
just started doing it, man. And for the longest time, it got me. Because if you click anything else but got it, at least on my end, if you click that X, fucking clicks out of Zoom. You click leave, fucking clicks out of the fucking Zoom and shit. I
That's
don't
what
know.
happened.
You look back at like, there's a bunch of episodes where I started off and I go to click that and I click the wrong fucking thing and I just end the show real quick. And like shows are like minute and a half. Ow, fuck.
Cheers, Ben.
Cheers, my friend. How you doing,
Fingers.
Green Fingers? Boone, how you doing? Eagle? Great. I really enjoyed the episode tonight. I wasn't there for 100% of it, so I'll be watching it again when I trim in the morning. Great job, man.
Thanks.
Yeah, that guy, he knows what's up.
Definitely cool, dude.
So I thought I'd drop in for a minute, say hi, and keep up the great work, man.
What you guys smoking on tonight?
I got the Def Bubba rolled up right now.
BB.
Candy.
Okay.
Little OG Hayes.
I got some hog that looks like. Cheers, chat. Good to see everybody. Yeah, the hog.
Oh, Hazel, gee, that's like hog. Now, what was hog?
That's the indica dominant. Yeah.
Haze
It's
cross to OG, cross to.
right. You got it. Yeah.
Like,
The my pheno number 3 that I kept. I'm running a few more just to see what else I might find. It's I can't resist, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
It doesn't always turn out well, but it's all good. I've been putting my my little mini press Boone on the one side of, I start pressing that stuff. Man, I can see why you guys dab a lot, because fucking hey, does that really? It either drops me to my knees or it makes me just go like a bat out of fucking hell. Just kind of depends on which strain. And it's weird when I dab certain strains that I smoke, they hit me differently. It's
Dabs will fuck my world up. I call it bullet time, in the movies when the bomb goes off and you just hear the ringing and the guy's all confused. That's me fucking coughing my balls off. Oh no!
I could just see that. Yeah, funny. But yeah, I think I'll have some actually. No,
Making me feel like a Bogart if you don't, there, Bingus. I'm over here just fucking chiefing down like I'm going somewhere and shit. Like I gotta get back to work. Break's gonna be over in like 2 minutes. I'm over here hotboxing this joint.
Africa is someplace I've always wanted to visit. It's one of the biggest continents in the world. Just seems like you should go there. You know what I mean? Just to see it once. But hell, I haven't been out of the United States and I can't even remember when. And it was just to go down to Mexico to get some crazy tequila, I think, at the time.
Damn, that was a good one. That one got the wow going for a second.
It's a
I
wow.
contemplated setting it down for it there for a second.
You ever get the checkerboard where you kind of whoa. What we got in
Right
show?
before the puke. You get the checkerboard going right before the puke.
Yeah.
Voodoo Ultra in the chat. Stu Mo, one dirty, rotten imbecile. Good to see you, man. It's been a minute. James, D. Weaver, Hillbilly, Herb. Looks like we got top-notch chat going.
Have you ever, any of you guys ever puked from fucking taking that first hit off a new strain? Just hit you so hard, so fast that you just one time just, and be like, God damn.
Not from
That hit me.
weed, just from smoke. I'm a terrible smoker, so every now and then I get the old gag reflex just from inhaling. You know, you're not ready for it, and that cloud hits you, and I'll just about puke sometimes. But it's not a too high thing. Edibles, I've been so high off edibles that I've puked.
Yeah.
A buddy gave me a little thing. He said a little square like this, 160 milligrams. Okay, well, we'll try it. Yeah, probably about 160. It's pretty sick feeling.
That's same here. Same. Edibles. I ate my youngest boy when he was working at the dispensary. He made a brownie, and I think it had a quarter pound in it or something. I'm driving home, and he's like, I get home, and he calls me, but Dad, don't eat the whole thing. I'm like, too late, buddy. I'm already sweating. So it was, and that's where I actually lost control. I couldn't even fucking move, man. I finally just, luckily I was sitting on my bed. I just kind of woke up feeling fantastic though. Shit. That's the thing about it, man. I don't ever remember like a weed hangover or anything like that ever in my life.
I'll get an edible hangover sometimes. I'll wake up and be groggy, like, oh, what is going on? And then you'll usually remember, oh yeah, I had way too much yesterday.
You make a lot of them though, don't you, Boo? I mean, you do a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, I go through periods. Maybe I've had 5 chocolates this month or halfway through the month. And some days that's what I have for breakfast. So it's hard to, you never know, right?
Breakfast of champions.
Yeah.
Angus,
Sir.
I'm telling you right now, you come party with us on one of these fucking Michigan events where you give me 2 days of hanging out and I'll send you home with a fucking weed ale.
You probably send me home in a coffin, buddy. Yeah, I gotta say I'm a bit of a lightweight. I got weak lungs, and like when I dab, think you dab. Think Dabbersley here. I don't really, I can't, fuck some of those dabs you guys take. I would pretty much kill me forever, I think. Look at that. There you go. Yummy. I just see now I'm just like seriously drooling. That's interesting. Green Gypsy, good morning. Yeah, concentrates. I'm on, do you guys ever, I have like a professional profile on LinkedIn as a cannabis consultant. I always chuckle when I say that, but I get hit. That looks very saucy.
Nice. There's they're not really showing up on the camera.
I get hit
You
up
got
a
the
lot by
THCA crystals in there.
I get hit up a lot with manufacturers of concentrate equipment, okay, like from all over the world. And it's God almighty. I mean, some of this equipment is just amazing. Ooh, look at that.
Ooh-wee.
Is that the chum? Is that the one you showed on Instagram earlier?
Yeah.
He's cutting her down, huh? I might come to Michigan. I wouldn't mind trying that. I mean, I don't know. I have to bring a life support system with me somehow. But
Even I get hangovers, fingers, so don't feel bad. Even like the last one where I took Lexus to the Bigfoot, she's like, she didn't smoke for a week after Bigfoot. She's like, I still feel high. I'm like, I'm still honestly shaking one off too. I wasn't the heavy smoker I usually was Monday and Tuesday. That's for damn sure.
yeah, you want to get stoned, huh? Yeah, come on over. Yeah. He said,
Definitely.
no, that's I from Oregon to Michigan. I don't know. I'm sure I could make it sometime in my life, hopefully. I may never come back. That's the thing, you know. You guys are the growing fucking state of the world. Seriously.
I mean,
You have, I think, almost the most liberal legality. Is there any place more liberal than maybe California? Michigan is
Ohio.
Ohio?
No,
Really?
one of them, Ohio, or what's the other one? There's an O state that's got like bitching weed laws.
But yeah, I don't know. Fuck. Oregon, I get, you know, I've got it stretched as far as I can take it.
Yeah.
Which is fine. It's a few hours in the plane, says Robert.
I don't know if it's Oregon or Washington, but one of them, the way they wrote the rule is one plant is considered one plant is one container sharing one root mass. So if you had a big square tub, which is one pot, and you had 4 plants, and they're all sharing the same root mass because it's all intertwined, that 4 plants counts as one plant. So
I'll have to check into that.
I don't know if it's Oregon or Washington, but it's one of them. One of them for sure.
I'll have to check
we've
into that
shaken
for
the
sure.
rule here in Michigan once or twice. I still know a few people that preach, you know, at least 2 in the pot, 2 in the 10. You know what I mean?
Huh, that's yeah. That it's
who's to say? You know what I mean? Like I bury strains down. You know what I mean? If it's too
Yeah,
tall,
I copped it early.
Yeah,
I had 2
came
plants
through
like
the
that
barrel.
last time. I wanted 2-headed clones. So I did like 4 of them and only one of each strain took. So I was like, well, I guess we're running those. They were just going to be for the moms, right? But they ended up in the room. So they worked.
in Oregon. You can have with a card, medical card, you can grow 6 in flower.
Mm-hmm.
And I have 2 cards in the house, so I can grow 12. Plus, you can have 4 just recreationally.
That 6 in flower is huge. That in flower side of things. In Canada, everyone's allowed 4. Everyone, everywhere, except for Manitoba. Fuck that place.
Now I'm growing. That's why I kind of do it the way I do it too. Is I don't have scrogs. I grow them 5 to 6 feet tall on a cart. You know, I just wheel them around, and yeah, it works. Beds you can have. I think now in Oregon the law is if there's a certain height you can have, like I think quite a few. I forget the number. More than enough, basically. But,
we get 4 plants, and I don't know what constitutes a plant. If I pop 5 seeds, am I breaking the law at that point? Like, or, you know, when 2 of them end up males and I only end up with 3, did I break the law until I kill those 2 males off? I don't know. We're medical, so we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah. That's the thing too, is like I live right down the street from the sheriff's, and there's a one right next door, there's a driveway where they come, and the motorcycle guy comes and tries to radar trap everybody. So I go up and talk to him and make sure he's not looking at his radar thing. But he told me about cannabis. He goes, "Yeah, we know who you are. You know, we know you have a license." Da, da, da. I'm like, "All right." He goes, "Well, it's pretty hard to get a jury in Oregon to convict anybody of medical cannabis." And I think that's pretty true of most states that are legal, you know. And so there's no money in it for them. So they don't, you know, if you can't convict, you can't really take all your shit. So I've had that happen twice before. I just wish they'd give back. I mean, you know, fuck, you took all my shit a couple times. I mean, make a deal. How about just giving it, give half of it back? Give half my money back. But you can get like the felonies scrubbed and all that, but fuck it, I'm, you know, why? And that's the attitude too. I mean, if you got it on your record here in Oregon, it's like, oh, okay, whatever. It's not a big deal. And of course, right now they're begging people to fucking work. It's crazy. People don't want to work, man. It's crazy. Never had. This is interesting times. I gotta tell you. Pay you to stay at home. It's pretty awesome.
What does Green Fingers have in his hand there? Is that a lighter? Oh, he's burning his crog off. It is a lighter.
Oh, okay.
I was tripping the fuck out. Like, is that the thermal gun? What's he at?
I wish. That'd be badass. Just my lighter. Yeah. Torch.
I like that. I've been going at mine with the clippers.
Yeah, I couldn't find mine. I turned around to get them and they weren't stabbed in the fucking shit by the smell smoking. So I was like, what the hell? All my gear is supposed to be up here. Anything I need. And it's all missing.
It's all missing.
All missing. All of it. I got
Yeah.
screwdriver in the fucking pots and fucking shit.
This is the hat that's supposed to be on the grow room door. So I always wear my hat in the grower. I remembered to take the glasses off. Yeah.
I want to get suntan on the top.
Oh, it's just that little gap between the front of your glasses and your head. You tip your head down and start working. Next thing you know, you look up and you can't see anything. I can always make it to the grow room through the basement in the dark, but making it back to the stairs to come upstairs
I've hit my
after
cat.
being in the room, holy fuck.
I hit my cat a couple times. You know, he's just sitting there, you know, and I can't see shit. It's like, what the fuck, man? What did I do to you? I don't have night vision.
Feeling around up here. Of course, you only stack the pots this high and they're sitting right, just on shit like, holy fuck.
My nighttime medicine here. That's it's James. James, I'm taking my enzyme tablets, buddy. I take proteolytic enzymes. It really helps with my neck pain, basically. There's Smiles. What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Good, good. Cheers, man. Fucking great guest tonight, dude.
Yeah.
He's cool. Chopping down this Columbia. I didn't mean to ruin the conversation. What's up, man? What's up? Waiting for me to monologue here? What?
Well, yeah, we passed the baton. Did you see it?
Yeah, I guess.
We were like, thank God, finally. Now we don't have to say
Oh
nothing.
shit, Smiley's here. We can just
I'm gonna ask you one smart question about fucking law of something, and then you're gonna go for 30 minutes, and we're gonna be in the clear. So get ready for that one. Well, get
What's
ready.
up?
No.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm almost got my joint rolled, and it's 20. So.
Hell yeah. Cool. Because I still don't figure this law shit out all the time. Even though I know some of it, I I know all of it. I'm kidding. I just like when you explain shit to everybody. When you help them out.
I missed it. What you were kind of breaking up there.
Yeah, no, I just said I like when you can explain shit to everybody after, because I already know what the questions are that I have. I know other people must have the same questions that I have because I watch the videos and I'm like, oh shit, that's a good question to have on a later show to have somebody smart in our group talk about. And then usually you can do it. So it's awesome. It's hot in my house right now. But
I don't know, man. I got a lot of questions too. So
oh yeah, good. We all got questions. How we
Right.
learn. Like need
I
somebody
do
to
think
find
that hollow stems is a nutrient thing, though.
I
I'll
got questions
get
about
into that
those.
debate with you.
Oh yeah.
Strains side by side will have, that pheno will have a hollow stem and the other one all same. So what would cause that other than pheno expression?
You're not telling it that you love it in abundance, love in abundance, love in abundance.
Well, I
Dude,
think
that guy tonight, and I was just like, fuck, dude, that's just like right out of the biggest notebook right there. That's why I hand water as I praise him, talk to him.
I think it has a lot to do with the calcium to potassium ratio,
And that,
and I think it's a sign of excessive potassium in veg. But I don't know. That's just my
the
guess.
the hollow. Really?
Okay, I have a question about Calmag and Calcarb. Why Calmag or why Calcarb? Like, I know why Cal, but why the magnesium or why the fucking,
Well,
what the fuck?
so my
Oh.
understanding of that green fingers is there's like if you go to the grocery store and look for Calmag, there's two different ones. There's going to be the traditional Calmag, and then there'll be the organic Calmag. And that I haven't bought it in years, but that was the way it was back then. And I always got the organic, but the difference is the calcium. The normal Calmag is calcium nitrate and magnesium nitrate. And there's something about them two being together that somehow makes it shelf stable or something. The organic version is calcium carbonate and magnesium carbonate. So it's like a slower breakdown that'll happen. It's a slower response, but it doesn't have the nitrogen there. I don't know, in the nitrate form or whatever.
Wasn't there one that used to be called Calcarb that I used to get from Extreme Gardening, or am I tripping?
No, there is, and that's calcium carbonate.
Now, what's the fucking difference between this shit? Because I used to buy that. I just remembered about it. I'm like, wait, that's what I used to buy. Oh, that bean just blew my eyes right there.
I missed what you said.
Oh, I just said, what's about that? The Calcarb. Like, what's the carbonate?
Yeah, it's just the calcium carbonate. So it's like
So that's just the difference. That's all.
it's like a form of lime, I guess. Like basically.
When I see quick growth in veg, like right, many times I see hollow stems.
Yep.
So you're saying that the potassium gives me the boost of growth that creates the hollow stem?
Well, it's been a minute since I watched it, but so John Kemp has a video where he talks about he relates it to like a masculine growth or a feminine kind of growth style. And what he was saying is the different nutrients can be more driving more of a like masculine growth or more of like a feminine type of growth. So like nitrate will cause a more like masculine growth the way he described it. But what that is it's a lot faster pace, a lot bigger internodal spacing, you know what I'm saying? And it'll appear to be a vigorous, more faster growing plant. But when you get down to, in my opinion, this is my thoughts on it, but if you look at like the hollowness of the stem, if you were building a building, so if we could kind of relate that like erecting a building, right? The plant growing or whatever. But if you were told you had half the time to do that fucking job and that building's got to be standing, right? You're gonna let go some of the shit on the inside to make the
Doing a
fucking
shittier
outside
job.
yeah, you're going to go faster and you're going to do a shittier job of putting it all together. But if you were to, fully finish every floor of that building before moving to the next one, you wouldn't have that necessarily hollowness in the stem. But that's just my thoughts on it. I don't know how fucking real that is.
I can see, I can understand that, because it does seem, in my experience, happen when I get spurts of growth.
What about genetic? I mean, what about the just the type?
But see, I've seen it on a variety of different genetics, but at the same time, I've also seen where, like if I've cut, like if I cut my nutrients back, which I do a lot, I get a much more solid, slower, more solid. I don't see the whole stem, basically.
And that's what I mean by like you can't push a plant like I kind of, I don't know if I call it an argument, but there's kind of a difference of opinion on that. Like, like, oh, I want to drive growth in the plants, or I want to push the plant.
Gotcha.
And my side of that debate is that yes, you can push and accentuate something like rapid growth, but at the loss of something else. That's kind of the way I look at it.
See, now
like a spider web, like if you had a spider web, and you pull on one side of the web, the other side of the web's got to give too. So it's not like you can just stretch it. You know what I'm saying?
But that was a natural evolution of the fact, because I have a rotation, right, of slowing down my veg area. In other words, it was going too fast. They were getting too big, right? So I cut everything back, right? And then I noticed actually a better result in the bud structure. And I guess that would be it, because it's able to hold more weight, right? So it's going to produce a thicker, bigger bud because it can actually handle it. Huh.
Yeah, and I think for nutrient uptake, it's actually lowers nutrient uptake to have the hollow stem. But I guess I would just preface that with my thoughts on it, and my thoughts is that the fucking stem does not flow nutrients up like a fucking straw. It is not sucking that shit up. It's moving it through the cells and through the, what I'm saying, cellular to cellular. Well, if you have this big open gap in the middle of your stem, it doesn't have those cells to move. It's like making an 8-lane highway down to a 2-lane highway and trying to flow the same amount of traffic through it. You know what I mean?
And that's pushing it, Interesting. The intricacies of growing cannabis. But I would have never ran into that if I wasn't doing a rotation. You see what I'm saying? I was just always looking, let's go. And that's not always the attitude to have, it's.
Well, that's kind of my thought always that pops up when you hear the debates on, well, this style has, will drive more rapid growth. But I don't know if that's a positive though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, it is when you're broke and you don't have any money. It's your first fucking tent. You got to pay for all the equipment you just bought. But then if you maintain that mindset, but see, in a rotation, like I was telling, who was it? Somebody had asked me, it goes, about how long? I go, man, if I shut everything down, it'd be a good 7 months before I'm going to see something in my hand. He goes, oh, really? I'm like, yeah. You don't just make that shit happen, So enjoy the ride. I mean, since it is such a long ride, why push it hard? Get good results. It's easy for me to say that now, right? Because I've had a perpetual going for 2 years now, or almost over 2 years. So it's easy to say that now. In the beginning, no, fuck you. God, let's see. Let's go to the change jar. I need to get some more Calmag. So I get it.
Yeah, I had a buddy that grew the same strain, dude. It was the same cut. That was like his desert island cut or whatever. But you wouldn't believe the differences that he could make that plant express just by how he was feeding it and things he did to his room. You would think he had a whole different bag of weed just based on, and he'd be like, no, I was just fucking around with this additive or this thing in this row. But it was his way of learning too. Like he knew that cut so well. You know, if you told him, hey, I got, add this whatever fucking terpinator additive thing, he would know instantly what change that fucking did to his plant, because he didn't grow anything else. He grew, it's like what Coot always argues, like he grew the one. Like if I did anything different, I knew instantly what it was going to do. So,
Well, that's the beauty of having one that you want to keep for a while,
well, I think any one of us have seen that. If you've held a cut for any number of cycles, like you'll start to notice differences in them things. If it's, maybe not everybody would, but like for us here in Michigan or even like boom, like you go from a summer run to a winter run, it can be a whole different plant. You'd be like, who the fuck are you? Like what,
That's true. It's true. Like the mile, it'll like when I grow it in the winter, it gets real purpley because the temperatures do tend to drop a little bit deeper at night, even though I do try to keep it even. What's the lowest temp you get in your room? Smiles?
I just looked and tonight and the minimum was 70. So
Okay. That's about as far as I'd go too. I mean, I don't really,
maximum was 84. So.
it's sometimes it'll drop below that, but it's rare, What about you, Boom? Do you have a low temp that you let's look on its phone. Do you have a low temp
We're on the American show, so I got to change it to Fahrenheit so we can compare numbers. Let's see. On the left side of my room, 81 to 80.4. On the right side of the room, 81.1 to 80.4.
That's good.
The edge is 85 to 83.
Perfect.
Yeah.
No, that's nice. That's what I shoot for, which I don't come very close. What about you, Eagle? What's your temp range?
It wouldn't usually don't go any lower than 72, but it can swing as high as the 81.
Okay. We're all about
There's always lights on here, so it's usually pretty constant when half we shut down, the other half turned on, so it's pretty even, Steven.
Boom's got the app, man. That's nice. Red Pill, what's up, dude? I didn't see you there.
Hey, we gotta ask him now that he's torching. Real quick while he's torching, dude. I seen who's that? B710 or Bing 710 or whatever in chat. He posts all them fucking memes. I was laughing my ass off about that one today. It was the state of, it was about Maine, but it was like the state of Maine. It's illegal to sell cannabis, but it's legal to smoke it and carry it.
Yeah.
And all that. You just can't sell it or whatever. So it said below, it said there's this company, the psychic location company that for a small fee they will locate your lost weed and deliver it to you. I was just fucking dying, dude.
We have mediums.
Yeah.
that will
They're
take care of
psychic.
it.
They just remembered where you left it, and they're just gonna bring it to you now.
What strain was it again?
It's fucking genius. Shit cracks me up, man. Every day he's got one I'm just laughing about.
Yeah,
Did you lose the GMO or the indica or the sativa or?
Yeah, help us
Did
zero
you
in
lose
on
any
what
shatter?
Was that the top shelf one, or was that the?
It's just funny, the fucking rules, right? Like, I don't know, some of that shit, you're just like,
Dude, like I said, my youngest son worked for a dispensary for a while. He's kind of freelancing now, but I don't know. scruples. They didn't have many as far as what they, they were just a business. They got, product comes in the back door, goes out the front door. And they could make it look better, they would, or it's just, I don't know, man. I haven't been to a dispensary in quite a while. Put it that way. Even some of their shatter was like, I was like, what? Really? How much? Wow. All right.
Yeah, lose this luster real quick.
Yeah.
I like to pick stuff up though, just to see what's out there. And shit.
Sure. Me too, if it's good. It's just, I don't know. I guess I'm spoiled. I'll put it that way. I really am. Even with even number 2 phenos or stuff that I'm not quite as interested in smoking. When I press it, fuck, it kicks ass on anything I can get out of the dispensary. At least here in Oregon. Maybe I'm just not visiting the right dispensaries. I don't know. So, I know when I was on paper about 4 years ago, they put me on bench probation. And I immediately ran to the dispensary and got some weed. And about 3 months later, they said, you need to come in for a P test. And I went, oh, fuck. Because you have to show your driver's license as you go in. And so that circles back to your parole officer. And I realized what a dumb fuck that I am yet again. So I had to go another 3 months or so without smoking weed, which pissed me off, but whatever.
So 3 years ago, you were on papers.
Yep, I got wrapped up in a real estate scam, and I got prosecuted for really doing nothing.
I definitely remember us on Hangouts dabbing 3 years ago.
What was that? Was it 3 years
I
ago?
definitely remember. Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah. Well,
Dab pack days.
yeah. Yeah, and then I had to go on the color line. I wasn't quite good, dude. Time and space. Let me think. I think it was about 5 years ago. Okay, it was right before I started my YouTube page.
I don't care either way. It makes you're more cool in my book if that was the case.
Well, dude, we used to when I got caught on paper. Here's the thing: when you get that was a federal thing, and took 7 years to get through it. 7 fucking years. And so that was about 5 years ago, I guess. Okay. Anyway, we used to play poker, and that's when I was heavily into poker. And we would bet on the color line because you had to see who would go in and take a P test. Plus, that's also when I learned all about, I forget the name of it, but it's like a fake dick that you wear and
Wizinator.
Thank you. Wizinator. Yeah. And I thought about it. And
did you get the black one?
No. Funny. No, I thought about it. And Redfield, you're gonna love this because there's a guy that was a Mexican fellow that I knew that had bought one, and he bought the white one, and he got busted. And I went, oh fuck. So then I said, I just decided to say fuck it. I'm not gonna. I just went clean, But then I found the fucking fake what do they call that shit, spice or whatever, the fuck. You ever done that? My God, dude.
No, I actually haven't done that.
That's not good to do, but it will open that's as high as I've ever been. That's ever.
You know what's weird about that is you can actually buy that.
Yeah.
Now a big one is the THCO or the THCO. Is it THO or THCO?
Don't, dude. It's lethal shit.
Either one. Somehow they bypass the law because the law is actually supposed to stop synthetic cannabinoids. And the way the law is written is anything that activates the CB1 receptor should be is like Schedule 1, just like THC is. So I don't know how they're bypassing that. I know they say it's because it's derived from hemp, but it's still a synthesis. Even if you're starting with CBD, turning it to Delta 8, then turning the Delta 8 to THCO, that's still a synthesis. And that's in that field of synthetic cannabinoids that activate the CB1 receptor. So I don't know how they're doing
Are
it.
you on here?
So what?
do.
Which side are you on?
Yeah.
Oh.
The
Do you,
That's as high as I've
question
ever
is,
been.
do you ever smoked bath salts or spice though? And that's what that is. They have
Oh,
other ones
it's
along with that. Sometimes they have as many as 75 different synthetic cannabinoids in that fucking thing.
It's very dangerous, but that's when I spoke to God and shit, man. I ain't kidding you, man. I was as high as I ever been, couldn't move. The first time I did it, I was actually working. Fuck. And my buddy came by and said, dude, just take a little bit, right? So I went to the bathroom and turned the fan on and did a blunt. I couldn't fucking move out of the stall, dude. I was just stuck there for about, I don't know. It only lasts for like 15 minutes at the most. I come walking out of there just all fucking dazed. That was a bad one, you know. But yeah, I don't. But you get to the point where when you're used to having cannabis, it's like fuck anything, man. Get real. Fuck, you know. And then I'd pass the P test, and I'm like, yeah. So I would occasionally I'd take a little snip of that shit, and I would say that should not be legal ever, because you can lose your mind. If you don't come back, you're done. You know what I mean? It's over, buddy.
They have certain ones that the ones I knew about, I'm sure there's been, someone's topped it by now or beat the new high score, and emphasized high and high score. But HU 210 used to be like the strongest one on the block back in the day, and that was 200 times as potent as THC by weight. Yeah. So I think there's a couple other ones. There's like a XLR, I think, a number or something. That one's really potent too. But yeah, that's a lot of people. It kind of gets mixed up in what bath salts are, but some of them for a time they didn't really care. You could buy a bath salt that's anything. It's not even really an ingredient list of what it is. And a lot of them that were fucking people up, that shit that you saw people going crazy in the streets and like acting like zombies. Yeah, those were synthetic cannabinoids.
Yep. You can, but you're just fuck. It's pretty wild. It's definitely a cannabis CB1, CB2 receptor enhancement to the max, and cannabis doesn't allow you to go that far. It keeps it has a lid on it, right?
Yep. So. I do have a caveat to it being illegal though. And in the case of them finding something that's like really good for one specific medical, remedy or fixing what it's going to do, or, I don't know, something complicated that we don't understand yet. There's certain like THCV. It wouldn't be that bad to make THCV more potent, or like some like CBC, minor cannabinoids, because they're rarely found and it's hard to get them in abundance anyways. So the reason, one of them, it's not even that hard of a chemistry thing to do. You can turn vegetable oil to margarine very easily with a minimal lab setup. But the same process, if I had enough CBC, I could turn into something that they have hydroxy. I always mess up. To tetrahydrocannabinol. Instead of tetrahydrocannabinol, it's hydroxy.
It's when it gets synthesized through the liver.
Yeah, it's HHC. But one of the people that always is a frequent person on the Hash Church show is who made it. And they did a trial. I don't know how, what kind of white papers. I'm sure someone can dig it up or already knows what I'm talking about. They did side by side with hydrogenated CBD and CBD, hydrogenated THC and THC. and they had rats or mice with some kind of tumors or something, and they treated them with all 4 different things. And in each case, the hydrogenated cannabinoids were more potent in their effect, but it actually flipped, where in most cases for cancer, THC is usually preferred more than CBD in that one instance, but the hydrogenated CBD did the best out of all 4, actually. And it has to do with the inflammation response.
Yeah, the anti-inflammatory is big time. That's why I take a full gram of the ones I took in the morning. It's
the CBC is 10-to-1. So CBC, cannabichromine or CBC acts the same way as cannabidiol or CBD, but it's a 10-to-1 itself. So it's already natural, a phytocannabinoid that's right there. It's just minorly produced by the plant.
Now, the oil I take, red pill, let me give you it's CBC is 0.84, CBG 4.5, CBN 2.8, THCA 0.3, CBD 48, and THC almost 11%.
Nice.
So that combination for me has been working really well. Here's the thing, how do you...
So the 0.8 something percent, that CBC is equivalent to 8%. If that was void of CBC, but it actually had 8% CBD, it'd be the same effectiveness. So you have right beside by CBD something that it does the same anti-inflammatory stuff and is already 10 times more potent. And then you can put that under the same hydrogenation thing that the CBD went under and make that 2 times as potent. So it's actually 20 times as potent in its effect. So
it sure works.
Yeah.
I just wonder if I can get another jar of it. You know what I mean? This guy mixed 3 plants together. Now, how do you, you know what I mean? How are you going to make that happen again? You know? So, but he was trying to sell just straight CBD, and this stuff was hot. And I got kind of a discount, so maybe he still has some. I need to check. That jar has lasted me well over a year, and I still got like a third of it left. And that's taking a gram every day and sharing it with my friends and family. So it does go a long way if you take it that way. But I imagine if you're smoking and doing all that kind of shit, I don't know. I haven't even tried that.
Going back to what you guys are talking about with the weed hangovers and stuff, I've heard people saying that isolated CBN, pretty much in any form, edibles or smoked, really fucks them up. Like people black out and wake up not knowing like what happened and kind of shit.
I think I heard it from you, actually. Yeah, you've mentioned that before, right?
I haven't had CBN as a isolate, but I've heard other people on here say that.
Yeah, Eagle mentioned it.
I thought it was CBG or something that would fuck everybody up.
No, the one that CBG, I know, I have same thing. There's access to, because it's like there's more in like public availability to get the varieties that are CBG. But you know, you got to go through a thermal decomposition or something like that to get to CBN, or just extract really old material.
Reed 13 says, no weed hangover with organics, you bloody wankers.
Shit, it got all windy out of nowhere here. Oh.
Yeah, so I'd like to mess around with CBN too. CBC, CBN, THCV, of course THC. The craziest thing I'm going to do is hydrogenate things. I can make THCO. I know the process and where to get the formula to do it.
That's some good shit, dude. I like that feeling, that body high.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. All right, gentlemen. Sorry to cut you off for Bill. I'm gonna let you keep going, but I gotta hit the K, guys. Thank you for letting me listen in. Appreciate it.
Have a great night, Bingus.
Have a good one, brother.
One out, one will enter. Stony Rockefeller. Cheers.
Replaced by a rock. Shit, Red Pill, I thought you was jumping in to defend your hollow stem, and
I don't know if I wanted
Yes,
to.
let's see.
I don't know if I want to devote that much energy because I don't like. Well, how do I phrase this? I don't know. Anyway, so it
It's a
sounds like
whiny
the way
voice,
that
bro.
you made that when I described the feminine masculine thing, you like said that I guess the way you understand it is it's a nutrient deficiency. But I don't. I mean, at that point, I don't even want to like discuss it further because I don't want to make it a thing where it's one philosophy that I don't even have any, chance of leveraging in my favor. So, I mean, it's not fun for me. Ooh.
So he
So
made it fun for everybody else.
Whatever you're trying to argue, the moon was cold fusion, and this you're gonna
It
back
makes its own
down
light.
from.
The moon does make its own light. The moon makes its own light, and it's
Smiley,
cold.
my 9-pound hammer was a hollow stem string. And everybody I passed it to, it continued to have the hollow stem feature to it, no matter who grew it. So you don't think that's nothing, no, to do with genetics?
And how, like we said, if it
Not
comes
even
down
in
to a
for
phenotype,
DNA.
if you're doing a seed run and you're running super soil, what does it come up to? Just poorly mixed, one pot's poorly mixed compared to the other ones, and now you got a nutrient deficiency.
Could be, yeah.
I did
Nutrient
that with my
deficiency
last
doesn't
indoor
mean
run.
It's
How
not.
cool was
I don't think
usually-
deficiency is a fair word, though. That's
That's
not
the
exactly
word
what I'm
you
getting
use.
at. What I'm getting at is it's an imbalance. So like the ratio of calcium to potassium.
Subcool selected for nutrient deficient males, or instructed other people to select for nutrient deficient males.
I don't know.
Was he saying that?
That's how I know the part that maybe didn't cling on is that these aren't my philosophies that I'm coming up with. I'm like taking it out of books that, more astute people or people that have more, I don't know.
Right, but there's still a
weight
thought that that's a good
in their
thing.
words.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Maybe someday I'll carry more weight with my words, but there's already people that do, and that's the people's advice or instructions that I take. So even the person that the adjective, I don't know if you caught the part where I said even that dainty adjective that I use came from family trees. That is a word that I could use to describe, but I just use that because in the same regard that he describes the dainty males, it's what I'm trying to explain, but I try to mix marijuana botany and subcools growing or, breeding tips with that. So unless you're onto something that went over the head, of Rob Clark, it might be onto something.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like 10 years ago we had the understandings we do now about him either. So
That's another thing I don't believe too. I believe that the moon isn't even a terra firma that you can touch or land on or orbit or do any of that stuff. But yeah, I think weed tends to be better, a little backwards in time that we go. I know that's another thing maybe not everyone agrees with, but
So I've even kind of correlated like a turf profile with that are out stem rub. I've noticed most of the ones that have that hollow stem or the stem that kind of looks like it's perforated, you know what I mean? It's kind of, it's like circular around it with a nice hole in the middle. Every one I've ever come across has that like belly button. Yeah, I know every one of you fuckers at one point have fucking dunked your finger in your belly button and gave it away. That's what that in particular stem smells like. It's like something not quite right, a funk to it, and it transferred in everything it's ever grown up. So I think it's something genetic in there. I don't necessarily think it's a deficiency. I'm still standing firm. It could possibly be an after effect from a deficiency, but I really believe it's.
I'm so firm on this. This is a hill I die on right now. So, as they say, But yeah, I can't be swayed. I mean, a lot of things I feel really, I guess, that I don't know. A lot of the way I feel about things is because of how much, I don't, you guys, I think know what I'm trying to say. If you don't, I'll try harder. Sorry.
It's just conversation. Just conversation. It's
Yeah,
not
man.
But it's just, and I don't know. The whole thing is, I feel like I'm the whole like looking at me like I got a bug on the face kind of thing. But it's really, I'm just taking things
I was reading
that I've heard from other people. So it's not even like something crazy. Just because I think the moon is fucking cold fusion doesn't mean that I'm just as crazy in my thoughts about how to breed cannabis. So
No, I wasn't trying to make that relation at all. I'm sorry, man. I was just making conversation. I hope you don't feel like I'm trying to down on you. I understand where you're getting at. Where I guess where I would diverge from what you were saying earlier is that I don't think all the dainty males, as you just, that description, I don't think all the dainty males necessarily will carry a fruit or a floral smell with it. I don't think that you can determine
I also
a dainty
didn't.
male by the terpene profile. That's all I was.
It's the lottery of all those combinations being on the male you're looking for. You could, like I said, wind up with a hollow stem male from some Cookies OG cross. And now
Hey,
you're trying to
check this out, guys. Can you see this? This is, all right, this is from a clone. These are the same plant grown in two different mediums. This one was in DWC. This was in cocoa. All my DWC plants, at least every one that I've ever seen, always ends up with that, or
Right.
sometimes a bigger, more hollow than that. So, I mean, I get it. I think it could be genetics too, but then again, maybe this could cause it too. I don't know.
Well,
I'm
got
just
two
throwing that out
buddies,
there
and one of
because-
them, everything he grows is hollow, like more hollow than your top one. He's in cocoa too, flood and rain. So he's hitting it all the time, and it doesn't matter if it's dry. It's on a schedule, right? It does what it does. And he's always got hollow stems like that. And I got another buddy that's always, they're woody and tight and small, right? So I don't know. He's not much help in this conversation, I guess. But I think you can make stuff be hollow stem with your grow style too. I don't think, when we're going in between different things, if we're just like what he said, if we're looking for hollow stems to breed with, and he did his search in cocoa, yeah, this is the one. Hollow stem, that's what I'm looking for. But you grow it in cocoa and it doesn't do it. You grow it in super soil and it does maybe, there's so many other factors into it to hang a hat on something like a hollow stem is.
Well, it's not, like I said, it's a combination of hollow stem, terpene profile, if it does have resin, and then looking at the resin, what kind of trichomes does it have? Does it have sessile, just hair-like trichomes, or does it actually have glandular trichomes like hash would be made from?
Yeah.
There's a lot of things. So, sometimes you might, like I said, you might get a hollow stem plant that smells like an OG. And then from another person's advice that I would take, that Mean Gene or selects his OG males, but he doesn't select them with an OG terpene profile. He selects them for this odd pickle terpene profile. Yeah.
Well, it seems to be a hot topic right now. Everybody's talking about that.
So if you do get lucky and you get something like I'm looking for, something that tastes and smells and reminds me just like peach ring candies, and it does have a hollow stem, and it has, we didn't even get to discussing color of the stamens or color of the pollen. But if, in my mind, if it does have really sticky petioles that link the stem to the flowers, and if it has white petals and white, pure like the driven snow pollen, those are all what I'm looking for, among other things. But like I said, like if I'm looking for 6 traits, I might find in a seed run a male that I'm looking for, but it only has 4 out of the 6 things. And maybe I might get lucky, and in every individual trait that I'm looking for, it has. So, and then that's a whole nother, that's just the beginning. Like I said, obviously you got to breed those seeds. and then see if those seeds come out better than the thing he bred it to. That's the kind of males I'm looking for. Like say, let's use, just because I had thought of it first thing, like a lemon OG Kush. If I had a lemon OG Kush and I liked it, I do like it, but it's just one random one I thought of. And I selected some male from other seed stock. I don't know. The next thing I thought of was some just ChemD cross. I don't know. ChemD Skittles. Sure. Let's say I have 25 seeds and I do the thing. The first thing I'm looking for is the very last one to show. It's another thing that Subcool emphasized is above all these other traits that I'm naming, the one that is last to indicate sex, not to be confused with late maturation. It's not the latest flowering one you're looking for. It's the last one to show and identify sex. That's the most important trait to select for. So let's say I do that. What I'm looking for in that offspring is, let's say right off the bat, we're already getting like almost a 2 different phenotype thing right off the bat. So you either get the plants that look like the mom or plants that look like the dad. And let's say you're lucky and 70% of the females tend to look like that lemon OG Kush that I bred it to. And 1 out of those 7, or from a 10 or 20 seeds, you got 10 females. One out of the 7 females that are like the lemon OG would be better or test higher in terpenes and THC, maybe have better overall structure, maybe better yielding, maybe clones easier, and those kind of things. But anything else like that wouldn't be really a successful breeding project, I would think. But there we
Good
go.
morning and welcome. Green 13
What
in
up?
the morning. The host of the 420 takeover today. Cheers.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
Soon,
good job,
innit?
Red Pill.
17 minutes.
No, I'm done. That's not
Everybody
another thing
good?
that I don't feel comfortable doing. It's running on for long periods of time.
You liar. What are you talking about, Red Pill?
Well, I don't know. Not. Here's the thing. If I come into a room late, I don't feel as bad. But if I hop in and like 7 people come after me, then I feel bad because now I'm taken away from other people's whatever.
No, it's an
The
interesting
master
discussion.
panel.
Mhm.
The master panel. I haven't even been part of the discussion. I just heard bits and bobs, but I just wrote in chat here. I've never had a hollow stem.
And I
And
think that leans as much to
I've
the
always
growing
been all
style
going
thing.
at it. Yeah.
I think it does.
Is everybody good?
How do you
Gon's
think,
looking nice, smiley.
Yeah.
Is that how you think he gets the double serrated leaves? Because Subco always had those double serrated leaves on all his shit, like always. But I can find it in a lot of gear too. Just
Who had
growing
that?
style or double serrated leaves. How do we suppose we get those? Like
I don't know. I
genetics?
wouldn't put that as much on environment. Maybe environment could cause it too. But I've got the keeper does that. It's got the serrations on the serrations like that.
Yeah.
It's neat. I've never seen anything else like it, so it's not something that's unique to my environment. I don't know. See, that's the thing, right? And we can't go off of that, 2 of us, because you're saying you found it. You don't have what I have, right?
And we don't have the same shit. Well, we might have some cross that got one parent that's the same. Because me and Jess have the same couple of like gorilla, grease monkey, fucking father in our plant. So it's like, oh, that's why it throws those extra fingers on the fucking leaf or something. Like we figured out, like that's why it throws 3 on one side. It's like, oh shit, so that's a grease monkey. That's crazy. But yeah, I don't know what else would do it because I only find it once in a while. I'm like, shit.
So was Smiley saying it could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing that we don't even know? Was that the
We don't even
conversation?
know. We don't know.
I don't want to rehash it if you don't want it. I
it's
just wondered
exactly-
if that's where you'd got to.
We don't know what
that's
we don't
kind of
know.
yeah. I
So
think
Sub liked it specifically to add vigor to the plant. That's why he liked that hollow stem, is because like what Smiley was saying is it grows faster, gets your plant bigger quicker. Smiley's argument is that that's not necessarily the greatest thing, but it's not necessarily a bad trait to pass on the vigor if you're not ending up with a hollow stem in the end, right? If you're putting slow growing plant on slow growing plant on slow growing plant, eventually we got a really slow growing plant. We end up with Mac 1 that's fucked up for everybody, and it turns out great, but it's irritating.
I have never heard people talk so shit about Mac 1 since I got that car. Before I got that car, everyone want to tell you how wicked Mac 1 is. I never heard a good word about it since. No, I'm not really into that, bro.
No, it's supposedly the best smoke, but it's supposed to be so irritating to grow. That's all I heard from it ever since.
Luckily, I'm super burned out, so it can fucking go ahead and be as slow as it wants for a minute, because I'm just cool.
Yeah.
And so did we discuss the fact that not as much liquid can move up a hollow stem, in theory?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good.
Everything's been covered on that point. We just don't know. That's the outcome, which is irritating every time.
I don't think they all look the same either.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about this? I'm more certain, or I know more about the genes that a hollow stem can pass on than I am the total situation that causes it in the first place.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting topic from 100 different angles.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's no white paper on it or no even guidance. So it's not like we're going to say the popular theory is, because we're just going to go, I think it's genetic, I think it's environmental, it's organic.
Well, technically it's both, because if it's the genetic response into the environment, so the way the genetic wiring is to do that to whatever environment, but I don't know.
You're right.
I do think though it's similar to like I don't know, like how caffeine and like sugar in an energy drink isn't as healthy as like an apple or whatever. You know what I mean? Even though you might get the same energy from them, the way your body processes it is different, and that's kind of what makes me think along the lines of a nutrient thing. And I don't know for sure, but that was just the thought I had, is because calcium's in every cell. So, but you know what I mean? If that's a limiting factor, I kind of use the perception of like, as the plant's growing, it's almost like a 3D printer, right? But like, if you can picture a color printer, when one of your cartridges goes out, it prints like, you know what I'm saying? It like, you can still read it, right? You can still see what it tried to print, but it's not as detailed or as, you know what I mean, as the way it's not as intended,
There's a dimension missing.
It's like the plant's going to keep growing, but it's going to grow without something, you know what I'm saying? And it's going to keep.
So that brings the law of minimum then. The law of minimum, might you say, or just the law of averages, right? So it's just something that we have to fucking work with and learn what our environment has. Like you do a soil test, not everybody does.
Yeah, I'm just throwing thoughts out there, man. I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
Like I've seen it.
You're making good points though, because we watched your garden grow, and
but I don't typically look at it as a good thing. I don't.
Yeah, it's just great that somebody's doing the work too and showing it like you every week, with a great garden. So good information helps everybody. Not everybody's going to get a soil test, so that's just a big part of it too. But I don't know what's in my soil already. I just put it out there.
Do we need to speak to like Dankovic or one of the outdoor guys and see if he gets it? Because then you start to see, whether it's a soil-based kind of, I don't know.
Well, it's not really even that though, Green 13. It'd have to be in a balanced soil kind of thing,
They'll always use the same amount and the same stuff every growth for 10 years. And it all came out the same, all had the same sweet meat kind of shit, but it all had its own terps with it, but sweet meat. And it still hasn't changed till I got here. And it's still the same soil. And it's like, now it's more the same because I finally get the soil I want. But before my first run, it was different. It smelled more like something I've never grown. In the second run, now it's all fucking sweet meat. So I think it's what I'm putting in it. I put bananas, eggshells, eggshells and
It's you're
ground,
saying. You're
ground
the
coffee.
common denominator.
Yes, well, I put those three things in: the eggshells, banana peels, and coffee grounds every fucking week. Like just throw it top press sometimes. So like, that's probably the outcome where it smells like sweet meat. Like I've always done those three things.
A man after my own heart. That is fucking, that's breakfast, lunch, and tea. Coffee,
So-
banana, eggs, good.
So to say, so to your point, and again, I'm just playing along, playing devil's advocate here. Again, if it isn't genetics that we're talking about with the hollow stems, then why in the fuck do I have 5 fucking strains right here? And only the silverback gorilla times primal can I walk over there with a pair of scissors and cut the fucking top off and it's a straw. Everything else will be solid, except that in particular strain. If the hollow stem isn't something that is genetically transferred.
And is that all grown in the same medium, Eagle?
Same medium, all of it.
Yeah,
all of it's in
man.
the same soil. The only difference here is the different pots. One's in an air pot, plastic air pot. The only one's in their nursery pots. But that has no bearing.
It's not the hollow one that's in the different pot, is it?
No.
No. So there you go.
In fact, as I look
to
across
assume
there is some in each, but they're all hollow. That row of silverback gorilla times primal is hollow all across the board. The only difference is some of them are way fatter than the others.
And that's what I was saying. That when I see that, those were the ones I'd select for it. So, like, say you got 5 of them there, which one are you going to choose? All 5 are hollow. To me, I would choose the thinnest walled one. Why? Because it would get weeded out, no pun intended, out of the gene pool out in nature. And that's the philosophy or the theory that I'm sticking with, is to make good or better cannabis, you want to use recessive traits that are found in Cannabicia hemp, subgenus, cannabis sativa, whatever, you know what I mean? But out in nature, that doesn't really get to happen. The first males, the more dominant masculine males, make the seeds, and the plants overall, generation after generation, get better at growing in their environment, in their situation. That's what the earth or Mother Earth or the plants or whoever the hell, that's what they're doing it for. And then us, me, you, and everyone else here, we're looking for the opposite. I already went over this, you guys know the rest.
I just don't think it's a genetic thing.
That's what I mean.
All right. That's all right. I'm not worried about that.
We're bros, but I don't want to agree with you, bro.
There is
No, I
definitely.
mean, I'm not trying to be. I'll play the devil's advocate.
And it doesn't seem
Eagle, your
like you
example
are,
of saying that it's the same substrate, but bag to bag at bag soils can be totally different. And I've seen guys test stuff like that. So even though you got 2 different bags of the same soil and you put them in
now we're splitting hairs. Now we're blaming it on the manufacturer.
No, I'm just saying.
It can come down to your root mass too,
balance between calcium and potassium, and from one bag to the other, you have an imbalance of calcium to potassium. That's not really gonna be evidence either way. You know what I mean?
One clone rooted all the way around and filled out the pot immediately and got on the watering cycle that you put everybody else to, and that other one just had one side and
all across the board,
fucked
though.
up.
Only that strain. Only that strain.
Well, and that's the other thing. I think there's some that
they were
hollow strain
transplanted
stuff too.
at different times.
You're right.
Well.
I've got
there we
stuff
go.
that I
There
can
we
go
go.
cut that'll be like a tree. My blueberry is like a tree the whole way through. It's wood. And then I have other ones that I can go like I can't think of one. I know there's one down there that's a straw though. If I go and cut it.
I do what maybe a lot of us did. Probably won't do it now that I know better, but dumped old, pots, after the plant's done, dump the pot in the backyard. It grows up in a mound, you shovel it down, make it flat. Anywho, the perlite goes anywhere. Oh, there's my first anywho. So the perlite goes everywhere, and all kinds of, stray seeds fall down there. And a plant that I wish I had identified grew out of it, and it was like, yeah, no big deal. There's that plant. Oh shit! All of a sudden, one day it's fucking 6 feet tall. This, I'm not talking about a weed plant. This is literally a fucking wild, invasive, plant that I had no idea what it was. And my dad cuts it down just because it was annoying and just real big and in the way. And he's like, look at the fucking stem on that. And it was straight up hollow and big enough for me to fist.
Gross.
What, gross? I'm just saying, that's how good the leftover super soil was, that it had a crazy, mysterious, not weed, not cannabis, but a weed grow out of it, and was 6 feet tall and had a hollow stem thick enough for me to,
What was your
fist.
first thought before you started just fisted?
You want to actually know my true thought? My true thought was that a bug was going to bite me. I swear to God, if I put my hand in there, I felt like a bug was going to.
That's for sure. That's what I would have thought too.
I would have thought, can I put my dick in it?
Yeah,
That's what Eagle wanted.
Right.
Let me fuck this tree. But actually, just before we slid off topic to fucking trees, which I guess is, that's maybe part of the organic takeover, maybe not the 420 takeover. Yeah, boom. We've all seen those clones root, and they do it in the aero cloner, where you see just one side of the clone roots, When you put that in the soil, that will populate one side first, right? And then it'll populate it in a different way to another clone that's got in. So, yeah. I mean, I think maybe. Mind you, if he's saying one bag to a different bag, I can say whatever I want, can't I?
Makes me want to just fucking go mad and just start clipping off tops over here.
You gotta have
Found a
somebody
winner.
who used to be a mom.
I can just go to my bed and show every, there must be 30 fucking stems in that bed now, probably sticking up, and they're all solid.
Up for a fact right now. I go topping that silverback over there. Every one of them girls are going to be hollow. I go over here, take the top off this crocodile eye. I'm willing to bet there's no hollow stem in there. The ones back there, that jelly bean, I know if I go back cut that one, I'll bet my life on there ain't no hollow stems on that jelly bean back. That 6-shooter right there, I know for 100% there's no fucking hollow stem in there. But again, that whole row of silverback grill, kind of primal right there, I go over to any one of them and the fucker will be hollowish. So maybe with that being said, though, could that plant be hungrier for said nutrient and just not getting enough of it, or possibly sucking out another nutrient that's kind of just blocking the uptake of needed nutrients for the thicker stone?
Or maybe it likes to be left drier, or we're never going to get to the bottom of it. And the answer to one plant's yes is another plant's no. I'm just a genetically hollow strain plant, right?
I do know it's whatever Eagle does to it's going to make it not taste like pine. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the environment. It's got to be. It's got to be everything's environment.
Same soil. No, it's got a weak stem. They're flimsy as fuck, but they're not hollow.
Eagle, you can do a poll in the chat. We haven't thought of that, right? Get the chat involved if you're not already sick of it, huh?
You know what though? It's fake tits, isn't it? hollow stem is fake tits, because at the end of the day, you're like, look at the fucking stem on that. But actually, there isn't the cell walls to back it up. Like, it
That's why I think
cannot
it's a
move
good
as
thing.
much
That's
liquid.
why I think it's a good thing. You nailed it right there. Because it's not good in nature is why I want it.
Hmm.
But see,
And it's not necessarily
but
that
we are-
trait that you're breeding for. You know what I mean?
It's
You're not
something that-
trying to
yes,
create a
exactly.
race of hollow stem plants.
It's
You want
what
to
hollow
use the
stems-
hollow stem plant to get
Yeah.
to your end result.
Yeah. There's something that's I said before, you could use that. The traits that I'm looking for, I would say, are markers for all recessive or double
Right.
lowercase r traits.
Right. It's got to take something from that parent. So it's easy. You go and you squish all the stems, and that one's soft, get rid of it. That one's soft, get rid of it. You know, it's easier to pick out what you're going for down the line. That's something I do remember Sub saying, is he doesn't necessarily want mega awesome thing 1 and mega awesome thing 2 and just slam them together. That doesn't necessarily give you good shit. You want, like you're saying, the recessive traits.
for me, when I see it, it's just I look or select for it as something that I think's gonna fucking have a nice structure that's gonna support a lot of weight. It's not necessarily the fact that I know it's hollow. I just know that in particular plant, that female is gonna fucking be able to chunk on some weight, and it has the structure built in. If you look at them stems, they're just like a fucking pillar to a fucking house. The way they're fucking ribbed around, they're structured to fucking hold weight. I mean, that's why I would select.
But I'm not talking about weight. I'm talking about carrying liquid. I'm talking about the fake tits bit. Like, it can't move liquid through the plant as quick as a plant that is it's the same stem thickness but not hollow.
Actually, what you're doing is, because like I said, this is a male trait, the hollow stem thing, you disregard it for females. So actually what you're doing, at the very least, you could be doing RR to DR. That's what I would say. In the case of, let's say, if you got really good weed that, like, for whatever aspect of it, let's say I don't know how do I emphasize good weed but try to turn it in. Okay, let's say you got nerve pain in like a certain situation and it's debilitating one thing. Like if you sit a certain way, you can't, use a keyboard because the way you have to position your hands or something. And this one specific strain, you don't know why, that's what it cures or what it helps for. Now, let's just say it does have big stems, pith-filled stems that also do support its own weight. Then what I would say is that female is a DR. It's dominant and recessive, but it's it's more dominant in the sense because that sturdier stem comes from the dominant state of hemp. But because it has that miraculous trait that's more of a chemovar chemical thing that the cannabinoid profile is about, then it's a recessive trait too. So you're really, if you're doing that, if you have a hollow stem plant, among other things, in this medicine plant that's got sturdy stems, you're breeding male RR, double recessive, and you're breeding female DR, dominant recessive. Boom.
99.9% of people growing cannabis are not fucking breeding. And breeding is not fucking difficult. Selecting is difficult. That's where the skill's at, right? And so you're like, breeding, this, that, fuck that. Most people, that's just, we're talking about hollow stem and you being able to look at it before you even chop the plant down, like whether that was beneficial for the plant's growth overall or not as a cultivator. That's where that's my interest. Oh, it's the one with the fat stem.
Oh shit, I'm telling the host what to do now.
No.
Fucking Stone, we gotta say goodbye to Stoney. He's gotta take off. So
cheers, guys.
Good seeing you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Captain 420. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Cheers.
So, getting back to this, let's just cut the bullshit and we get on with something else, maybe something fun like what everybody else is smoking on. It comes down to 90% genetics and 10% you. You are the environment. You control everything. You play God. You have genetics. You let them grow. If you fuck up playing God, you're going to fuck up your genetics in one way or another, and they're going to show a different trait.
Am I allowed to respond, or do we have to come on?
If we go that way, then I open pollinate. So like that's what I'm looking for is all those different traits. So like that's one thing that's different between two different styles of growing or cultivating seeds. You know, that wasn't going to be my whole thing. Like, well, open pollination is a different thing then. So we got more questions asked. So it just doesn't lead us down no hole that we could figure an answer out any faster. I find it in open pollinated shit every day. That's all I grow is open pollinated stuff. My stuff. So
well, you're open pollinating with a whole bunch of different things, right?
No. At the beginning, and then it became one thing. Homogenized one thing. After 10 years, now it's really one thing. So all those seeds are still very different in fucking traits, even though they were back crossed and fucking everything with itself, like over and over and over. Sometimes I'd have those mothers for 5 years and the kids would have sex, and I'd drop those seeds would drop, and then I'd get more seeds from those seeds, and then they would cross, and then their mother would cross. Yeah, so it'd be back and forth for years. So it's like, I don't know about none of that shit. Because it's literally back crossed for 10 years in the same spot by itself and crossed and back crossed and crossed it to itself over and over.
With everything else, though, you're not using the same.
I don't plant anything. No, the trees drop the seeds. I don't ever touch the seeds. The plant, it just drops the seeds. I don't plant seeds in my garden. They fall out of their mom. That's how I get them. Like I don't ever put a seed in the ground. I do it like a Rasta would. The next year, your seeds will pop up where the mother dropped her seed. And so that's it's like an open pollination, like a landrace. Let's say. That's pretty much what I've done after 10 years. Like it became my own little landrace because it's my own stuff. I never put nothing new in, just left it alone for 10 years. Let it come up, pop, take the weed off, let it keep growing, and then die. And the next year they would grow up again and then die. Next year, same shit for 10 years. Because like they're all similar plants, but they're very different. Like very different. They're all like really big growing plants, giants. 12 foot and taller, nothing really small. So I don't know. I was trying to grow like Mendo Dope.
Will I get a pop-up, Eagle, if someone tries to enter?
Yes.
Cool. It'll pop up, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even on an iPad.
Yep.
Wicked.
Yeah, you should be able to tell everybody shut the fuck up, all that good shit now.
You can mute somebody.
Oh, he's in charge. I'm out of here. Cheers,
yeah,
guys. I gotta run. Sorry, guys. Later.
Come on.
I thought we said bye, boom.
Well, I don't know if you guys are probably reading chat too. Mr. Toad's saying it's that pith autolysis, which I wrote it down. I'm gonna look it up too, but I don't know that he's necessarily disagreeing with what I said because I had earlier said that too about it's growing rapidly. Yeah. Wider interval spacing, and typically those were what you would see from that.
I find hollow and solid in mine, and it was like 6 different shit before the first year. Second year, it started homogenizing, turning into itself. Like they just crossed with each other, and then the next year after that, it crossed with itself. But I still find it full, and then hollow ones. You know, the full wood and hollow ones, both out of all that genetics. Doesn't matter what I pop, I still find whole, solid ones, all solid, and then you'll find hollow ones. It's just, I don't know. It's like what I crossed, if that's what it is, and that's what it is. But a lot of people find it, and that's just the question. If Toad knows what it is, I can't read chat right now. You know, at least we have an answer now. Shit. That's better than nothing.
What was the answer? Should I just scroll up?
You didn't hear it? You didn't hear the answer?
Man, my wife phoned to say, I've got your wallet, babe.
I don't know how to say the word. What did he say? Fuck. I'm not in chat now.
I've got it. It's cool.
Thanks for joining us, Mr. Toad. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And your box is going out tomorrow with Cleveland Brown stuff in it. That was nice, Mr. Toad's in chat. I wish I could be in chat too. He's a wealth of knowledge.
Computer won't turn on. Damn it.
So then the question is, or the comment or the question or the thought is, then actually really it's a vigor type of a deal. And so at the end of the day, the plant might fully express just slower. So it could even just, because what he says is it's about storing fats and sugars. He doesn't say fats, it's just sugars, but for fast plant growth. Well, and it still might be a completely awesome plant, just not fast.
Yeah.
Look up, okay, the root.
I might say this wrong, but the way I understood what John Kemp was saying is that the different, he talks about driving a plant off from calcium, and what he was saying is that you can drive vigorous plant growth with like nitrogen, potassium, I think it was chloride, and calcium was the other one of the four, but the three of them it would express in what he called masculine growth or whatever, and that was that described by the wider internodal spacing. And then if you're driving a plant off calcium, that you can see a tighter internodal spacing, a more branchier plant with similar growth, vigor of growth. It's just expressed in a bushier plant than it would be with one trying to get wider internodal spacing. And that's what I was getting at with, I think that it has to do with the ratio of calcium to potassium, is because I think in vegetative growth that ratio can matter for the uptake of the calcium, basically. And if potassium's in a higher number, it's going to push a faster growth. You know what I'm saying? A more masculine growth, is which I would say.
Plants store carbon and sugars in pith. It's a backup reserve for those stored nutrients the plant can pull from in fast growth. But here's the thing, if you feed your plant heavily every day and it doesn't need to go for reserves because it is constantly pulling a stream quality food, then this whole thing's irrelevant. It matters not whether it's thin or fat or hollow or complete.
Right, but if
I put it to you.
Be able to store sugar.
Then there's the law of averages.
Plant
We're
is
not feeding that
growing
plant
really
enough.
fast. What's happening is it needs to break down those sugars because it needs sugar. It needs carbon skeletons. So a lot of times the plant will metabolize that sugar just to get like a carbon skeleton, because that's what it's building itself from. So like it expressing that, I don't know how it would have extra sugar built up.
It'd be like the law of
I'll have to
maximum.
read on it, I guess.
Yeah. So I could think of, then it's the law of minimum and maximum. Back to that. That's what it comes back to. We're not feeding it enough, it's not growing fast enough. It's not going to.
Now this comes back to the white paper, Smiley, about the 4 hours, 6 hours of dark. Does the plant actually need it to use the sugar that it produces during the day?
Yeah, exactly. During the night cycle, it metabolizes that sugar through starches or carbon, and that's usually the first thing. Like when a plant starts to photosynthesize, my understanding is the first thing is it kind of fills up that pool that it needs to last for the night or whatever, and its leaves and all that before it starts really moving a lot of them sugars around out of the roots and whatnot. But they can be stored in a lot of different ways, but that sugar still needs to be in excess. So like in a case where you have a really rapidly growing plant, it's going to be metabolizing a lot of that sugar, trying to keep up with the need for carbon skeletons, because it's using those carbon skeletons to build every cell, every bit of that plant that's growing. That's the main thing,
But what about us 24-hour growers? They never have time to shut off. That's a great question now that I'm thinking about that shit. I don't even get 2 hours like I used to.
Mr. Toad writes, add more CO2 to your environment to keep hollow stems at bay. I've
Right.
never grown without CO2, so that's probably why I've never had hollow stems. So
Well, I
yeah,
would
wow.
say that, though, because
Nice.
yeah, if you're increasing CO2, you're giving the plant the ability to
Uptake.
Metabolize.
process. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gonna be
Mine's
able to
outdoors,
capture more
so it's
CO2.
me
But
being
that's a
around my garden.
percentage thing too. So it's I mean, there's a lot to do with whether it's
Yeah.
sequestering carbon or not.
Because what about outdoors environment? I'm always around my plants, so that's why I guess they could be so big. But I do breathe on them a lot because I'm always talking to them. But it's not capped off room. It's outdoors. Now it's a greenhouse, so that's different. Outdoors you have no choice. So how come I get really good growth when I don't even go see my plants? Sometimes I'm just like, fuck, another foot. Holy shit! Like they're taller than me now, and I wasn't out there for 2 days. Except for on the show. Holy shit! They just grow. Right environment.
Yeah, I don't know if it's detrimental to the end result though. I don't know.
Plants
I guess
are
I don't
resilient.
see it as a positive thing. That's all. That's where the discussion I think was kind of from. I don't see that.
Is that
as
what
a
we were
positive
even?
thing, and
Yeah,
I
I
don't
just
know
want to
that
know
it's a
what it was.
genetic trait that you're going to pass along either. I don't know that it's something genetic you're going to select for either. That was the other thing.
Next topic. That was a hot topic. Though.
They don't work like a straw though. I don't think.
So to change topic, since that's all kind of over with, or it's continuous in chat.
Oh, this horse is getting kicked, man.
Real good.
Sorry.
So
Burned it down.
in Croctober, Spartan gave me some of his Mac 1, which he said was different than most. And I've now given it, almost a month's cure. And at the beginning, I had more of that garlic. And now a month's cure, it's turned a lot sweeter. We're about to taste it.
Nice.
And it's not Cap's cut, it's his own Mac 1 from seeds, yeah?
Yes, it's one
So it's,
that
it's actually just
phenomenal
called Mac
that,
then, isn't it? It's,
Mitten Canico.
okay.
And this is the one that Spartan kept.
Cool. I've only smoked Mac 1 one time, and that was Cap's cut. And it reminded me of raisins. Or sultanas, whatever, that kind of dried fruit.
Well, I'm with you because this is only going to be the second different Mac that I've ever smoked. But it was given to me about it was dry, but it wasn't cured out. And he told me to let it sit for a little bit. And I'm sitting with like 3 pounds of pot, so I can let something like this sit for a month and come back to it now. So we're going to give it a try. All these new strains, I'm, sitting in Thailand going, wow, I wish I had that. I've been smoking the same shit for 3 fucking years.
Yeah, and it was White Widow, wasn't it?
No, it was Afghani mango wedding cake and Gorilla Glue #4.
Not bad then. That's all right. That all sounds pretty nice. But after 4 years, yeah, man, I want a gelato or anything. I'll have some White Widow. Yeah, you must be weird now, man, being back out of the heat and
the cold. I hate the cold. I moved to Thailand because I got tired of cold and my body hurts.
Yeah. And so where are you back to? Are you back in the cold?
Yeah, I'm back in Ohio right now, Cleveland. We're in the 30s. Back to snow.
That's gotta suck real bad for you though. I mean, coming from the weather you were used to. Like, oh no, freeze your ass off. Like the birds are smart enough to go the other way, Captain. I mean, come on.
But I do have to say, I live in Chiang Rai, and December 9th every year is the coldest day, and it drops down to about 36, 37 degrees. And then from December to the end of February, middle of March, you're basically in the upper 40s to 50s, but during the day, you're at 80 degrees, 85, 90, 93.
So why are you even telling us the nighttime temperature? Because just go home, and in the morning it's going to be 85.
Well, I've given it a lot of thought, and I talked with Modern and a bunch of other people, and for what I want to do, Michigan is a little bit too viable, right? There's too much going on, and I can put a couple $100,000 into a business, and then next year they come out and say, well, anything with a root counts as a plant, and I'm screwed. And then I would have to go into production, and that's not something I want to do, because with production there's a lot more going on with metrics that I really don't want to fuck with. The only metrics I really want to fuck with is putting a tag on a clone. That's all I want to do with metrics. I don't want to flower out product and sell products. That's not my idea of fun. I like making things. I like the instant gratification of clones. That's what it comes down to. And then the long-term thing is making something from those clones, but selectively making something, not just throwing a whole bunch of shit together. You have to have an idea and a mindset of which way you want to take your products.
No fun if you don't want to crap your pants for 65 days, dude. I mean, I actually don't even believe that. I was thinking, yeah, I can do that. Make clones. I like that. I like clones. I think it's one of the most remarkable things a plant does.
It's instant gratification.
It is, yeah. With the aero cloner, I'm like a little kid. It's like, I know this is dirty, but look at it, mate. It's fucking clever.
Shit, man, it's my time. I'm gonna have to jump out. It's already that time.
444, brother. Damn.
It's a 420 show. I have to catch it in the morning here, so I do
Early
got
show,
early
right?
show tomorrow. Yeah, 8 o'clock tomorrow. So.
Oh yeah, who's that guy? I went and had a look.
Yeah, David Troost, I think, or Troot. I'm messing up his last name, but the Weedy Garden on Instagram. And, he's just a really neat guy, man. Like early on when COVID started and all that, like he's a professional photographer, so he has all this equipment. And I caught him on YouTube a couple years ago or whatever when this first hit, and he was like, "Well, what better to do but start a permaculture garden and like video it." And so he's got this like really amazing like video journal. He's got all the equipment, dude. Like he does drone fly. I mean, he's got all this cool videos, and he does a lot of
some
cool
love
shit.
into it.
Yeah, like he does a lot of cool shit in them, and he's like, I don't know. I watched his one. He made biochar, and I'm hoping we can talk about that a little. And I don't know how much time he's gonna have or whatever. It's been weird trying to communicate because it's like 16 hours ahead of us. So like.
He's not
like
in Michigan,
him,
and that was my next question.
Yeah, like I'm telling him November 17th, but it's actually the 18th for him. So for half
had this, Eagle and I just had this. I had to message him, and I was like, Wednesday morning is your Tuesday night. Yeah, we're talking about my Wednesday morning. He's like, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's what I did. I was like the whole time I'm telling him, hey, the 17th and yada yada, and not even realizing that that's my 17th at night is actually his 18th during the day, and it was kind of a like, oh no shit, The planet
almost-
is round.
It almost
Where
bit
is
me
he?
on the ass today. It almost bit me on the ass today. If he was like, oh, that's cool, I can still do it. I'm like, yes. Yeah, because I kind of forgot he was in fucking South Africa until
Right,
I
that's
got
where he
his.
is.
Yeah, I was like, oh fuck, I forgot to clarify this shit. And he was like, so tonight, and that was yesterday. I'm like, actually, actually, try again tomorrow morning, 6:30 for you. Still good?
So good. Yeah, 8:46 in Australia now. Yeah, on the Wednesday. That's a trip, man. It's like I don't know, it takes you a minute. You almost I almost had to write it down on paper and shit to be like, oh, okay. I get it now. Kind of
And then your PST and breathe, all the fuck.
it made me think too hard. I don't like that shit.
No. And you had it right the first time. You just have to go through it in your head a sec, right? So okay, that's cool.
Cool, man. Yeah, it'll be fun, man. He'll be a good guest. He's a cool guy. So. And everybody should check him out on Instagram and YouTube too. Like I said, it's a really interesting video journal he did. So like, cool shit.
Is it from start to finish? Because that's really appealing, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
right.
Built a
Because
lot
of COVID.
Yeah, he dug. Yeah, it's 2 years worth of work, pretty much. I mean, so.
It's what I'm going to embark on in a couple of years, mate. As soon as I move, that's exactly what's going to happen. The garden's getting built, like dream shit. We just have 2 more years on this mortgage and then we move to the coast and it is on. We already really are property hunting.
Oh, yeah.
It's really hard to commit to my microbes currently. I'm like, are you guys good for a bit? Because it can't be like that, but it does feel like that. It's like, yeah.
Well, you know Jeff Lawton, right? Like, he's the other guy. He's been doing the permaculture stuff or whatever, but he doesn't live too far from David. So they he was in some of David's videos when he was building the what do they call them? The terraces, or not terrace? I said that wrong. Were they on a hillside where they dig the trenches down?
Yeah, they're terraces.
Terraces or whatever. Yeah. I thought there was a different word for that. Swale. That's what I was trying to think.
Oh, okay.
Swales. So, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool, man. Like, I don't know, you'd enjoy it if that's what
we're gonna watch some of that every night. I think we instead of just watching Netflix, I tend to bang in a quick, here's a horticultural thing, or here's a mushroom thing. Now my wife's getting all indoctrinated, and yeah.
Well, the cool part is the way he does it, man. Like I said, he's an edge. You know what I mean? He's a trained photographer. Like, he understands, how to put that stuff together, and it's a very entertaining the way he does shit. Like, he'll have a time lapse of a video, of a plant growing, or it'll be a time lapse of him, cleaning some shit up or whatever. It's just makes it entertaining. Anyway. So,
wicked.
But cool, guys. Have a good one.
Sweet.
Tomorrow. Thank you.
Good one, brother. Thank you. So, Mr. Twisted Roots there in chat, you missed a good fucking show tonight. We talked about frequency. We talked about fucking all kind of crystals, putting rocks in your water. Oh, shit. All kinds of stuff. Just good vibes, blessing your water with good vibes. You definitely missed a good episode there.
Peace, Twisted from Lake County.
What's that?
Peace from Lake County. Twisted is from Ohio. He actually grew up about 15, 20 minutes from me. And then he moved into my old neighborhood, and yeah.
Up yonder. Up yonder.
But that's when I was back working with North Coast Normal out of Lakewood, Ohio, in the mid to late 90s.
So this crystal, black tourmaline, you've seen me hold this up before. It's supposed to be a shield. That's its energy, its protection. And yesterday, my wife and I had to go and do something which was pretty unpleasant for me, to do with my health. Had to happen. We knew it was coming. So this was in my pocket, obviously. Then things went fine. They went how we wanted them to go as far as to this point. And when I got home, I put my hand in my pocket. And this is in a lot of different pieces now. So anyway, don't say that's bad luck, that's bad luck. I don't want to hear it. The way I'm putting this is that it did its job. It protected me. It took the shit. It took the shit for me. And now all these other bits of crystal, in a weird turn of events, and this really did happen, I accidentally left this on top of a pot of a plant that was not doing well. I had fucked with the plant quite a lot. And I left it there. And that plant came good, really good. And so all these little shards are going to go in my plants to keep that good vibe, you know. So anyway, I'm making it up, but that's the story of my broken crystal. I still got a big chunk, huh?
So hopefully you have a good humor about your story, because I'm gonna fucking play with it here. Hopefully it wasn't for that midlife exam we all have to go to around 45 to 50, and you didn't put that in your underwear to block the old hole, and he had to ram that camera through that motherfucker just to give you your exam.
That exam I've had, and he was a she. Nah, it was worse than that.
All right, brother. For real.
Yeah, it was totally a government thing, dude, and it was just a thing that had to be an interview that had to be done. So yeah, yeah, it was done in the way it should be done. So it was all good. Some people have bad experience. That was not my case. That's good mojo, good Green 13. That's the shit I want to hear.
Oh yeah.
Thought you were going in old caveman style against the rectal exam. Roll the rock in front of it. You'll never get in front of this.
Hillbilly Herb, man, that is amazing. That is exactly what I want to hear. The full moon is tonight, and that is exactly what I'll do. I've got a question. I'll check in a sec, but I think it's tonight. It was 94% last night. How do they clean things like this up? You see this groove in here? Was that cleaned out of there with acid? I'm asking Hillbilly because you said you've mined this stuff, or does someone know? Do you know Green Fingers? How do they clean crystals up?
A lot of some of them you just clean with water. Some people don't clean them at all because they're weird nerds.
But that channel in there, that channel's probably. Well, there is some pink bits on it, but you probably won't be.
You should find stuff inside the rock. If it breaks, you will find different sediment in there.
Gold.
Yeah, you'll find gold and shit. That's what I'm like. If you find something in there, you'll find it.
Is Steelbird in chat?
Who?
Steelbird. Steelbird is also Rockhound on IG. He's up in like Maine, and that's what he does is he goes out and hunts crystals and rocks. He would be a good person to ask. And I know he pops in the chat and he pops over on Fumies from time to time, and he's always over on Future Cannabis.
Comes out of the ground like that. Wicked. So that's how it forms, kind of. That's why it's real shardy anyway.
You'll find veins going through it of different material, like different minerals that were near it. I'm trying to look for a piece of crystal. I got pieces of.
Yeah, likely they'll be together, huh? In a vein of different stuff, depending what's spewed out of that.
Yeah, right through the tips. Sometimes you'll see it all just go straight down the middle, and then crazy.
There was a program on our TV of maybe in Arizona or somewhere like that. It was a program of people who went crystal hunting, and it's actually an excellent program. It's better than the gold rush type programs because it's like not so fucking desperate and not so much about moving equipment about, more about climbing a mountain and looking for using your eyes and ears. But yeah, it was a cool program. I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah. A lot of those. Rock.
There was a program called Rock Hunters. I think it was on our Weather Channel. It was on one of those channels, and they were out west, and they were going for the amber and the tourmalines and all those, and the aquamarines. That was a really cool show, and I watched that all the time.
Yeah, I do remember that one.
I feel like that might be it.
I think it is. It was the last one you said. The blue fucking.
The aquamarine.
Aquamarine, that's the one I remember seeing because that was like real special and easier to find out of the wall because it was the only blue in the wall. So it's like once you find that blue, you look for that vein and keep going. It was like shit.
But you know, these people were doing this out on the side of the hill where
on the mountain, right?
On the hill. And you were like 100, 200 feet down the hill.
Yeah, the one guy that couldn't look back, he's like, I can't look back after I get this high. And like the chick's like, okay, like I'll guide you down. Like he had to guide him down. Oh, scary.
19th is the full moon. I'm told in chat 2 days. Okay. Definitely Aries moon, really fucking destructive, really fucking full on energy. I don't know if anyone's experiencing the same thing. Like the moon is extremely active. The last 2 full moons I've found like that.
Yeah, super destructive.
Aries, yeah. Everyone significant in my life has been an Aries pretty much.
It's
So now I can't speak. They can't speak because I won't let them move on my head. My ears are
all
too big.
the bright-eyed, bushy-tailed morning folk.
They're all on eagle time.
They're all on eagle time.
And you're changing up time again. You're going to mess everybody up. Nobody's awake, I don't think. I don't know who's in chat, though.
Lots of people.
My computer's still not turning on. I'm trying to charge it.
Trimming the shit out of this Jerome.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm not really. I have a last bit to do that it needs to get done, but I'm burned down with it. I just, yeah.
This is the fourth one today. I've been working on.
Do you know what I found? I sit on a little stool and I hunch over the bin. Like it's such a weird position, but it just stops my shoulders going up. And I know you have that shoulder thing too, but yeah.
It's easier to trim up here. That's for sure. You know, I actually listened to your voice the other day, to be honest with you. Last time I talked about trimming, I was bitching about sitting all the time, and you couldn't get that good position. And you were like, I do all my trimming standing up. I was thinking, man, I miss because that's back at the old place. That's how I did most of my trimming, was standing at my workbench. There's no fucking place, place to stand up around here. So I actually took your advice. I fucking stacked up some buckets and set my shit up right there. a bucket for the fucking tray to catch, set of buckets for my fucking herbs now racks. You know, set them fuckers on and fucking just stand there. Made a big difference. So most
It
of the day,
does.
I've been standing, man. Made a
Just I just cycled through it, but I have done less standing this time. But it's exactly that. I take this tote and the trim bin, and that sits on the kitchen table, and that's the perfect height for me to then. And I'm not dropping things because I don't want nugs dropping down distances or anything. And like you, I've got a bin here for trim and a bin here for nugs, and yeah.
In this
It's
position,
a system.
I try to fucking get all lazy fucker or something because I find myself with my elbows on my knees, and then about an hour into it, my fucking lower back just starts fucking killing me. So, hell yeah, I'm about ready to stand back up here soon.
And actually
Yeah,
making
it's
yourself use the back of the chair. That's a big thing I have to do. It's like push your back against the chair. Like I'm like, there's a back of a chair for the reason. Otherwise, I'm fucking hunched over like a fucking. Yeah.
that's so weird because that's another thing. But I don't have to be pushed to the back of the chair, but my butt has to be at the back of the chair. It's like push back. Almost if you
Yeah, the
push a
butt part.
bit, there's some resistance where you're pushing with your feet, and definitely how my feet are on the floor is a part of it most of the time usually.
Yeah, that's key,
Yeah.
I think. You gotta mess up the whole sciatic fucking nerve if you do get it. And that'll pop you out of line forever. You pinch your shit and that hurts.
You guys make it sound so nice and gentle. I got one of those like so I've got scoliosis and I'm like throwing that out. I lay flat on the ground. You can put your whole forearm underneath the curve in my back. And fucking so a lot of times I'll sit with they got it's like a blue curvy thing you put behind you to try to ease that spot in your back. There's times where like when that fucker hurts, man, I'll grab these arms of this fucking chair, put that behind me, and just fucking throw myself back and pull the chair back forward as hard as I can. Damn near like car accident to fucking get that fucking crack. Oh.
This time it's actually been more mental for me. It's been like, I don't want to do this anymore. And the thing is, I've also been like a fucking artist with it. It's like, why are you taking so long over this? It's pluck. And in the end, it's because I don't want it to be a chore. So I'm like, I look at the pile of nugs and I'm like, oh, they look beautiful. So fuck it. It'll just take longer.
This process right here is fucking, I'd say 30% easy. Part of the judgment of fucking if it's gonna stay or not. It's all sativa. And this girl here is, I mean, it's not that bad, but if it were any more sativa leaning where it'd be fucking out of here. I don't like to sit here. That point, that's too much work to put in the trip. It's fat.
You're not lying. One already replaced the other. I chucked the thing out because, sorry, Captain, but I trimmed one twice as fast as the other. And if they're as good as each other, that's you're done because it's that simple. Even if you produced more. Go ahead, Captain.
I've actually been finding that out that, a lot of these things are getting shut because they're just a bitch to trim. But if your plant is totally covered in crystals, then, all that you trim off still has another purpose.
That's right.
But a lot of people are saying this is a bitch, it's out.
Gotta go. Bitch gotta go. That's what I say. But that's all my shit, like sativa to the fucking max. And outdoors, they don't completely grow like indoor. I don't know. They get fucking the size of your arm and fucking giant, tall, 16-foot, and fucking big old buds. And you gotta make sure those buds aren't that big or they get moldy. So that's a bitch.
Don't get me wrong, Cap. I mean, I'll save that sugary shit. It's not garbage by any means. It's just, in my opinion, it affects flavor because I'm not, when I am trimming it, I'm not going in there and getting that little piece of stick, you know what I mean, and pulling that out. It's all Edward Scissors hands where I'm trimming it flush and letting it recede into the bud. So there's that green leaf, little bit of shaky kind of flavor into the bud there, to where I'd prefer to get that out, or wouldn't have to deal with it in a more golf bud time, type of bud. But
Yeah.
yeah, I get you. I get you. Sometimes they're worth keeping for sure. I mean, worth the hassle. But I don't know. Being the only guy on the team.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There's nobody to pawn this bucket off on, Captain.
You know, I had friends and they were like, "Oh, can we come over and help you harvest?" And then I was like, "Yeah." So, okay, it's time for trimming. They sit down and they start trimming. They do it one time and the friends disappear. And it's like, guys, I'm offering you all the smoke you can smoke. Come over and help me trim.
That's the problem. They smoke until they're all fucking high and then they don't want to trim anymore.
No, they trim one bud, they do a bad job, then they look at you and you say, "Get the fuck out because I don't want you fucking up the rest of my bud." And they do that on purpose.
Exactly. My wife knows. She knows exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Let me just chomp a couple calyxes here.
Snip a whole fucking bud in half on purpose. It's like, snip. It's like, ooh, sorry. Like, no, fuck. Shit doesn't cut it for me. I don't trim mine at all. I trim it when I smoke it. I do everything normal, like natural, like natural.
Well, I've known you a while now, so I'm going to ask you a question about that natural. When we first met you, you had a blanket with weed in it, and I don't think there was ever a full explanation as to why you were keeping weed in a blanket. And now you could tell me how that's natural.
I had to move like overnight, pretty much. It's fucking. I think I made videos on YouTube, but I don't think I had Instagram at the moment. Like I didn't have a phone, so I was using my computer or whatever, taking videos of me having to cut down my harvest way too early. It was like fucking 6 days too early. I could say that's way too early. It was clear heads, and so I didn't have no more boxes, and all I had was a blanket. And the last of the buds got all bundled up, and I tied them up like big old fucking joints with a bunch of twine. I did that to each bundle, and I had like 20 something bundles, and I threw them all in there. Me and my mom put them in there, wrapped them up, and put them in my RV, and I had to have everything out of the house that night. Like there were like 300 something plants in the fucking RV. She drove it to the property for me, fucking allegedly. But yeah.
Oh my God, you had a lot of blanket weed, dude. Fucking
yeah. I had pounds of fucking. There were like 10-pound plants that I had to cut down. It was horrible. And like they didn't even get the bud the weight. Like it was like small bud, but the seeds were all mature, and I was happy about that because I got all the seeds. So I want to go for seed, and they used to make hash, but I got lazy and started just saving it. So I have like 4 years worth of saved shit just waiting for me to get. And when I get it here, then I can make hash. But I got just buckets full of shit. The whole tree, trimming, bud, everything. I'll smoke for years with that shit if I have to. But it's waiting for me. I just got to get it here. Once I get it here, then I'll be busting out big old buds again, different shit. In like 2 years, fuck. I'll be like 3 years old now. 4 years. It'd be crazy. All the shit before that, I saved in buckets before that. I never got to. And before that, I never got to.
That's gonna make some sleepy hash, dude. That THC is all CBN now.
5 years. Yeah, it's almost 5 years worth of saved shit. Some of it's bright red, and some of it's orange, and some of it's almost like black, and it's just turned into a little patty on the bottom. Fucking gotta take the fucking seeds out. It's crazy. It's like already turning into hash on its own.
Yeah.
Fucking nutty. I'm like, what the fuck? Can't wait to make hash with it. When I do, I'll make a video, of course, because that's gonna be the shit. A lot of shake, a lot of trim, a lot of untrimmed bud. I just throw a whole thing in there. I just gotta get the seed separator from somebody, or make one. Get the cutouts, make it, and then that's the most important thing: separating the seeds first.
Right, because you want them.
hmm And
Yeah.
then I'll do one run without it, and then I'll just throw it all in the pile and compost that on top of my bud, on top of my soil, so those will pop. But I won't do it if I don't have any more space for that. So I'll do one run when I get a bag set of bags pretty soon because I got trim here now too. I fucking already did 2 runs here. Fuck. So yeah, I got trim from here, and yeah, I need half.
What are you doing? Sift?
I just do the 7-bag series. Wet, fucking cold ice. Not too much ice. The way we do in the desert, our ice melts very fast. You got to do it on a cold night with cold instruments real fast. I don't do it much. I don't do no 2 runs. I drink the shit after, so I don't want to waste that. I want it to be for me, for my health, vigor, make it strong like bull. That shit's good though. It makes great iced tea. It's my favorite. Hash water. Fucks you up.
Yeah, I bet. I bet it does, man.
You don't remember weeks at a time. It's just like, fuck, I forgot that had hash in it. And you accidentally wake up to take a drink. It's like, fuck, I woke up and drank more. It's like, good night. Every time.
Probably dehydrated, desperate for a drink.
And it sucks because then you got to wake up being super starving and go into the fridge just for a drink in the middle of the night. You know you're going to eat half the fridge. Like, fuck. You just might as well make some food early for that fucking experience every time. I miss that. I love that house. That was my grandma's house. Cool shit.
I got something coming Friday that I'm looking forward to.
So to report on that Mac. Oh, okay. So the report on that Mac, it would be a great time day smoke for me. It actually gives me a little bit around the head, like a headband, where the high is mainly cerebral for me. But it does have, because I have neuropathy and things like that, I do get a little bit of the body tingle from it. So I do get a nice relaxed feeling with kind of a giddy high to it. So if someone's looking for that type of weed for the daytime, then I would suggest the Mac. I like it. And that garlic that I was picking up in the beginning and the cure went right away. And the smoke, as you've seen, I was coughing my ass off. It really expanded. I like that. I like really thick smokes and smokes that make you, yeah, because I do have a breathing problem and I'm able to expel a lot from my lungs because my sinuses don't drain properly and they actually go down into my lungs after my accident, after they had to reconstruct everything in my face. So that's the report on that Mac 1 that Spartan has.
Flavor?
Yeah, I really can't tell you the flavor because I have my dentures in.
Oh, right.
But when I smoke the other Mac, it's completely different. This one to me had a very pleasant taste, and I'd like to try it with, real taste buds, but
pop them fucking choppers out, dude. Hit that shit.
That shit's fixated in, man. The roof of my mouth ain't like everybody else's. It's all fucked up.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, man. No, I got from when I started learning kickbox back here, I took a shot to the face. And man, I used to have to, this sucker here, man, it never was this small. At one point, it was a whole plate on top of your mouth. And even to this day, I still pop that out just so I eat. But it's from the habit of back then. that shit that plate on the top of your mouth, man, covers so much taste, blocks out so much shit. Oh, I hated it.
Well, they say the majority of your taste buds are on the roof of your mouth. And like you said, I have a big plate that goes over top of that. And not only does it do that, it puts pressure on the sinuses because of being in pain. You know, you're always kind of biting down and gritting your teeth and moving through it because it's day, you have to go on.
Yeah.
But thumbs up to Spartan. That was great. Thanks for the gift. And I may have to ask for a cut. And that's one thing too, you know, everybody's, you know, feminizing seeds and everything. And, you know, I do it this way because I want to preserve the genetics. Well, what about taking that and changing it like into a real male? Instead of taking and forcing it to make feminized seeds, taking a female and taking it the other way and making it a male.
Why do you think that preserves it more?
I just think it does. I think it's gonna be more like an inbred line. Because
a strong breeding male, basically.
When you do it that way, you don't end up with all female chromosomes.
Yeah, but
your X and Y's are back to basically it's an.
Oh, you mean
XX.
you want to reverse a female to a male? I mean, wait, yeah.
That's what you're saying, yeah. Okay. And hold it in male form as a male plant.
If you find a good male, just find a good male, and then just use a good male.
What if it's a clone only, or you only have a female?
Oh, shit. Yeah. Those people are fucked. You don't have to do it that way. You'd have to reverse it.
Watch chat light up with that one.
Well, it is anyway, because the first comment is from Twisted Roots, who says, wannabe nerds are scared, Captain 420, to basically sort it out and do it, I think he's saying.
Yeah,
and then Mr. Toad says, outcrossing, add unwanted genetic code.
Yeah, just leave everything. All males, all females, and then you let them go crazy.
The captain's excited again, so his mind's really thinking, and it's racing, and I've got a couple different genetic paths I want to go down, and I'm excited because I'm going to be someplace where I can use the outdoor sun, and I can do everything I want to do under a shaded field in the sun. And I have basically 160, 175 days where I don't have any rain. And the temperature ranges from the 50s to 95, 98, almost 100 degrees during the day. And I have a constant 4-mile-per-hour wind, 3-mile-per-hour winds. So that's really nice.
Thinking that you're close to the Bay City area. Where all the windmills are. I love that. It's flat, pretty flat land through there.
Are you staying in the States?
No, I'm going back to Thailand, I think. My house cost me $112 a month. I have a truck there. I have a bike there. And I left 100 pounds of food, so maybe I still have a cat. But, you know, basically.
It's someone else's cat now, but it's probably still there.
Well, Luckily enough, I have nice neighbors, and I threw kind of a little, going away party for myself, and I invited them. So hopefully my cat is being fed and maybe even pet every once in a while. But, I basically weighed up what was going on in Michigan, and I can't take my life savings and invest it in something that could be changed and gone. And just like what Modern says, he's still building out his operation. He had to go pay for his license again. Yeah, with my discount, my Class C license would only be $16,000 from the 40,000. But I can't be putting that out and spending, 100,000, 150,000 building out an operation. I don't have to spend $1 million on doing clones. Clones can be done, basically for $35,000 worth of equipment.
And so that's the plan, is it?
Well,
That's the real plan.
That was my plan, was to open up a craft cannabis nursery in Michigan and do genetics with a Class C license, which would allow me 2,000 plants. Well, 400 of those would be going into flowering because I would be doing genetics with them and making seeds. So I would have to screw with the metrics on that. But all the other plants would basically be just kept in veg, and I would make clones, and then the clones would have to be tagged for metrics. So my fucking with metrics was way down. But with everything going on in Michigan and everybody wanting to change the laws and the rules, and right now it's not looking like it may not go through, but a clone that has roots all of a sudden becomes a plant, and it would count against my count. So I would be screwed. I couldn't do what I want to do. And if it takes 4 months to build out a place, and by the time you get it all done, you could be bankrupt, and I can't afford to do that. This is my life savings that I have, and I have to make it last. And I can't find 98,000 miles on a Chevy Cruze, and they still want 22,000 fucking dollars for it. I can't buy a car here. I have one in Thailand. I have a 4x4, and it's great. Because Google Maps likes to say, oh yeah, there's a road there, but you going down it and it's a cart path, and then all of a sudden you come to a stream and it's like, there's no water on Google Maps here. How the hell am I supposed to get across this?
It's a different land. Yeah, and economies of scale.
Yeah. And I could live there on $10 a day. I can't do that here.
And when I was like 21, that was like £1 a day. Yeah. It was maybe even 60 pence a day for 3 square meals and accommodation, yeah, it's a different economic situation.
And coming back here, I joked with my mom. I said, listen, I can go down to Sheetz gas station and just be a cashier and do nothing. And every month is a year in Thailand for me. So maybe I pick up a small job here and there, but I think we may go back into somewhat of a clone business for a couple months. Someone offered me some elite clones cuts, G-Mac and Mac 1, not Spartans, another Mac 1. But he gave me a whole list, and I was like, wow, apple fritters is on there, All these ones people are asking for that may be a year, 2 years old, but they're not available to everybody. Then I can start doing that for a couple months. Because I do have places in Michigan where I can grow.
And put clones out on a license.
Well, no, just put clones out to medical patients. I still have a medical card, so I'm allowed my 12 plants and allowed 12 plants for the residency. So that's 24 mother plants. And right now, clones in Michigan don't count if they're under 8 inches.
Twisted Roots wants you to get hold of him on that subject.
I will do that, Twisted. Thank you, G13.
Did you say he grew up where you grew up?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, fucking hell. Is he in America? I'm coming to see it. So he's just hollering at you anyway.
Yeah, we grew up. That's why I said shout out from Lake County, because that's the county just east of Cleveland.
In chat, they're talking about fem seeds.
I knew that would bring up a little stuff in chat, because that's something that no one really wants to do, but I think it's a way to lock in, you know, almost like IBLing it.
Stems are for pussies. Sorry. Something cool came out of me. Stems are okay, but if you have to do it.
The conversation is actually about controlling cannabis, that being the problem with femmes, the control of it, and how, yeah, that's the conversation they're kind of having, which is kind of an interesting conversation, because obviously, yeah, it's how big agriculture, you know, does what it does, really. But I think cannabis has too much spirit for that. It's not fucking corn.
Money does help some of these motherfuckers. Money's like taking a lot of these people out. They're just like, all right, I'll do it. Money. Take whatever you want. They're giving them the opportunity to take over. Fucking shit's happening. People are still up, no matter what.
I honestly thought he was waiting for a fucking summons there, Twisted.
Blue glove brigade. Everybody's at work.
I was gonna call him, and I was gonna say come in, and the other need somebody else to chat.
There it is. What up?
What's up, Twisted?
What's happening? Yo, Captain, I didn't even know you were in America, man.
I'm in America.
That's fucking sweet. But look, dude, I know like you want to go back home and it's cheaper and shit, but there's not much going on in Thailand, as you've been telling us for many, many years. But dude, there's new farms. I know Michigan's changing all kinds of stupid laws and shit. They're just trying to, what they're really trying to do, like from the interactions I've had with the pot cops, is they're really trying to take out the black market in Michigan. You know, from their mouth, they said that the black market, it's like the wild, wild west in Michigan, how Cali, you know, used to be, or whatever, it probably still is. But they're really trying to take that out. So they're trying to make the laws different. You know, I think the caregiver law thing, new one come down or whatever, sucks, but it gives us a chance to get our shit tested and get in the legal game, back in it. And that's what's cool. But, you know, like you're talking about clones and seeds, and there's 2 new farms that just came online up in Michigan, and I'm going to see them here real soon. I wanted to go see them earlier, but I don't leave my house when I'm grown. And they're looking for seeds and clones and looking for business options. What's up, Beagle? What up, by the way?
I was just gonna say about the eliminating the black market. They're frying the wrong fish there. They're trying to take away the growth from the medical people, but we're talking about the black market here, okay? Street corners, parking lots, no names. Keyword, no names. So with that being said, if you were going to grow cannabis for the black market, I would be fucking doing it, fucking calling it my recreational plants. I sure in the fuck wouldn't go pull a medical license. They're going, hey, I'm growing cannabis. And by the way, I'm going to flood your black market. No, we're restricted by numbers. It's the recreational side of things that with no limits, you and I both know we can grow fucking 50 pounds outside and recreational, and we can have 50 pounds recreational, and we could easily turn around and funnel that into the black market. But no, it's the medical growers that's only fucking allowed 2.5 ounces per patient. That's going to the fucking medical market, or that's the black market they're worried about.
Yeah,
it's fucking stupid. It's stupid.
Where they got that idea was when they took away in 2019, caregivers' ability to take their overages to the dispensary. They're like, well, wow, we got this increase now in black market sales, going on, and we're losing sales in Michigan in the dispensaries. So they're like, oh, it must be all these caregivers. So dude, as soon as I got my caregiver license, they were at my door. They were like, oh, we got an anonymous tip. Man, shut the fuck up. I just got my caregiver license, dude. And they wanted to count my plants and make sure I wasn't selling weed. I was like, I don't even know anybody here. I was like, dude, I had to search for my freaking patients, And but yeah, I'm really trying to get in because I really want to get into legal cannabis, I want to have a future, and I really want to be in with seeds. I want to have a mom and pop shop down in the future. I want to do events, get other growers, all you guys kind of in Michigan stuff involved, and everyone has a booth. Everyone has their thing. Imagine Eagle doing a show at a live event or something like that. How fucking cool would that be with interviews and cool shit like that, But then, I've been thinking about it. I'm like, man, it's all this and that. There's so much shit involved with licensing for just a grow op. Dispensaries are a whole nother thing. But if you can get in with like seeds and clones, there's different types of businesses. You know what I'm saying? Like you were saying, Captain, you have, once it has a root, it's a plant. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. But if you work with clones that, you can keep a clone in a bucket for 3 fucking weeks, 3 months, if you want to, before it starts growing roots really, and keep chopping it or whatever. So there's different ways around that. But yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities in Michigan for clone and seeds to feed farms, especially if you have new strains, like you were saying, before everyone's making all these same strains. They're taking GG4 and they're crossing it with GG4. And here's another strain of GG4, another variation. Well, let's make new stuff, put new stuff out there, and then have everyone excited again about cannabis. And I think there's a lot of room for that now in Michigan. So, I'm going to talk to you about it and see what you think before you go back to Thailand.
As breeding came to the point, though, where these farmers can throw out 5,000 seeds and get a consistency that they can. With my pheno selection here, we talked about this the other night. I feel bad about mixing number 6 with number fucking 2 to make up a patient bag. They get bagged separately. These equally what you're supposed to get, but I didn't want to put them together because they didn't fucking go together.
Yeah.
So how can they do that on a large scale without calling their shit like a Turkish blend of cannabis? This is fucking Gorilla Glue, but it's a blend of Gorilla Glue. It's and even at that, how a bigger farm with clones, that's a huge cloning operation to take care of. I need 10,000 clones for this year's 2-acre farm.
I've heard of 15,000
all the same.
Yeah, 15,000 clones for one place out here, like I heard once, and I was like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah.
I figured I would be with the 2,000 plant Class C license. I figured I would probably have between 16 and 20 employees working for me, taking care of it. And basically I'd be taking care of the moms and taking the initial cut and giving it off to them and letting them go through all the process. And I would just show each one the process. Hey, you have to, you know, you have to take all the tips of the fan leaves off, and you're the next person. You have to, you know, basically take off the bottom 2 nodes. And
with that being said, as a licensed, clone dealer, if you will, do you have to like or would you, in my opinion, it seemed like you'd have to go through testing like every 6 months to make sure your mother is still clean and not necessarily passing off some kind of dirty clones. You caught something from A to B. You might have opened with a clean mom.
Everything that I run, it's only a 200 to what? It's about a $200 test to run for pathogens. So yeah, make sure that the plants are clean and make sure that you have a strong preventative maintenance program in place. And that's what I've always said, preventative maintenance is everything. If you prevent everything, then you don't have to ever worry about it.
Yeah.
And what does it do? It's a once or twice a week thing that you have to do. So what? I don't.
Which is cool 6 times in a row, but that one time you miss it, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you're doing it every week, so you get 6 weeks down the line, you can miss one time, and you're still fine.
I'm a hobby guy anyway. That's the intent, isn't it? The intent is to keep them perfect. And weirdly, I never quite managed to do that.
Yeah, it's a bitch when they get something. Then it's like you're stressed. You're always fighting. You know what I'm saying? I like to kind of let my stuff get something though. Then I can see what I'm working with. I can see what is resistant.
Are you with me or are you going?
Yeah.
How hardcore are you?
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of good options though in Michigan coming up. They're changing the caregiver license. They're coming up with a research and development license, supposedly. They're changing this other license so you can have basically a mom and pop shop. They're changing the 150 plant count, the micro business, to 300 plant count. I was like, hell yeah. That's what I really trying to go for is the micro business. I really want from back of the shop to the front of the shop sales. You know what I mean?
Now the new super micro business in Michigan, though, you cannot make extracts and you cannot make medibles. You have to ship it out. You can't do it on site. If you have the 150, you can do it on site.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what you're describing, that's because that has soul, right? Like if you've got something invested in it, which is you're the grower at the back, and your wife's got to sell that in the shop at the front. So you best not embarrass her, right? And so there's pride in that whole thing. Unfortunately, like you say, can't do the edibles, unfortunately, because that'll be to do with some stupid cannabis law to do with cleanliness or some dumb shit.
Well,
but
what it is you have to have a processor's license. They split it so that way they get more money, but everyone gets covered. I mean, and really, if you're going to be the full-fledged business, you want to corner that market. If you're the cultivator, you want to have the cultivator license, you want to have the transport license, and you want to have the processor license. So that way you can kind of do it all. If you have that kind of money and the facilities, you know what I mean? That way, because, if you're the cultivator and say you get 1,000 a pound, you got to sell that pound to the transporter. The transporter then takes it to, say, if he's going straight to the dispensary, then he buys it, takes the dispensary, he sells it to the dispensary for a price. If it goes to a processor, it goes from him to the processor, from the processor back to him, from the processor to the dispensary. What? That's stupid. Oh, that's beautiful, bro.
Columbia?
Yeah.
It's a whole shit show game, but that's how they make their money and that's how it funnels down the pyramid. You know what I mean? But like, if you want to get out of the monotony of, just the home grow, I really just want to spread genetics and health out, you know what I mean, in a legal way without people telling me, you know, you could possibly go to jail for that. I don't want to be that guy. It's why I moved here, you know what I mean? So I really want to do something different and make a change and be a part of something. You know, I really want to do that, you know. I don't want to work for the man, but I would love to work for the weed man.
Yeah, I am. The draw for me is what you're describing. It's to share that thing. I need to live a life, but I just wanna. That's not the focus. The focus is to, you know, I want to sit down and smoke a coffee and. No, I don't want to smoke a coffee. Smoke a joint, drink a coffee, you know, and give you something that's got love and pride in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we can smoke some coffee if you want, but obviously the weed's going to be better.
It'll get you really wired.
You have to have a wake shake.
Yeah, but I have a question. What if one of us wants to become the man? Like, you know, what if somebody comes and says, "Let me buy out all your shit"? Like, how the fuck does that work? Who's
Sell it? Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, see, either. Well, if it's corporate, then I kind of have an issue with the corporate. But any other kind of regular Joe weed man, you know, that's.
And what
that's
if they get an offer? What if
What's
they get an offer? If they can't get it, what are like? So you sell it to them, then like they can sell it to whoever they want, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a fucking shit show of the game. So it's like,
yeah. Well, it really is. And that's how these little sharks, they play like that too. Because I talk to all these different people and they're all investors and they're hungry as shit. They just get millions of dollars and they'll throw it here, 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 here. And at the end of the month, they're getting these fat paychecks from all these different investments, you know? So they don't give a shit. And what it is I know other people that they help you build your company just so they can sell it to somebody else, and they'll go buy another company and build it up and sell it to somebody else. And this is what the fuck they do. Though this is what people do out there. You know, we're sitting here doing these live shows, smoking weed all day, growing weed, talking about how we can get better. These dudes are eating $1 million deals for breakfast. You know, it's wild. It's wild to like see people on that other side, and you're like, holy shit, man. So it's like the opportunity, though, for any one of us to get into like the legal weed business is absolutely possible. There's investors. You know, a lot of people think, oh, I don't have the money. What you need to do is have a solid business plan. I'm talking, you need to have the real estate ready, already looked out, all the paperwork looked at, you know, that kind of crap. What lawyer you're going to go to, you know, these kind of things. And you pop that to an investor. They go with your plan. They'll give you millions of dollars, and all you got to do is go do it. You know, it's sad. 2 licenses were awarded in Alpena, where I live, up in Michigan. And they got the licenses. They got the properties. They didn't go through with the building. They didn't go through with the inspections, and it's about to expire here. The licenses only last 1 year. They have dragged their feet the whole entire year and never opened up these dispensaries. I'm like, are you shitting me? This is what we all waited for. I'm like, oh God. So what they did was, at first they only had 2 licenses available, and that was it for cultivators and for dispensaries. It was, well, 4, I would say, but 2. You know, they cornered that market. After they drug their feet, they opened it wide open for all licenses in Alpena, except I don't know yet if they have event licenses, because we have a fairgrounds here. It's just perfect for a cannabis event. It's right on
delivery. Do deliveries or no deliveries?
What's
delivery? Do they have deliveries?
Delivery service here? No, not yet. And that's what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get investors for that here.
They've got delivery. You can get a delivery license here.
Oh yes, but I'm sorry. I thought you meant do they have delivery services available here? They don't have that here, but I don't know if they have the delivery service available up here. I'll have to check that out. But that's one thing I'm trying to get investors for. Is for that. I think it is, though, because I think we looked at them and they opened everything up, and the only thing we didn't see, I think, was the events. You know, because it'd be super loud. They have races here and shit sometimes in the summer.
Be careful with those investor snakes, is what Tommy Trichome says, and that's
Oh,
the
for
truth.
sure.
I'm glad we're us sitting up here talking this, and we're not Chad counting the money. I'm sorry for them. I'm happy
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah. You know what's weird is sometimes these people, they need so much money that they'll have over 100 investors. How the hell do you keep something like that straight? Like,
Yeah,
dude, I
that's
want no part of that. None. I want to have a small
75
operation, so I only
Yeah.
need one investor. You know?
Crazy.
But it is weird. Those investors are not being, sorry, Captain, very intelligent, because their part's so small, mind you, so's their risk.
Well, a lot of them don't even know either that they're doing that. Some people are just like kind of Ponzi scheming people in, and they're just like, "Can I get 1,000, 15,000 from you, 15,000 from you?" And then they're like, "Oh, they're the investors," because paperwork's got to be that way. Otherwise, it's not even that way. Because allegedly my dad was like an investor and fucking a bunch of businessmen over here were. So it doesn't even, the way it works is money is fucking investors. If you got money, you got pool.
Yep.
So
The only way an investor works is he's only interested about the money, and you sit down and you tell him you're not going to see money for a year.
now it's
And
cool, and the real
he
operation is
doesn't
not
have
honest.
any input into it. He's just the money, and you say you're not going to see anything for 1 year, and then every 2, 3 months, 4 months, you get a check.
Yeah. Yeah. Most of the investors I've been talking to, they want a 3-year return. So in 3 years, they want all their money back. And until then, I was like, shit, in cannabis, everyone knows you ain't getting shit for at least the first year. Maybe not even until the second year. You know what I mean? Because it's cannabis. You got to grow the shit.
Yeah, and the first bit is all just spend, spend, spend. That's where the money is disappearing, and it'll all be gone before the first harvest. And we're spending it on insects, and we're spending it on fucking those pots we needed, and oh shit, we need nematodes. Fucking the money's gone.
Dude,
And
most
see,
of the
that's-
buildings are $1 million plus.
And that's why I wanted to do the clones, because the clones can be done at a lower cost, and I get paid every 10 to 14 days.
You do it all hydro.
Yeah, and I tell you what, there's way less pest pressure in a situation like that than in a flower environment, and that's money. That is money saved, dude. When you don't put them in that 12-12, they stay healthy.
Other thing is too, is you can go through that whole time, and what happens if it fucks up in the drying process and the cure? You're fucked.
That's the process.
At any stage from day 21 is when it's like, okay, it's on now until this is done, dried in a jar. You better not, you sit on the edge, move to the edge of your seat, wait 100 days.
You can always fresh hash your fucked up shit. If you think you're gonna fuck it up, just finish the hash before it's too fucked.
Yeah, you'd be making rosin all day.
They got the machine with like 7 heads. You see that shit? You guys see that? Anybody see that? Got like 6 fucking heads lined up, and you just press it. Fucking, it's all digital setup, all dope. Fucking.
Oh, I saw a video like that. A guy had it all set up in his room, and he just fucking, it was all set up.
It was a pound in less than however many. It was a pound in less than like 2 hours or some shit. If you squeeze the whole pound.
Yeah, I did see a video like that. That's cool. Let me pack this bowl up before I get back to trimming. About to empty the dry room today. The last run. There's so much fucking weed in there, man. Shit.
Today was supposed to be the day, but it ain't gonna be the day. I'll empty the room tomorrow, but it's nearly empty.
Yeah. I'm on day. This is day. Oh shit. This is day 18 of dry. This day, 18 of dry. Pretty good. I like to go between 14 and 20 days, and I keep feeling it and shit, and it's still all gooey. So I'm like, all right, good. I got time to trim up this last bag right here.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I'll wait longer. You stay there. I'll be back. You know, no worries. Just to stay at that temperature and that humidity. You're good.
See, I dry in a really strange way. I like this cold dry. It's like a cold.
Me
so
too.
I try to stay within like 40 to 50 degrees and 65% humidity, but I'll chase it depending because I dry outside in a shed that's not insulated at all. And I control all that shit. I just fluctuate it all like that. A lot of people might say, well, that's not right. That's not smart. But what I'm using is my outside humidity. So I don't need an air conditioner or anything like that. Like in Michigan, it's so dry.
And also moving those plants around. Like as you bring wetter ones in, they'll wet up the other ones, right? So you move stuff around and it's all that game. It is the smart way to do it.
Yeah, it's a super slow dry. And by the time I take it out of there, it's like already almost cured. It starts this cure process in there. All you got to do is just make sure it never goes down to a freezing stage when it's brand new. You know, when you first cut it down.
There's too much liquid in it. Yeah.
It'll mess up your bud. Yeah, it's been fucking perfect though, man. I figured that out one year. I never tried it before. We've always tried inside, you know, in the dark and cool basement, whatever room, you know, like a wine cellar type of room, but never anything special, never controlled or anything. And then I threw it outside in the shed one year, and I kept going and checking, and it was fucking cold too. I go in there like, holy shit, it's cold. I'm checking the temperatures, checking weed. I'm like, this is coming out pretty nice. And then when I finally got it chopped down and stuff and all figured out, I'm like, wow, this is perfect. I'm like, you burp it a couple times and it was done. I could leave it on the table for a whole month. It'd be exactly the same, never any different. I was like, this is awesome, you know. So I'm like, this it's like a slow dry cure, you know.
This is a funny thing, and Green Fingers is going to fucking laugh at me. But if I leave a bud of weed on the table, it will spoil because it will get too damp, like quite quickly as well, right? This ain't a thing where I can do that. It has to go back in the jar right away. Otherwise, I can't smoke it. And actually, then it gets shitty, really.
Yeah. Well, that happens if you don't cure your weed. A lot of people that, you know, use their weed immediately, they don't need to cure it. You know, a lot of people are like, why the fuck do you cure your weed, bro? And I'm like, well, shit. If I can't get stoners to smoke this shit real fast, it's gonna go bad. You know what I mean? I need to cure it so that way I can keep, you know, because I'm a girl really once a year. I'm not like an Eagle or anybody like that where they got it going on all the time. I grow once a year, and it's like I gotta store that shit.
Yeah, that's good.
And that makes that second bit so friggin' important. And that keeping it cool, come next fucking what you're smoking in 8 months' time, you'll be glad you did exactly the right thing.
Oh, bro, I got weed from 2020 still. That's still exactly good. I got 2019 weed. That's still good. I threw the 2018 weed in the compost pit finally. People are like, what the fuck are you hauling that for? I'm like, I don't know, RSOs, hash. I don't know. Man, I come from the day when I was buying an 8 a week, you know, and you're scraping your bowl out, waiting for your next paycheck.
And then you respect that shit, dude.
That shit's, man. I was saving everything when I first started growing up in Michigan, you know?
Even now, because I was taught respect by the plant, it taught me with some savage lessons. Like, it's the same with Eagle. I mean, I'm not as bad as him, but every little fucking trichome head counts. Like, I'm not going to start doing the joint butt thing, but like, near enough everything else. Like you say, RSO or something.
Yep. If your weed gets too old, throw it in alcohol and make RSO.
Yeah.
I think it's funny that the two different trimming methods going on right now. Twisted's talking about an 18-day dry. He's dry trimming. I'm wet trimming, putting mine in the fucking machine. I'm going to be smoking and jarring mine Saturday.
I know. I think about that all the time, Eagle. Like, everyone's got these dry herbs now and shit. I guarantee dry herbs now has come to my shit and said, "Oh no, fuck that. You got way too much weed. Move on."
Hey, we're gonna have to make a special one
But
for
I
outdoor
think
viewers.
about that machine you got, and I'm like, man, maybe I should get one of those and see how they're doing. Because you talk about the ooey gooey and the sticking to the scissors, and I'm like, my weed was like that when I just took it out of the dry room, and it's like a day later you throw it in the jar and the shit gets a little fucking drier, and I'm like, son of a bitch. I'm like, man.
It's that little phase in there, the sticky icky phase.
Yeah. I got the sticky icky, but it's just the trichomes have dried a little bit more in the burp stage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's always the hardest part to keep it really good and sticky through the whole process. So 6
Yeah.
months, so it stays sticky. Like you can stick it. Like, yeah, I'm impressed when I find that. If I ever find that in bud, like regular from the shop, I'm like, I show everybody and tell them, like, fuck, that's good shit. Like, I don't find it often.
Yeah.
From the shop.
Yeah. I got lots of that this year. Try to like trim it. You just hold it to your finger. You just hold your finger and stick it to your finger. I like grab a jar and I flip the jar over and people are like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro, that's just sticky." But that's what's cool too. See, if I put shit in a turkey bag, turkey bags breathe. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people understand the turkey bags breathe. My shit will slowly dry out. If I put it in a jar, all that shit gets ooey gooey again. That's why I'm gonna keep buying more jars. Man, it's like, where the fuck do I put all these jars?
What I would do is the day after the plants get trimmed and put into jars, the first 24 hours the lids stay off the jar. And then at that 24 hours, I take the buds out, reorganize them into the jar, and then start the burping process.
Yeah.
And that seems to take care of that thing with the buds all sticking together, sticking to the jar itself.
Yeah. In a turkey bag, you pull it out and you got it one bud after, it's like, fuck.
But that's interesting you say reorganize them, because I sometimes do, and it's like sometimes I put all my stuff into a brown paper bag, and what I'm trying to do there is equalize it. So I'm equalizing it across the bag and across the nug, and it's like the same thing as you say, is reorganize the jar, like flip the bottom out, put the bottom in the top, and so on. Right. It's like it's those little things in those last. Hopefully, you never have to do any of that, and you just got it bang on right, and the room was correct, and you can just take it down and trim it and dry it.
I'm half a mile from Lake Michigan, so I'm in the same environment where it's humid as fuck.
Yep.
All year round.
Yep. The only difference in the house is in the wintertime, it's dry as fuck in Michigan house. I don't know, at least up here. It's 40. The other day it was 42% humidity, and that's only because we got a humidifier blowing for we have indoor plants.
The driest point in the house was always the grow room, of course. This was HID, HBS days. And the lowest in humidity it got during the winter with lights on in the tent without any type of supplemental, humidifiers was 29%.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's normally 34% humidity here, and that's like we will dry up here in 3 days in your house. Done. You better take it down, or it's going to be dust. Yeah,
kind of like
that's why I dry
outside.
And
the desert, I dry outside in 2 days. It's fucking so hot out here. No fucking wetness, but now I live in the seaside, so it's like so fucking humid. Sometimes I walk outside, my glasses fog up. Motherfucker, 100% humidity, I guess. It's like just learning this place. So like next year I'll know exactly how to grow here. I'm just starting. Brand new place,
Right. Here's how that Skittles turned out. Tiny little buds. Fucking blurry.
Put your hand behind it.
Oh shit. Yeah, they're tiny little buds. So like I've had.
Is it nice?
What's that?
Is it nice?
Yeah. They were just all little tiny buds on these Skittles, and I was like looking at it, and I'm like, man, that's totally an indoor plant. I was like, son of a bitch. You can tell. I mean, when it grows that outside, holy shit, come on.
But everybody mixes it with something now because Skittles is not the greatest performer as a vehicle anyway. Great terps, although I'm not a great fan. But I mean, it's usually crossed with something that's bigger and stickier.
Yeah, this is from ilovegrowmarijuana.com. So, you know, it's their rendition. You know, the smart people, when they want something like Granddaddy Purple, Skittles, cookies, they go to those companies and get it, you know. And I talk about that all the time because I call the other people fake. And it's not that they are fake, it's their rendition. It's what they pick, what pheno they pick. That's why there's so many Gorilla Glue number 4s out there. It's like, Jesus, man, which one is the real one? You know?
Right. And that's the worst part about it, because not saying they're not fake, but they are fake and they are not fake at the same time, but they're fake because they're not the right cut. Like if you're getting a fucking Bruce Banner, that's not Bruce Banner. At least let everybody know that's not fucking a Bruce Banner, because that's just fucking not. People don't work hard on their fucking shit for no reason. You know?
Exactly. Like I grew like 6 Granddaddy Purple plants that none of them were purple. None of them smell like grape. After I cut them down and burp them and cure them, okay, yeah, I smell it now. But no, bro, I had Granddaddy Purple 1 year. From right after like 21 days old, you flip those leaves over, they were purple. Bright green on top, purple bottom leaves. Smelled like grape the whole entire time. When it got in the flower, that dank came out, that ooey gooey, sticky. Oh God, you would squeeze it and you have shit all over your fingers and shit. Yeah, that was real great.
I kind of got the other thing in a Granddaddy. I had 2 different phenotypes. One was a smaller purple nugged pheno that had no purple terps, just kind of smelled like dank, woodsy type weed. And then the other one was a heavier yielding, dense as fuck grenade phenotype that was all green but had that grape smell.
Yeah, strange.
The original Granddaddy Purple, when I seen that at Ken's booth in 2010 in San Jose, and that actually mentioned that was last time I was published. That I walked up to his table, and the only thing green about that plant were the big fan leaves coming out. Yeah. And you know, I looked at that plant and I was saying that was hemp, that's hemp, that's hemp. And then it was like I got to sit down and I sat down with Ken and we talked for about 2 hours that day at that convention. And that was the first time I ever heard people making BHO with propane and butane and methane, actually using 3 different mixtures of gas. And those were probably the first real tasty dabs I ever really had.
Man, that's rough, bro.
Yeah, BHO and PHO, that's all I know.
Now, Dungeon's Vault has reworked Ken's Granddaddy Purple for him. But that Gorilla Glue number 4, that was a cut only, and you could get that in Michigan at the Cannabis Cup. And there were actually 2 different types of cuts they were selling. One was like $150 and the other one was like $50. But they weren't, I don't think they were calling that one Gorilla Glue number 4.
Yeah. See, I think different phenos should have different names. You know, if you pick a different pheno out, you run with that. You might say, hey, this was originally this, but it's a totally different pheno. It's more like, you know, it has this mother trait, and, you know, so I'm going to call it this one.
Everybody's after cheese. Well, that cheese has another side. It's the Afghani side, and it doesn't have all those hairs on it. Mike carried that UK cheese. That UK cheese that Mike carried there at GC3 in Flint. That's what I'm looking for. You don't have a lot of hairs on it. It's mainly just leaf, I believe.
That's
But,
all mine is.
But it gets you fucked up, and you can triple bag that shit, put it in your trunk, and someone will still walk up to your car and say, damn, you got like a couple pounds in here?
Oh yeah,
You got
dude.
that one?
No, I got.
Cheech-
I was saying, so I
It's
was
Cheech-
saying, I
It's
have.
Cheech B's birthday, by the way, everybody. Happy
Oh, hell
birthday,
yeah.
Cheech.
Happy birthday, Cheech B.
I think she's 21, I think.
Yeah, probably 21.
Yeah.
I think
Happy
her birthday was before, dude.
It was a week ago.
I thought that, but they've all been saying happy birthday to her. So, and she's been saying thank you. So,
Yeah, it was her
Happy
birthday was
birthday.
a couple days ago, I
What?
think.
Yeah, I thought it was like a week ago or some shit.
Yeah, happy birthday, Cheech B.
Happy
Well, anyway, so I
birthday.
have what I call Michigan cheese. It's really Princess Leia, but I call it Leia. So I cross Chronic Skywalker. So it's Chronic times Skywalker OG times Tangerine Dream times Purple Urkel. And that gave me this pheno of this like I call it now Red Witch because I just don't want to get sued. So I got all these different names. Just follow me, right? So those were the phenos that were in it, all the strains. And when it comes out with this sweet, almost like a wine cheese flavor. It's like a funk cheese, man. When you smell it, you're like, eh. I make Amber gag. I make most people gag when they smell it. It's just a funky cheese smell. When you make dabs with it, people can't smoke it. It's too nasty. It's cheese, bro. They're like, never ever make dabs with that one ever
because
again.
it's so sweet, right? Because it's sweet, almost like shit is sweet. That kind of, oh man, that's too much.
It's almost like sucking in baby shit. It's like, oh, they say it's like baby dabs. Yeah. But yeah, I got that one in Leia, but I'm not gonna continue it because, like you said, dude, it's all fucking late. I got this other one. I call it that. Okay, so the one I call that is the Green Witch. Super leafy. I trimmed that all day yesterday. So I was like, I'm never growing this one again. The Purple Witch is more indica, bigger buds, less leaf, purple weed too. Purple weed. This weed here is green. When you're sitting on it, actually, you guys are leaning up against the jar. It's all leaf though. I was just like, my buddy's like, what are we cutting off of here? Yeah, I'm not, are we taking these leaves like this? How Eagle was saying, and I was like, nah, bro, we're shearing it. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, make a shape, dude. Yeah, pick where you think where it starts to.
Yeah, because when we were taking all the leaves out and stuff, there was no weed left. I was like, what the fuck?
It's when you stop using the tip and you start using the sides.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a cheese like that.
So, you guys got this, Mr. Green 13. You got her under control.
Woo! I think I have, brother. Nothing
All
much
right,
seems to happen. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, it's pretty slow night. Fucking yeah, appreciate you guys. I'm gonna stretch my feet, make me some coffee, and watch Oak Island, Curse of Oak Island while I'm trimming. So
I woke up in the middle of the night to hearing it Oak Island ad. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Oak Island, fuck off.
Oh
I had a
man,
jack like I was frozen too.
it's the year, man. It's the year. They've already found a bunch of shit. It's fucking third episode in. They've already found a bunch of shit. Fucking Nova Scotia's already fucking stepped in and fucking pretty much told them to fuck off all except like 4 acres. Now they can only dig in. They've actually taken control of the rest of the island because they've come up with so much historical bullshit. Last week, fucking, they found a fucking pottery from the Mao Indians that was fucking 4,000 years old. And now, like, the Mao tribe has, like, stepped in. It's, like, over their power is like over the Nova Scotia law, so they're like stepping
Yeah.
over Nova Scotia and saying no more digging around here. So they've lost a lot of rights to the island, but in the same aspect, they've pretty much found a good location on the money pit. They'll probably be digging that fucker up this year, but pretty interesting.
In British lands, they don't stop you. Carry on digging. Dig. Yeah, please do. Okay, that's ours now. Thanks. We'll have that and that. Thank you. You can have your name in the paper. And that's how it works.
You fucking start digging in my front yard, I'm setting the dogs out. Make it past the dogs, I may come out with the shotgun.
Oh yeah.
And then
If you're
maybe
digging in
the
my
police
yard,
if they-
I'm not doing my job right. I'm like, if somebody's in my yard digging, I'm not doing my job at all. I'm just useless. I'm useless if that's happening.
But thank you guys for holding it down. You guys do know the deal. Please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. These guys got it. They're holding it down with their act of kindness, giving me a break. Join Smiley tonight at 8 o'clock for the organic takeover. And then I will probably see you tonight at 2 with the Weed Nerd World. So you guys have a great day, and I'll see you then tonight. Thank you, Green Fingers, Captain 420, Mr. Twisted Roots, Red Pill, and most especially Green 13. Thank you for holding it down. You guys have a great day.
Good night.
Love my friend. Nice one.
Oh yeah.
Love you, Eagle.
Are we leaving?
Okay.
No,
We're not
turn the
leaving.
music on now.
This is the
no,
420 takeover.
Yeah.
Come on,
Extended show.
sell it. Green 13, you got to sell it like I do.
This is the
Sell it.
crazy, wacky, wilding, acting crazy fool.
All right, this is the 420 takeover. Y'all welcome to 420 takeover. This is Green 13's day to do the 420 takeover. It's actually the second one. I did the inaugural 420 takeover. There's only one first time. I do
What's that,
Sundays.
Monday? Oh, Sunday.
Sunday.
Okay.
But
Sunday
this is
morning. The
but this is
schedule is going to be
Wednesday night.
4:20 a.m. to 7:10.
What day is it? Is it Wednesday
Today
or
is
Tuesday?
Wednesday.
Okay, so then it's the
Unless
Wednesday
you're
inauguration.
in
There's an inauguration for each day of the week, but that's it. So
all right,
usually
never mind.
not- so
It is
now
Wednesday
it's
here. I think it's
inauguration
Tuesday
day for
week.
No,
Yeah.
it's
Tuesday in
Wednesday.
Michigan.
It's Wednesday everywhere except like everywhere that's east of Pakistan.
Okay,
Then
cool.
you're in Thursday already.
So is he time yet?
So happy
Or we missed the
Thursday to everyone in Australia. Woo!
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Awesome.
right. Someday.
Awesome. Good cunt. Sorry.
Wait a second. Today's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Are we
Wednesday
there?
morning.
Then it's only Wednesday afternoon in Australia.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not that far behind. South Africa would be fucking the next day. So
no, that'd be
South Africa.
never mind. Let's not talk time zones
late
here.
afternoon.
Might as well just talk about fucking hollow stems.
No.
It's
Well,
true.
what about the
Let's talk
people in
about
South Africa?
strain.
Hold on. There's people in South Africa. What's up, guys? I still love you. Peace. There. See? Come on. Don't be that way, Red Pill. There's South Africans watching.
So every time now I find something on the trim tray that I'm not happy with the structure, I've been putting it in a little corner and I've been pressing that stuff. That looks nice, Captain. I've been pressing that stuff just as flower rosin, and like I'm only doing it for fun. But I tell you what, it's wicked. No-till flower rosin. If you like, I'm kind of wasting it because I'm doing it on a really low temperature. It's really cool. But man, the following day, it's even the same day, but it's so terpy. Damn.
Yeah. Beautiful.
You do a bit of that, Twisted?
Pressing, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Just
you
some
gotta
flower
press
rosin.
this thing.
Yeah, I got I have fresh frozen in the freezer. I have like dry, almost like kind of dried in the freezer. I got all different levels of dryness in the freezer, but and fresh frozen, tons of fresh frozen in the freezer. I also have a keef tumbler, like for dry sift. So basically, you just throw like quarter-pound of weed in this tumbler and push a button, and it tumbles it all out. So it's so fucking much. It's stupid. And then I got the Dually Tech 8000 or 800, whatever it is. I wish I had a little bit more tonnage, but it works. And I got the 20-gallon bubble hash washing machine and the bubble bag stuff for this year. Oh yeah, it's not bubble bag, but
how did the trimmer shake out as you're sitting there hand trimming? But I know that was the intent anyway. But is it pulling it? Is it getting it down to an easy grade?
What is what now? The
trimmer. You got a machine trimmer, didn't you?
Here, check it out. So here's
yeah, it's actually pretty portable, huh?
Here's like my hand trim. Right, super close, it's beautiful, right? Now check it out, the fucking trim machine at Centurion Pro 2000. This is what this fucking thing did.
How many runs has it been through? Twice?
No, one.
Yeah.
It's like the same.
Yeah.
It's like the fucking now, although this never got time to finish or anything, that's why it's all larfy and shit. I had to cut this, the blade was taking over. I'm like, nope, chop it. It was so frosty, and I was like, if anything, if it doesn't turn out to be shit, we'll turn it into some RSOs or make some dabs or something. But this weed is actually fucking good, man. So yeah, no, that trimmer, dude. Oh my god, it trimmed up, and like you see, you can't even now. You can see where the leaves are versus the calyxes, but that's how they just, like Eagle said, you wet trim them and they curl up into the bud and they become just sugar part of it. So
yep.
I'm super duper happy with the trimmer, how it performed and stuff like that. I cleaned it all up. I was thinking about doing a little bit of dry trimming and stuff like that, but I don't really think I am because it goes with a vacuum.
Right.
When it's wet, the trichomes aren't, unless they're getting chopped, they're not getting sucked off. Like if you scope that, dude, there's full trichome heads on that shit. It went through a trimmer and a bud wash and on a rack and rolled all around you. You fluff the rack and shit like that. Like I did the whole process to see how frosty it would be afterwards. And I'm talking a pile of trichomes on the tray. So imagine if you hand trimmed all that, you know what I mean? It took all that. Holy Christ, I'd have all this frosty shit. But yeah, so the process went really well. It came out like perfecto, I'm super happy. I didn't want to dry trim it though, because that suction, I just feel like it's gonna suck all those trichomes right off.
It's gonna give you high grade trim. It's like high grade trim is what you're gonna have, bags of high grade trim. But,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's gonna be too fucking good.
Yeah, it's like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I get
I'll hand trim. What else I got to do?
It's sort of what you said in chat. It's people can't be bothered with it, so they either fucking nuke their stuff with BHO or any of the other things we just mentioned. But the thing is, flower is still really the. I mean, I'm just saying what you already all believe. Like this is the real deal, huh? This is where it starts, how it grows. It's a beautiful thing.
That's the goddess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have someone like me who has 7, 8, 9 different jars of some really good rosin and stuff like that. And I can only smoke a little bit of it at a time. So I'm basically a flower person because of my breathing conditions. It's just way too hard on me.
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting.
In a different way, like a little pin. That's what I use. Those small little pins that you repack. The fucking little, I can't find mine right now, but that's one of the shit that I'm able to use because you calibrate how much you get and how hot it is. So, like, I use a lot of small amount of concentrate, but I don't smoke a lot either. I can't breathe that well. Yeah.
When I'm
So,
when I'm smoking a lot of concentrates, I won't smoke a lot of flower, but some, and then vice versa. It just because the funny thing is, when I've had a dab, I then am not hungry to be having combustion. It satisfies me in a combustion sense. It's a weird thing to say, but that's how I feel. So it's like, let's say a bro comes round and gets out his rig. I'm gonna quickly finish the joint, or I'm gonna smoke the joint he and I are talking about, and then I'm gonna do that dab. Because after that, I won't want that joint. And it's not because I'm too high. That's not what I mean. I just mean that I then don't want to puff.
Exactly. Especially if you got a cough factor. Like you don't always get a cough, but if you got that cough, and then 5 more coughs and 10 more coughs, and then you start sweating, you ain't trying to smoke after that anyways. It's just like, fuck. It's like, it kind of hurts now. I didn't even get the smoke out before I started coughing. That's the worst part. You got to get that smoke out, then coughing is fine. Fuck.
But sure, that is the whole gig. When you see someone's
it takes like 5 breaths too to get it almost all out before you actually start biting your tongue on accident. Coughing. Fucking sucks. I'm gonna cough right now.
So how many people have done like a really high sativa dab and actually had to go sit down for an hour and a half because their heart was racing so much?
Never.
I was dying every day. I was like, I'm dying. I call my mom. I'm dying. So what'd you do? I'm dying.
I'm looking for that. I've heard a couple people say they got weed that's like that, and I say, can I please have that? Because I really am the kind of person that I'm low energy. I smoke weed. That's why I drink so much coffee. I'm trying to stay awake, bro. You know what I mean? So I need that upper.
Sunshine Daydream #4.
Daydream #4.
Yeah, it was female hunted there in outside of Flint. Is where I had it.
Oh, I'll have to look it up and get some for this year. That's what I'm looking for. I want something that gets my heart pumping, bro.
That was a Bodie strain.
I got to get Eagle my seeds so you can get my seeds, because that's every strain. My mom's like, dude, I can't smoke no more. Take it. And I'm like, what? She's like, I'm starting to have a panic attack. I'm like, that's a good one. She's like, no, I can't. I'm like, fuck, okay. So I take it from her, calm her down, walk her outside, get her some water, and then fuck, she's good. But that's the one. That's every one of my fucking shit. Like, open pollination, beautiful.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll give Eagle a bunch of my seeds. I have to do that in just jars of it.
I definitely am not a person who finds sedation the answer from cannabis. Like, I have used it in that way, and I have selected that way to try to combat a thing. But because my condition's a mental condition, I do need that. I need that stimulus. And so it's not that I just want to blank out, because I can't be blanked out anyway. I'm just going to sleep, and that's not fucking. So, yeah, I'm a hybrid guy, really. It turns out that, that is the answer for me as far as medical.
Oh, yeah.
For my depression and anxiety problems and post-traumatic stress disorder and everything fucking else, I find that the fruity berry strains work the best for me. And they're nice, uplifting highs, and because they're mainly a sativa side.
Crazy. Those things knock me out for some reason. Blueberry and all that shit puts me on my ass.
You gotta try to
I believe my conditions require me to be a soccer mum when it comes to selecting weed, and I don't give a shit about that.
I am a pretty little fucking princess when it comes to my shit. That's all. That's all. Right now, girl. Like, what?
Yeah.
I turn right into a pussy. That is my fucking. I get so high off that girl. I'm like, nope, no more. And I fall asleep every time. I'm like, why am I falling asleep? It's super sativa, fucking asshole. Like, I don't want to fall asleep smoking sativa anymore. That's my life.
I've actually dropped that coffee where I'm like, I'm gonna have a coffee and go to sleep. I've actually stopped having the coffee. It's like, don't be a dope. You know this ain't gonna lift you. Just have the sleep now.
Yeah, I don't drink coffee either anymore. It was 3 days ago I was, and like I don't need it no more. It doesn't work.
I'd love to cancel it out of my life. I'd love to. I
I
think
wish it could work. I had a headache for 2 days. That's why I'm like, for 3 days. I know it's 3 days already. For 2 days I had a headache. So
yeah,
in 3 days,
it's weird.
4 days, whole different life.
Yeah. Captain, sounds like you need some Kylo Ren.
Pardon me?
Okay.
Sounds like you need some Kylo Ren.
Oh, what is that cross?
And guess what? You're not too far away to try it. Look, yeah.
What'd you
It's been a
cross-
couple
you
people that
cross
wanted me
with
to
that?
come back into Ohio. What's that?
What'd you make that with? The Kylo Ren?
It's ready? It's Leia
Yeah.
crossed with Solo. So it's Leia times Solo, obviously. But so Leia is Chronic Skywalker times Tangerine Dream times Purple Urkel. And the male was Solo, which is Chronic Skywalker times Stinky Larry. And Stinky Larry was Texas OG's Larry OG, and then times my Ohio Skunk. You know what I'm saying? So that's a very interesting strain. And then in some of these, dude, I'm picking out that skunk, dude. I'm like, dude, this has literally got like 15% skunk in it, and I'm pulling it very like, you know, slightly out of it. I'm like, holy shit, it's there. But that's what I use though, Captain, for PTSD. I gotta like get all irritated sometimes when Hulk smash a motherfucker. You know, I get that fight or flight, you know, symptoms going down. But I'm Aries, so you know I'd rather fight sometimes, you know. So, but to cure that PTSD, I'm telling you, bro, I'd smoke that fucking shit. It's like that old school high. I'm super happy. Nothing irritates me. I don't think there's any way I could possibly ever be depressed on that shit because I'll stare just straight out the window and smile. I'm just smiling because it's like happy as shit, man. Yeah, dude. I'd love to see you coming back to Michigan at all. Or you've had it.
No, I've been back to Michigan. I keep on coming up to Michigan. You know, most of my friends in Cleveland have moved away. A lot of them have moved to Michigan and growing. You know, a few of them have hemp license, and they tell me the stories about their hemp crops. And yeah.
Heck yeah, man. That's cool.
So Sunset Sherb is that's my PTSD. I follow that line. That's why I'm a gelato lover, because Sunset Sherb helps me it was the first thing where I was like, this really helps. It was different to everything else. And obviously it's kind of famed for that as well. But your missus grew it this year outside. How was it?
My Sunset Sherbert? Oh, yeah, Amber grew 2 of them. That's what I was saying. It's beautiful, beautiful weed. It's indica for sure. It smells real good, tastes real good, but for me, it's just not my type of weed. Like I'm not an indica type guy. Which one was I smoking the other day? It was fucking, man, my shoulders. I was walking all like jello and shit. I forget which one. Oh, it might have been Leia, actually. I don't think it was that Michigan cheese, the Leia. I was all like, what the fuck, man? But the Sunset Sherbet, it's a good one if you're an indica person. Like I said, you know what I mean? It's a nice one. It did do pretty good for like a numbing type of effect, a dull kind of effect like that. Yeah, but it's definitely a good smelling aroma type. But as far as like, so when I smoke weed, this is what I do, this is how I judge it. Like, how is it come and hit me? And like the Sunset Sherbet just wasn't fucking hitting me. I mean, I could feel it there, but it was never talking to me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, what the fuck, man? I was figuring. But that's how indicas do for me. You know, I like the more sativa leaning sides with the indica power. Like literally, I promise you guys, the Kylo Ren. I mean, people probably think it's all hype, but I'll put it in everybody's pipe, man, just to get you into shit. This shit is sativa as hell, right? It takes. I grew it for 3 months and it still wasn't done. It was 111 days when we finally started seeing amber trichomes. That shit's crazy. But it hits you like an indica right away. Now, Green 13 was talking about he's a gelato lover, bro. Obi-Wan Kenobi. That one is my motherfucking. That's got to be my number one so far that I've grown. Like I've straight up Kylo Ren is in my everyday. If no one else got any weed, I got Kylo Ren, and I'm telling you, it's what we all want. But the
one you put against everything.
Obi, it's Chronic Skywalker. I love this strain, Chronic Skywalker. It's a Michigan strain. Scarecrow 420 is the one that's got that down there in Michigan. But it's Chronic Skywalker times Gelato Split from Texas OG. Bro, this shit. I'm telling you, people like this, they roll up a joint, they take their 2 puffs and pass it, and they go, what the fuck is this? Like I'm already stoned. I'm like, yeah, bitch. It's really good. It's like a sativa, straight grows like a sativa, but the bud formation is indica, like you was talking about, you guys were talking about. It's clip, 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 you're done. All just a bud, dude. That's the one I call
stem.
Yeah, that's the one I call napalm. And it was so frosty out there. I would get it in the sun. I would try to get it in the camera, but it was hard to get it in the camera. But physically, you could see it rainbow glistening with those trichomes. It was like diamonds, dude. Oh god, that one though. When you said you like the gelato, I was like, oh, that's the one for him. So when I got to work on it, still, I only did a very small breeding with like clone sized plants and shit. So I only had a few seeds, but once I get going on that and secure that more, I'll be sending you some and see how you like that, dude. Just telling you.
So for sure, I had exactly the same experience as you. It was like Sunset Sherbet. This is amazing for me. It makes my brain feel like, and it was that thing where I passed it to other friends and they were like, what's this? Like straight away. I described it as cutting through. It cut through whatever the fog was in my head. However, like you said, that's not actually my kind of strain because I found it extremely sedative as well. Yeah. So gelato is actually gelato. I know you said you didn't, but for me it definitely was, or it was certain. Maybe it was just extremely heavy. Yeah. And so gelato is made from Sunset Sherbet, and so that's the line I followed down to have that more uplift with that same kind of clean brain thing.
Yeah. I love the gelato split I had. Like nobody else has got that. Texas OG had this one cut and he sent it out to me and I was like, yeah, spread that with as many things as I could and keep popping the different things that I've created with it. But it's a serious special strain. That's what I made the Twizzberry with. So that's blueberry times the gelato split. And that made a very, very special fucking indica sativa cross right there. I got to get my shit tested so I know really like what's going on. But the gelatos just make golf ball buds, just perfect golf ball, heavyweight, covered in frost, a few leaves on them. You know, it's cool. It's weird how it's sativa grows with the indica bud. You know.
Yeah, yeah, and that's really when hybrids are great.
Yeah.
Fuck, man, my headset's starting to kick out.
This shit, Dickie. I gotta get a jar.
Checkity check. That's still all right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. Right. Yeah, I trim until my eyes hurt. Most people trim until their hands hurt, but my eyes are fucked. So I trim until my eyes hurt, and then I usually pass out and wake up, trim some more. Pass out, wake up, trim some more. One day it'll be over.
So Twisted, you only grow one crop a year. Why?
Well, because power sucks, and usually in the past couple years, remember my basement flooded in 2018. So ever since then, every single time I've ever grown in my house, I've been fighting powder and mildew. And it's like the last time I grew the OB1, I was fighting the powder mildew and flower, and I threw it all outside, said, fuck all this, bleached everything. I mean, the whole house was bleached, bro. Fumigated this bitch. Cured it all, changed all the filters, all that good stuff, and then I tried it again. And now I'm able to grow again without any kind of powder and mildew issues. So that's cool. So there was no really point in doing it. Plus, I think I'm a way better outdoor grower than indoor grower. I don't have all the money, and I'm a very limited. I only get $1,500 a month, so I'm very limited. I moved here specifically so I could live here on that income, you know. But so I have exactly that amount, and I don't have all the money to buy all the equipment I need to make the right kind of a situation room. You know what I mean? That I need for a proper indoor grow. That's why I kind of wing it indoors, or I'll breed indoors. You know what I'm saying? Do stuff like that. I really wish I could, or else, because if I did have the right kind of facility, I got shroom spores. I'd be doing shrooms. I'd be doing I always say hugelculture, tissue culture. I got tissue culture samples I've been wanting to mess with. So one day, my friend, one day, I live in a tiny house. So, one day I'll have some more money. We're trying to get like this land.
I've got an amazing indoor room that is, I can do anything. I mean, it's an amazing. I would swap you in a second, my friend. I would swap you to come outdoors in a second. If I had the space and the legislation, it's the way.
Well, that's why I do it. I get the good shit outside. I prefer the outdoor weed. Indoor weed just produces such a small fucking plant, that it's beautiful, it's great. The terps just aren't the same for me. But what I like to do though is test things indoors. And then when I find something very pretty and stuff like that that's growing how I kind of want it to and stuff like that, I'll take it outdoors and see how it does. Sometimes I'm pleasantly surprised. Sometimes they're fizzle flops, or fizzle pops, and I'm like, oh well, shit, but it's, for me, I'm not professional. I'm so experimental. That's why I'm really looking to get involved more in depth. You know what I'm saying? I'm still searching out strains. Like I brought a whole bunch of my own kind of stuff, and I'm still looking through those to try to find the keeping stuff. The keepers of all that stuff. That's just future stuff. Yeah. But
it's just
right here.
It's just Mother Ganja making sure you go slow.
Yeah.
And be careful.
You gotta go slow. Especially in the business aspect of it, dude, because those dudes will eat you the fuck alive. Like if all your paperwork ain't right and all that kind of stuff, man, your testing, your inspections, like you guys were talking about that earlier. And they do inspections all the time. And you gotta pass the pathogen inspection and mildew and molds and all that kind of stupid shit, So there's all those cool things. But I figured, if we're gonna do clones, you could just do hydro, and you wouldn't have to worry about soil. Soil will take away, not having soil will take away a million different problems already. So
what's the dude's name? Fucking LED guy. He's now with Horticultural Lighting Group. He's running a
HLG Grow Mouse.
Grow Mouse, yeah. He's running his mum's in the DWC, which it's a pretty cool thing, I guess, because you just have that rapid growth. So you can just have that plant keep replacing itself.
Yeah.
When you're using something like a deep water culture, you're more likely not to have a very woody stem to take your clone from either.
Is that right? It's more supple because it's a waterborne plant.
And I find those plants to actually clone a lot quicker too.
Wow. Nice.
But yeah, definitely for the rapid growth, you'd want to kind of keep it that way. I'd still keep a couple in soil though.
Oh, for sure.
Because you never know what's going to happen. A generator can go out too.
See, I think in soil you could get what you could do is, you could have your lasagna tech, your living soil, which is going to add so much to that mother plant, and you're going to take that clone. That's like I missed the show you guys were having with the frequency and the crystals and stuff like that. And I am just a 100% believer that when you use these type of techniques to your plants, it affects the terps, the flavors, the crystals, all these different things. You know what I mean? That's my belief.
But my idea of using those was to actually move some of them into genetics and seed them out.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, man.
Because if you're working with some elite clones and, you've got something that, hey, I think this will be a good cross. And that's the way I pick them. It's not like, we'll just throw a whole bunch of stuff together. No, I have certain ways that I want to breed. And you know what? It doesn't matter what you people want. It's what I want. And a lot of people out there kind of enjoy what I do and what I also enjoy.
Yeah.
So, that's one thing. Don't breed for other people, breed for yourself. Take seeds the way you want to take strains. And yes, I do keep 4, 5, 6 different male plants around so I can take things down certain different directions. And my ultimate goal would be to have a 6 to 12 room breeding project.
It smells like Play-Doh, yo. Ooh, it smells like Play-Doh.
That's exactly what I say, though, Captain. Breed your way, your style, and let somebody discover you. You know what I mean? Like somebody will love what you do. I just breed for medicine. I try to create the ones that are gonna alleviate those specific problems, mental, physical, emotional, whatever it might be, and I aim for that, and then go and try to find them. I really like those ones that calm me down and don't make me all excited. Like I want to be like, what motherfucker, and the ones that get me like, wow, I'm hot, man. Like, yeah, I'm fucking hot. I like to say that a lot. When I'm high, I'm like, wow, I'm high. Wow, because it's surprising sometimes. I find a lot of things to be bland. I'm like, yeah, cool.
Oh, yeah.
Runs to me is an hour high and that's it. And nothing else. It's just a head high. And it's like, yeah, I'm high, but I don't have any type of relief from it. It tastes good all the way through. I have to admit that it's a sesquiterpene plant.
That's me and Skills, dude. Skills, I'm like, yeah, it tastes amazing. I do not like this high. It feels like just a THC high. It just feels like there's no profile there for me, but it is tasty.
Yeah.
And here, everything's.
Remember when you were saying earlier, you were like, did you ever take that hit and have to sit there for an hour and a half and come down and shit? And I was thinking, yeah. And you're like, your heart was beating so hard. And I was like, oh, no. But it was like a month ago or something. It was me, Amber, and Beavis. And we smoked a joint of the Kylo Ren. And dude, we all had to sit down for at least an hour and a half. We had to get on high. We had all this work to do, harvesting, but I was like, there's no way. It's like, if Beavis wasn't there, I would have went to bed. You know what I'm saying? I was like, holy shit. It was just one of those pulling out of the bag and grabbed the right kind of buds of the you know, I was like, holy shit, dude. The right kind of time in the morning, I guess, you know.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, my friend was running that Sunshine Daydream. Like I say, I believe it's from Bodie. And he said, man, you've got to try this. And that's when I kind of found out that, you know, the citrus terpenes, maybe I should kind of stay away from.
Oh, really?
Why? Because they
And,
hype you.
oh, he gave me that dab and it was like, yeah, it tasted, you know, really citrusy, but you sent me over into the booth over there for an hour and a half and I was uncomfortably high. I was uncomfortably high. I was like, fuck this shit.
I hate being uncomfortably high, bro.
And what really sucks is this is at like a club where people are getting rid of their overages in Michigan, and my buddy's not there, and I don't have a really heavy indica, and nobody else in the room does.
Yeah.
CBD.
I was in that. This was kind of before CBD. This was like 2013, 2012. And you know, I would go into these clubs and I'd walk around and people would think I was kind of an asshole because I wouldn't pick up every jar. But you know, I know exactly the type of plant I'm looking for. I know the color of it. I can see it from an arm's distance in a jar.
Oh yeah. What color? What's he look like? Now I want to know. God, you can't be just
dark green. Dark green. I like the dark green plants. I like that green that stays with you, that tells you it's more of a northern plant, more of an indica plant when it finishes.
Yeah.
I think it's because I'm a cause and effect person, straight up.
Well, good. Yeah. I was gonna say, because that's like all I got is this dark ass green shit. And that's what everybody's bitches, these new age people. Where's that light green shit? I want that white weed. Where's that light shit? I was like, all right, let me research. Let me see why their weed's light. Well, it comes down to a pH factor in an alkaline water. If you guys didn't know that, that's why a lot of times the hydro people, the DWC, they come with real light weed. If you noticed, it's light in color, like a light greenish color, and they have alkaline water does this, right? So I'm like, man, my weed's that's outdoor weed. It just grows the color it grows. But so this year, what I did too is I lowered the nitrogen. I totally lowered the nitrogen, which made initially the plants a lot less green, you know. But I do have strains that are just dark green like that. Most of them turn purple up here too. They get so purple. Yeah. A lot of people tell me, they're like, dude, your weed always looks brown. I'm like, it's purple, dude. Get a microscope. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. This is just the color of the weed, dude. I didn't get to pick it.
This Blue Mile is pretty dope. Blue Mile.
The worst thing in cannabis is fashion. It's the worst thing. It's the best thing about this panel and the people that are attracted over here, because we're honest with ourselves about what is good and what isn't. And when I meet people and they need you to tell them who the breeder was and all that, smoke the fucking weed, dude. It's not fashion. You don't need to know a fucking resume. Like, you're going to decide it's cool if it comes from fucking Compound or wherever you like. Yeah, let's not do that, because you don't know. Like, it's the next bean. It's the very next bean. Could be the next thing. From anything, from a fem, from a fucking anything. It could be the seed is, you know.
What a great way to put it, though. It's so true. That's so true. Everyone's got to be this connoisseur investigator. I want to know every last detail. How about you smoke it first? Remember the days when you was like, yo, anyone got some weed? We gotta find weed. We didn't give a shit what the fuck kind of weed that was. We didn't give a shit if it came out the corner of your pocket with linen. We didn't. Thank you. Hell yeah.
Probably we were gonna name it, right? Oh, this is Redbeard. Oh, this is Skunk. You just fucking made that up, dude. Or someone who gave it to you made it up. You know, but it didn't matter. We didn't give a fuck. Is it good? It's blinding.
It was
I
weed.
want that same shit as last time would be just enough of an explanation.
I know that's the reason why I have probably I have over 30 different strains here at the house. But I think it comes from those days when I would have $100 bill and couldn't buy weed for a month. And it's like, when you find it, it's like, hey, I got a couple ounces of it. Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah.
And that was it. I think that's the thing. And I just enjoy the different highs, and I enjoy smoking cannabis. I'm a stoner.
Hell yeah.
I think maybe the three of us are that age where we all had that thing where it's just exactly like you said, like weed is worth more than money. You know, it's like.
I've actually found that, you know, going through the times of when I first started growing and having cannabis, that there really wasn't anything I couldn't get with cannabis. So why do I need $1 when I can have this plant?
Trade. Yep. I try to trade everybody, but you would not believe how many people are not stoners in Michigan.
Yeah.
That you would need to trade something for.
My mechanic that worked on my car's not a stoner. I had to pay him cash.
I know. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Should all be barter system. They're like, we can't pay our bills on barter system. I'm like, well, shit, you're right.
But you should be able to barter for it. No.
The government just don't want you to do that. They can't tax your barter.
Yeah.
Barter.
It's called tariff. It's a tariff. Barter taxes.
One branch. 4-foot long branch. Bottom branch.
That's a big plant.
Oh, that's green fingers. I thought that was green 13 outside. I was like, it's light there, bro?
I don't think he's outside. I think he's in his greenhouse.
Yeah,
I think fake light. Yeah, it's dark.
Oh, hell yeah, that's cool. Wow, that's big as fuck.
Daylight
bro.
here, bro.
I totally thought that was the fucking sun, dude.
No, I think it's bright though, right?
Thought that was the sun.
I took a picture. I said it's the imitation sun because it's fucking damn near the sun. It's just one of those home ones where you screw it onto the. Let's see, look at the angle with the 3 heads. You screw it onto your regular fucking shit.
That's great.
Make it out the security from like Home Depot. So yeah, that shit works so good to fucking keep these bitches growing. These are all fuck ups. The soil is bad. Now I'm gonna change them after fucking.
Hell yeah.
But these ones are good.
Wouldn't mind one of them, huh? Twisted. Nice little hoop house.
Fuck yeah.
You do everything all year long. Throw 2 heaters in here, you'll be good. Because you guys get it cold. So you need a heater. My shit almost needs a heater because I walk in here in the morning and I shiver my ass inside quick. I'm like, fuck. Can't water for too long. Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, I wish I had something like that.
Yeah. I will. Most likely it won't be for herbs though.
I talk about getting one every year, but literally, the one I will need costs as much as what my house to pay it off is. So, you know what I'm saying?
It'll wait.
I gotta pay my house off first.
They're all praying. I just broke their necks. I went in there and snapped them. Every branch right now. They're all praying, loving it, taking up all that nutrient. Look at this shit. Straight towards the light. That's, this one's
If
not
you have
liking
a
it.
couple friends that have building skills, you can put up a really decent sized greenhouse for $10,000. You know,
Hell
that
yeah.
little that type of system that Green Fingers has there. In Thailand, that's not even $1,000.
I know, you lucky sons of bitches. You
You
can literally live like a king in Thailand for 10 grand.
What
You
is
know?
that? A big old fucking gnarly nug. Holy shit. That thing looks nice. That thing fucking so big. I give you small buds this year. Oh.
You'd probably need a load of shade cloth as well, though.
Yeah, you do. Or the terpenes will just burn off with that intense sun. And that's why I picked the north, is because it has cooler temperatures. It has cooler temperatures. It hits 95 degrees. It's about 93, 94% humidity all the time. But you have that extra UV light, and it doesn't rain for 140, 150 days, except for a couple times.
Yeah, the humidity's a problem, though.
You can get
That's what
around
waters
that.
the plant.
You get around that with the plants that you grow. You don't grow a really thick plant. You know, a lot of the cushions that come out kind of like a golf ball. A lot of these plants coming out today, like, you know, someone's sitting there trimming up a whole bunch of fucking what I would call popcorn buds. And that's the way the plant grows.
That's me.
The humidity with that and the high temperatures during the day get not dropping really below 80 degrees with all that UV light kind of helps take away some of the powder mildew issues. So, you know, the only thing you really have to kind of worry about is bud rot. And then if you stay away from really thick buds, then you're all right. Those you do inside. And the electric over there is government controlled. So, you know, I have a bedroom that is climate controlled, and it costs me less than $30 a month.
Pretty wild.
Yeah, I'd have a lot of bedrooms.
3-bedroom house, $112 a month.
Hilarious. I'd have a lot of
Pretty
bedrooms.
wild. You guys should try frequency over there. The whole sonic culture system. Make those plants grow real big.
Check that out. I straightened it. It was laying on the other one. Now it's twice as tall. Oh.
I think it would work great in the tropical. They got it down in South America.
I've been following Potent Ponics a lot because I've been, you know, switching over from the old days to the new day living soil.
Yeah.
And things like that. And it's like, okay, yeah, a lot of this stuff, you know, I knew about because this is what I do in my garden at home outside for my vegetables every year because I'm from Ohio and Southern Ohio and the farm.
Right.
And, you know, so yeah, but there's a whole bunch of shit that I'm learning. And where I'm at, I'm surrounded by a whole bunch of shrimp farms, but the soil is shit. It's red clay. So we would have to be amending the soil and basically probably just doing beds and just running rows of them or something like that because the soil is shit.
Yeah.
But my whole idea was to, you know, if you can use fish, how about shrimp? Well, I guess shrimp is a lot harder and no one can really give me a straight answer because I already asked it. And the lady in Florida skirted around the issue. She really didn't come out and tell me, well, this is the problems we had. This is what we had to do to correct it. Because I'd also like to use something like that to grow tomatoes and lettuce.
The shrimp.
So there's absolutely no reason you can't do that, man. That's just a load of calcium, I reckon. And the thing is, if you, Josh from Dragonfly Earth Medicine was like, if you got shitty soil, take hay, put bales all over the yard, grow potatoes in it for 3 years. When you're done, you'll have the best soil. You can take that soil, bring it inside, and grow herb with it if you want. So you add then some fish in there, which in the form of those crustaceans. Well, are they crustaceans? And
crustaceans. Wouldn't shrimp be like chitin?
Yeah, it's got chitin in it. Chitin.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it helps fight off the bugs. So why not use it?
You be adding a lot of chitin, I think, to the soil.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But and then if you went and got seaweed like moss, any kind of living plant from the water would be great too. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have like a moss, basically sea kelp type. No, we live by the lake, of course, but you know what I mean. That crap that grows in the rivers and lakes here. And so the sonic culture system, though, bro, is designed specifically for poor soil and low water conditions. So that might be great for you, because I literally grow in sand.
Oh, that's what I used to grow in. Had perfect outside soil, natural, native soil. Miss that place. Look at that. Nature's that uniform. Or a spider made you can't see the spider web, damn it. It's so perfect in the middle of this fucking weed leaves. It's fucking dope. But you guys can't see it. Oh well.
I'd get a whole bunch of predator mites.
For what?
I used to use a load of crustacean meal.
I use all these spiders, all the black widows. Black widows for days. Baby black widows everywhere. Afraid to touch them.
I don't think I'd be using black widows to get my spider mites.
Yeah, they eat them all though. Well, they're babies only. Then they don't, because they're too big to eat them. But when they're babies, they're so small you can't even see them. You kill most of them by water.
Spider mites suck, man.
Yes, they do.
Shoot them off with water. Oh, there's a little flying bug right there. Cool.
And you'll eventually get them. One harvest or another.
It's so small.
I'll just make sure I got lots of fucking bugs.
Yeah, the soil's full of fucking bugs. I put some water or some soil in the bucket over there, and fucking worms. I saw little baby worms popping out of that dirt. I was like, what the fuck is this? Kind of swimming like crazy. And I was like, there's compost. I forgot. But yeah, I threw it in the soil. Got some my own worms.
Marijuana.
Without insects and basically spider mites, growing ganja would be so fucking easy. It'd be boring.
I will take any bug over powdery mildew and plant disease any day. That's what makes cannabis growing hard, is the diseases and the mildews. The bugs are nothing, in my opinion. That's my.
What do you mean? Yeah, that they're easy, right? Bugs are easy to fight off.
That's an indoor-outdoor thing.
For outdoor, it takes just some water pressure. For reals, that's all I use is cool blast water really hard against spider mites. And 3 days later, you won't find fucking one. They'll be fucking shot off by hard amounts of water, and a lot of it. I drown my dishes in it. I'm like, fuck that. Die. I never have a spider mite after. So. Always been outdoors, though.
It's everywhere.
This is my first time indoors now, so they'll be everywhere in this bitch. Once they do get in here, it's like, that's the whole, I've never been in a greenhouse till now, so. Yeah.
Is it like that?
No, not yet. It's supposed to be. I'd use it halfway like that. It's light depth on half this way. This is what I pulled right now from it. I'm going to take them inside. So I got these little guys out of it. But this is how far I put them over here. Can't see nothing now. I'm going to stand behind them. So.
That's dark like night.
Yep, that's fresh. So half of it's lit up and then half of it's not.
Oh, cool.
So I have to bring the plants over here to fucking let them grow. Heads like this. Nice little fat ones I left on the tree. This is half of the tree. This is a small one. I'm not too proud of it.
Oh wait, so that's clear plastic. It's just nighttime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no shit.
I have a
Now
barrier.
this,
Yeah, it's not a
this,
depth.
I got a
this
screen over it. So it's like a half depth kind of. Like there's a black screen
That's
that takes
cool.
90% of the UV away. So it's like 90% of the UV stays, I mean, but the other percentage of the sun's gone. That stuff right there. So you can barely see through it. I put a tarp up to block my house light from going onto the bud plants and waking them up because
That thing's fucking enormous.
Yeah.
the thing
Half of
is
half of you
what
get-
Green Fingers is showing us is if you start off with ambient light, but you darken it enough, you can still get flowering plants.
Yeah.
Yep. You don't have to go full dark. You can just have a room that's where you can see with your eyes, and the plants don't get the light directly. So if there's no direct light, they don't grow. They continue to bud. You know? They don't veg out. They just flower like that. Nice flowers, pineapples, and redwood trees. Big one.
That's fucking sweet, man.
I want one.
Dude, that is fucking huge.
That's eye level. Well, that's
How long
past
does
eye
the
level.
plastic last?
This is 20 something fucking feet wide over here, like 25 feet wide and 40 feet long. And then like, so it's 25 high too, I guess, for the radiuses, whatever.
Wow.
800.
That could grow a huge plant here, bro.
I see there's the lit side, and then all this side, dark side of the moon. Got the security
Into a
up
football
there.
arena.
Security lights. You can't see it turning red because it's probably not turning red. Damn it. I see the wires in the light, but it's not turning on. Probably tired of watching me. There's a left, fuck. Little one. Can't even see it. Fuck.
I'd have to have a no plant count limit.
Oh, I was ready to pop 100 today when they said it was a full moon. I was like, oh, fuck, let's pop some seeds right now then. I was going to go crazy right now, but it's not. So I was like, nah, it's not the full moon. I knew it wasn't. Like, motherfucker's lying.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, I could feel it. I know when it's a full moon. So that's why I was like, what the
It's
fuck?
coming.
Like, when somebody says it's a full moon to me, I'm like, nah, because that's when I'm planting. Like, that's when I'm planting seeds. So you'll see 100 popped on the full moon. I'm going to throw them in paper towels, I guess. So,
Don't you find it's this whole week while the moon is full, round? For me, it is not one day. So it's the same in my mind with seeds. It's like at some point when this moon is so big, nearly full,
Yeah.
No magic's happening in that 1 second you plant them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 3 to 4 day cycle.
you pop 300 of them. I popped 300 of those bitches, and then whatever one of these stays alive till the full moon will stay. Well, I'm not going to keep these ones exactly, but those are over there. So at least I know which one of those plants is worth fucking keeping for more than a week in water by itself in the greenhouse and seeing if they live. That one is looking sad. It might be a keeper right there. There's a keeper. They're doing good. Holy shit. Isn't that amazing how a plant could just sit in its own dirty fucking water for fucking more than a week? Still fucking thrive.
Yeah.
Another one. Fuck, 2 of them. 3 of them. One of those plants is a keeper. It smells like Play-Doh, and one smells like fucking shit and Play-Doh. So these 2 fucking giant. Finally straightened her up. You did my job for today. I gotta go inside. I'm cold. Tall ass plant. This is eye level for me right here. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So that plant's fucking taller than me. Taller than me. I'm fucking short though. So I'm 5'7". So that's a 6 foot something.
That shit's crazy.
He's the biggest plant of next year, bro. That's the one right there. Actually, it's this one over here. This little one. But yeah, that's the biggest one I got. But it'll be 15 feet easy. This one's from the 15-foot stock that I have from last year. It grows cat pussy, fucking funk, cheese, and ass like all together.
Funk, cheese, and ass. That's the best ones, dude.
Yeah, it all smells like dog shit too sometimes. I walk in here, I'm like, where the fuck are you shitting? And then I'll find the dog shit and I'll get rid of it. And I'll come back in here and it smells worse. I'm like, fuck,
Yeah.
man. In the middle of the day, the plants just smell worse and worse. And then the cat piss on top of it. And I'm like, man, is there a neighborhood cat? But they smelled like cat piss before. So I just didn't think I'd find it that easy out of 100 seeds. I was like, fuck, half of them are cat piss now. I'll choose from those ones. And some were skunk and I didn't choose any of that because they smelled too bad. I was like, fuck. I gave them away, but so yeah, I wish I could keep the skunks, but I can't keep them because they smell too bad for me. Like the whole house stinks, and it's like people don't understand that fucking rose kill skunks out there, dude. I find it in my shit all the time. I find cheese, I find birthday cake, I find all that shit. If you open pollinate fucking 10 different genetics together for fucking 10 years, you're gonna get some taste, all different flavors. You know, and cheese is one of them. UK cheese is one of the moms. When there's 4 dads or 5 dads. 3 Smoky, Bootylicious, fucking, or Bootylicious, 3 Smoky, and then fucking another one from them. I forgot which one. Black Line was, no, that was the mom too. The Black Line was mom. So there's a lot of those. That's where it's tall and it grows fucking nice and huge. And just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Fucking Black Line Reserve, mom.
Black Rhino, you're saying?
The Black Line Reserve.
Black Rhino. It's hard for me to hear you.
Oh, the Black Line Reserve.
Black Line Reserve.
Yeah, fucking Mean Gene. Yeah. That's the one. Gives it all that height. Fucking shit's tall.
Does it taste like lime? Smell like lime?
No, not at all anymore. Not at all anymore. We find a lemon fucking tone in there, but most of it now it's smelling like the NL5, like the fucking Northern Lights. My friend's like, it resembles the Northern Lights completely. And I was like, man, well, that's what it does when nature comes back and plays. When you do open pollination, it's gonna do all the expressions it got, every last expression that it has in it. And Northern Lights is part of it.
I got Black Lime Bubba, bro. That shit was so lime. It's so fucking lime. It's like
mine's got a Bubba too. It's crazy. Bubba's one of the crosses with it too. So it's crazy. Oh yeah. It smells funky. Like so surprised. There's so many crosses in this one though. But some of them are kept pure, some of them aren't. As pure as they could be in open pollination. Getting fucked by their sisters and brothers or whatever. As inbred as that is. So it's just some dank ass weed. How big are your plants? What are you pulling? You got some giants out there.
for me.
Yeah.
My biggest one I think was 8.25 pounds, but that was wet weight. It's probably like 2 or 3 dry. You know, I had to keep my shit small. The pot cops were in my shit. You know, they came back the second time. They were supposed to come back in July. They came back in fucking September, dude, or something like that. And they're like, yeah, and I was like, you fucking bastards, because I was like, all right, cool, they ain't coming back, fuck, let's go. And I fucking turned on the fucking fuel, you know what I mean? And they came back, they're like, well, yeah, your plants got bigger. We can see them from your driveway. I'm like, but you can't see them from the road, right? So we're good.
What are you doing on my driveway?
Yeah, they had me bend the first 2 rows over because that's the rules. You can't see it from the driveway or from the road, you know. And the road is 6 feet lower than my driveway is, you know. So,
oh, damn dogs just jumped on my plant. What a
Yes, we
fucking
didn't have
people.
two good yields. We hit that fucking blight that swept through the garden, which I was taking shit real early. You know what I'm saying? I didn't pump them full of fucking nutrients to make them big, fat, and hard like I usually do. But I'm super happy with the formation, I guess, of what turned out. You know, without all the extra shit put into it. I just use culture and the sonic culture, the frequency and magnetism and shit, and the foliar sprays, and the biopolymer works super good. But I'm super happy with like the terps and the medicine that came out, dude. I literally got all this fucking weed that's clear trichomes and it's powerful, and I'm like, wow, that's good.
That's badass. Oh, fuck, I didn't move this time. 1, 2 are left. Fuck. Get lazy. Gotta put them in the dark again. Gotta finish putting.
See, like I'm a stoner. I love smoking weed, man. But it's like, you know, I did when you have to smoke weed all the time, like it's a cigarette or something like that. You know, you should start questioning: is there something wrong with my weed? You know what I'm saying?
Or yeah, just take a break for a week and see if your weed's really that strong. Because sometimes people just need a break and they don't want to do it. They don't stop. They smoke all the concentrates and say, "Why am I not getting high?" So if you fucking smoke every day.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I smoke this shit and I get fucking wasted, bro. Like, you know, but sometimes, like, you know, in past years, you know, you smoke and smoke and smoke. Everyone's like, bro, how the fuck do you smoke those many joints? And I was always like, I got a high tolerance. No, I didn't have that good of weed.
Oh yeah. I could smoke 10 joints in a row because I'm rolling small, nice ones, and that's not going to be like less than it's like 5, it's half a gram. So I like weigh mine out. I weigh mine out to like let it smoke that way because I used to smoke cigarettes back then. But like, yeah, I understand what you mean. If it's fucking weak weed, it's fucking real weed. But like, yeah, I know what you mean. Some of the old people like that weak shit though. Like my mom, she's looking for that shit, and now I gotta find some weak ass 15% shit to cross. And I don't know how to turn my numbers down off my shit. Never tried to do anything special, just proceed. So yeah. Oh shit! Look at that moon. Look like it's on fire, bro.
Wow. That's beautiful. I can't see it in mine. It already went down and it's all cloudy.
Yeah, it's about to go down in less than 3 minutes. Look at it be like at that mountain tip. All I can see the mountain tip on the side of it. I wish you guys could see how much better. Oh, no zoom.
Bro.
No zoom and zoom.
In '98 at a festival, I bought a shirt that literally says, "Your weed sucks."
Yeah.
That's pretty
Dude,
bad,
I'm putting it on a t-shirt, man. I'm getting a
right?
pen
You got
like
a
that.
t-shirt. Yeah. Make all
Your
kinds
weed
of that
sucks.
shit. That's fucking the best one right there, dude. Fuck yeah. They put your fucking name strain on there and fucking put yours instead. You're like, yeah, your weed sucks.
Oh my God, I'm putting that on a t-shirt. That's gonna be the first one I make. Your weed sucks.
Well, you're already making t-shirts, I seen there. Just make sure I get a bag of weed for that idea.
That's right. That's right. I'm gonna talk to Amber and see, because I gotta go see my cousin too up there in Cleveland. And shit, he does racing and stuff. And Beavis has got a car that fucking don't have a title, so he can't renew it or nothing like that. He can't get rid of it. He can't take it to a junkyard. He can't do shit with it. I'm like, well, hold up, bro. I know people that race.
No, you can actually send in for a lost title, and they'll send you another title to the car.
He tried that, but it's a Washington car. And his wife, he had that whole divorce with his wife, and she ain't doing nothing. So, but I was like, yo, I know people that race, do demolition derby, and they do the track racing, so that they don't need no title, bro. They strip those cars out. So yeah, I might take it to him.
Tommy Triclones is supposed to be in the Cleveland area this coming weekend.
Hell yeah. It's a fucking cool name.
He's supposed to come in over Thanksgiving, so that'd be cool.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot that's coming up. Shit. I totally forgot about that. I don't have family, so I don't ever worry about that shit.
That's crazy. Oh,
It's
shit, you
kind
go
of
to the
warm out
roosters?
here today.
The roosters are going off.
It's normally freezing. I better go check the temps in the dry room.
Oh, shit, it's 420, guys.
420.
Oh, I just noticed it. The moon's gonna be gone in 3 seconds. There it goes. It's crazy.
That's cool.
Roosters
I
are
love
awake
watching
right
it
now.
go down, dude.
The roosters are awake. I don't know why.
Here I watch it come out of the water. It's fucking awesome. It'd be
Is
a
that what you
big
see?
ass fucking ball coming straight out of the water.
Crazy. I always wonder what it looks like over
Yep.
In
It's super
Thailand,
cool.
I look to my right and I see the sunset, and then to the left, I see the moon, almost
there.
like California.
Yeah. How fucking cool, man. God, it'd be so cool to live in a fucking different country. Me and Amber talk about that all the time. So I'm like, Amber, dude, we can literally live like kings for nothing, but I would lose all my benefits because it's not American Providence.
Wait a second. BWC pays me while I'm here, or did when I was in Thailand. Every month they paid me.
Oh, really? That's cool.
And I lived on $1,300 a month. I live on $1,000 a month in Thailand. That pays all my expenses.
That's so cool, dude.
And when the bar's open, I go to the bar, but you know, I don't really drink because I have good cannabis.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing. And when I was in the military, they always would tell us stories about Thailand. You know, stay for $13 or what was it, $6? You can get a fucking 6-pack, a hotel, and a whore for the night. I was like, God damn.
That's fucking hilarious.
That was a long time ago because beers are like $3-4 for a tall beer.
Oh, for real? Damn, they Americanized the fuck out of that shit.
It's a tourist country. 30-40% of their people work in the tourism. So when that went, how do you think it hit Thailand?
And that's
But a lot of things are cheap, but a lot of things that you really need are quite expensive. So
the Knights Templar shipwreck I found. That's what I'm claiming it is. Because I found that underneath it. Spilled out in the sand, all burned together. Like they didn't get to press it into coins yet. This is our fucking Oak Island fucking dun 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 coins. And press too. Holy shit, dude. We're getting on the coming to conclusion. Burned wood. All parts of the ship. I'm fucking, if I tell the city or somebody, they're gonna come take my shit, though. I can't tell nobody, motherfucker. Like, no, nobody can know about this except for you guys. And then they'll use this against me, so and be like, taking your treasure, bitch. Bastards. It's on my property, though, so that's crazy. Like, literally on my property.
Lost all the connection.
What happened? I have, like, no fucking reception right now. Get down from there, bad boy.
Can anybody like see chat? Because I can't.
can't.
I really feel
No, my nose
bad.
is closed. I can't put my hand. This is holding the phone the whole time. I'm fucking tired. Wow.
I apologize out there in chat. I wish I was able to see you. Maybe by Christmas, maybe Santa Claus will bring me a new laptop or fix the one I have.
Santa Claus is off this year. Yeah. That's what I was told. There ain't no Santa this year, bitch. So that's me. I got nothing. Coal. Bunch of charcoal.
I can't see chat. I can only send in chat. Doesn't work.
Yeah, I've been a bad boy this year. No gift, no Christmas for me. I'm just looking forward to Thanksgiving, but
There we go. Oh, it's upside down. What the hell?
holy shit.
There we are.
I don't know. I always enjoyed running harvest during the cold time.
November.
That's my favorite. I find when, like I wish I could be outside harvesting or trimming out there, because inside, it's 72.5 degrees and real low humidity. So the shit starts drying up real fast.
No, but I found my best harvest came during the wintertime when it was cold. And I grow a lot in the basement and bedrooms and things like that. I use the whole house.
Yeah. That's what I used to do till Amber moved in. I'm actually sitting in my old grow room. Look, there's the line from the frequency wall where I reverberate the sound. Then I turned this whole part into a dry room. The tent used to sit right there. The 4x8 tent used to sit right there behind the door. I used to do my shows right there on that table. Hell yeah. Memories. Now I have a real house. We'll be in the basement soon. You have to trim all this shit up.
Actually, I wouldn't mind having my parents' house here. I'm actually in a little apartment inside of a garage attached to the back of the house.
Oh, cool.
And I'm on what I actually call like the third floor. The only shitty part is there's no heat in here.
Oh shit.
So think about it. I'm on like the third floor. So you imagine the guy's RV that he pulled into the garage that's actually attached, and like the car collection that he had that I heard he had. Wow. Imagine being able to grow 17, 20, 24-foot plants in a room indoors.
That's how my parents' old house was before they. We can't hear you, Green. I'm dying over here, man.
Trying not
to. Time for them again. I was about to say, me and my wife were driving through a pretty crappy area the other day. There was a house with a triple garage, and I was like, triple garage? What the fuck do you do with that? And she went, grow room. It's like, yeah. Why do you need 3 garages, guys?
A lot of those have golf carts in them out here. Most of my country clubs too, though. That's that.
My parents, before they moved to Florida, their house, so they had a 3-car detached garage that we turned it into the woodshed or wood shop, you know what I'm saying, where we used to make all kinds of wood projects. And their attached garage was an airplane hangar, a fucking airplane hangar, dude. Like next door to them was other people. They had also airplane hangars, but they had airplanes and runways and everything. They were always flying and shit. So the guy who used to own the house, he had an airplane too. So it was fucking, dude, I was like, man, there was like 20-some foot ceilings and shit. And I was like, wow, dude. Probably over 20 feet, probably 30, 40 feet. They were tall as hell. That's what I always thought. I was like, man, we got to grow.
That's when your mind starts. Yeah, you are wasting this space, guys. Can I just move this plane out of the way a minute? No, it's fine outside, isn't it? Surely.
I think I'd be buying a whole bunch of like 100 and 250 watt HPSs. and just kind of straight dropping them.
Yeah. Yeah, man. You guys use
You don't
T5
see that
too?
anymore.
I used to. The beds sometimes are right there. They're in the dark. Can't see 'em. I don't have much of beds.
I would use T5s, but everything's LED.
Yeah. They got the LED T5s. I just like them. They're low wattage and they're just easy. No, they don't get all hot and shit.
That's exactly it. You cannot fuck stuff up with it. Even if you try, it takes your hand out.
And until someone sends me an equivalent of an HBS 1000 watt, I still think I get better high and a better stone, more cause and effect off HBS. All the weed that I really enjoy comes from HBS grown.
Really?
Yes. And I've been in Thailand for like 3 years and only smoking 3 years worth of HBS. And I'm coming back to LED and I don't like it. It doesn't give me the same effects. That's what I'm saying. Until someone can send me a light and I can try a comparisons on the same plants in the same conditions, I'm going to say HBS is still better. Besides that, I live in a cold place and I need to heat my garden up.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had the difference, you know?
I know I haven't. It's a very interesting thing you said, really. Like we always talk about. What's that, dude?
Red Pill he has an answer for that, I think. Oh, I have a question about his light.
Yes, you rang.
That's what I've been waiting for. What lights do you think are better?
Well, I like CMH because it's got a 3K spectrum plus UV. Also, it runs more efficient.
I like this one too. 1,000 watt plus an HPS. We'll go to the old school.
Well, in Ohio, we have this company called Ventura Lighting Company out of Solon, Ohio. And they make a 1,000 watt super metal halide. And when you turn it on, it comes on kind of bluish, but you will get a lot of red in it. It's a special bulb. But
there's a lot of light.
They're only about $75, $85, but it's a 1,000 watt metal halide with a very far red spectrum in it.
Let me emphasize the reason why I like CMH post LED. I was never a fan of VPD in regards to having giant plants with many buds. You know, the whole thing with colas and botrytis and bud rot. And I know everyone with their LEDs, they got their 65% humidities. And their 85-degree grow rooms and their 83-degree leaf surface temperatures. Yeah, I know. But I like colder, drier rooms. Like, like I said, I can compensate for that. I got a lot of IR. My lights are really inefficient and antiquated. And 65% of the energy is lost to IR. But I actually like that because I can run a room at 72 degrees, 74 degrees, in between 39 and 41% humidity. Seems to work perfect.
Yeah, I was shoving strip heaters in my room yesterday, dude. Fucking hell. Then you're like, oh. And everything looks happier, and you're like, oh, yeah, got to fucking heat it now. And it's because the light is so damn efficient that it just, when it's at low level, at veg level, it makes no heat, nothing. So it's like, you got to heat it. Otherwise, there's no performance.
So just someone tell me if they've grown with LEDs to the point where they basically can't remember a time when they haven't, but basically, can you think of a successful grow where you're having a hard time keeping the air temperature, the ambient air temperature above 76 degrees? Fahrenheit.
Get out of here.
That's a lot of dogs. Jesus
He's
Christ.
sitting on my
I've
phone.
never had that scenario because I always run a sealed room with a
He's
That's
deep
what
sitting
it
on
seems
my
like to me.
console
The only
almost.
people that are successful with growing with LED lights happen to be growing with VPD. And their temperatures are 86 degrees. Ambient air temperature and around 61 to 65% relative humidity.
The
In that
basic
ballpark.
thing is there's no real forgiveness for that big disparity in temperatures. And where HBS or metal halide, you can get away with that. You don't have to worry about it. And Green 13, when you have to heat your room, how do you heat it? Electric? How much electric does it use?
I mean, it doesn't, like, it depends on the size of the room and so forth, right? As it happens, like, most of the time, this is not a problem. And my scenario is obviously I'm in a bed, yeah? So the plant gets put in a bed. It's not like I can have it in a warmer room and move it into this bigger room. So it has to sit in the bed in the room because they're all in place, right? So it goes into the bed and then the light's on fuck all because it's a tiny little plant. So for a small period, there are some strip heaters in there. And I guess they're probably only 30 watt heaters, probably 2 of them. So not a lot actually. But it's that weird scenario where I look a bit of a jerk, but for the rest of the time, I will be dealing with heat, not cold. So for sure, it's just a weird one. And it's because every year they get more efficient, huh? And so every year, 2.6 micromoles per joule, that light in there's much better than that already. And it runs like 115 watts to cover a 4x4. Like, it's unbelievable with little guys.
Okay,
So,
now you hit a good point there. They've come so far so quick. So does that mean in 3 years, 4 years, you're going to have to go spend another $1,500, $2,000? Well, not on a 4x4, but if you had one of the bigger ones like that 720 there, you know, you're talking a good one.
Yes is the answer. Yes is the answer, isn't it?
Yeah, but I would say at least that's better than, I will say, as much as I like old school HID lights, the LED lights have one thing better than that. And if you want to run the HID lights to their fullest optimum, you know, utility, you got to exchange your bulbs. So the one thing I'd say that's good about LEDs that, yeah, they got a lot longer lifespan than the bulb of the HID.
But I bet you the waste is ugly, Red Pill. We don't know yet, but I bet you when we come to junk them all, actually the planet probably hates it like Tesla batteries. Do you know what I mean? It's not going to be... Oh, shit.
I see what you're saying, but I think I'm not going to turn it into a conspiracy thing, but that's why I think it's pushed. Because they got an agenda to try to look like they're saving the planet. But if they were to save the planet, that would actually make the, you know, no use for a group of 1,500 people ruling over 7.5 billion people. So they kind of got to keep things in chaos in order to do that. So they give us a solution, problem, reaction, solution. Like, here's all these Tesla and electric powered vehicles. But guess what? It's at a cost of more fossil fuels than even the fucking petroleum powered ones.
But just while you say that, just so you know, I don't know if you do know, but Europe is, and Britain is fucked, and electricity has just gone through the roof. And it's like, oh, really? Is that something to do with the fact that we all just bought electric vehicles, huh?
And you're mining that much Bitcoin over there, guys? What are you doing?
Now, here's one thing for you.
We rely on everyone else, dude. We're not very smart, and we buy it from everybody else.
Aren't you guys the
And
oldest with all the oldest?
The Russians are like, we want a bit more money for that.
Here's an easy solution for that. Sylvania puts out a bulb at 1,000 watt HPS called the Alto bulb. It actually has a better output than any of the Hutterlux eye bulbs. for HBS. It cost like, in 2015, they were costing me $24 and some cents a piece. So that's $100 in 4 harvests if you change them out that way. Or you can get 2 harvests out of 1 bulb and change them. So
is that a regular cost, the regular consumer? Did you have a hookup price on that?
No, that was a consumer price. You could go to the lighting shop and it was like 24 something a bulb. He didn't even give me a deal. I didn't ask for a deal at that price. It was like, okay, cool.
Okay, because I've looked into it, and unless like proprietary blends and other engineering came, like superseded or outdid other things since I looked up the statistics for this, but the brand Yushiu out of Japan was the best for CMH 3Ks in regards to its UV output. Out of all 3K UV or 3K CMH brands, the Yushiu has the most UV output. So that's probably what I'll be running in a flower setup, because I want the UV.
Since Thailand's so close to China, the Gavita lights are like $100 shipped.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, it's a male and it's fucking sticky. It fucking smells like spray paint glue and fucking old lady fucking breath, bro. Like fucking, it smells like fucking spray paint glue and fucking model paint glue and fucking bad breath. That's a Burmese banana berry. Burmese banana berry from Equilibrium. That's the male though. It says it's a male. There's a little mad. I'm gonna keep the male. What?
You said silly buddy?
No, the silly putty's outside. That's not silly putty Play-Doh. This is spray paint kind of, but it was more model fucking glue. Yeah, model card glue, airplane glue. Whatever.
That's a nice pipe, dude.
Oh yeah, thank you. Works great. Where we're at.
Too many
That's
things working with that one.
on it.
That's pretty, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow, I like it.
It's got like green glass. The glass is green. Very cool. Thank you. I really wanted the. I thought the fucking pink was gonna change colors. I went and got a pink one. I thought it would change colors, but it never did. I was like, damn it! I should have got the orange one.
I
have my second favorite color.
What you say is? What is it? What favorite color? Pink.
Pink's my second. Yeah, second.
Orange is my second.
There's a few of those ones. One of them, I don't know. The glass industry and game is like almost too much to follow, even more than the whole weed scene itself. But the last crazy pink color I saw, I think, was called like aphrodisiac something. But yeah, it's like a salmon pink, dark pink.
Yeah.
That one got a bit hot.
Mm-hmm.
Tips look kind of
if anyone happens to hear this, if anyone in the chat, I'll dip in there. If anyone is a glass, really in a glass game, if anyone happens to know how big of a stock of Haterade glass is out there. Haterade, I think, was a glass color that came out 2015 or maybe before, but it's a very light, transparent green color, and it's really nice. It kind of reminds me of the color of my birthstone, Peridot.
Yeah.
Like
Like iridium glass. That
Yeah,
shit.
it kind of looks Illuminati-esque. Real Illuminati glass has a little green tinge, even when it's not UV active. Just daylight colors. It's kind of like that. It's kind of got like a very glass clear, crystal clear olive draught or like light green color-esque to it.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Does plants react to when you rub them? Like, do they lean over like that? This one really does. Dude, look at that. Oh, the stem rub, just regular, and it fucking leans all the way over. Touching it. First time I touched him in 2 weeks. And it's fucking gentle. Oh,
Yeah, Yuck, are you there, dude? What's going on, dude?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I just didn't want to be
wicked.
rude. I was just sitting here listening.
Hell no. What's happening, brother? Are you good?
What's up, guy?
Smoking,
Good to
chilling.
see you, man.
Sure.
You can't really be rude. It's too difficult up here.
So, Cap, I heard that you was having issues with your laptop. What's the issues, bro?
When I turn it on and it starts to run for a little bit, I'll have like a bunch of apps on a screen and it just starts scrolling through it, and I really can't get it to stop until maybe I smashed a keyboard really hard. But no, it basically just wants to keep on scrolling through the apps, and it won't let you like hit anything to like get it to stop or reboot or anything like that.
Stuck button.
Sounds almost like a virus.
Well, that's why I say I need someone to take a look at it, and hopefully we can retrieve the information on there, because I don't remember the email that I used for Captain 420.
Oh, that's why you're not captain no more? Damn. I'm like wondering why you're not captain no more. That's crazy.
Can someone give Gus Groves the number, please? The numbers. I can't. Yeah, the Zoom numbers. I can't look at them because I'm
Man,
the
that was
host.
the link, man. Come on, Gus. You should have that shit. I don't think Green 13 can do it, man. Eagle, Oak Island. Come on, take a break, man. Gus needs to get in here.
No, I can do it. He just needs the numbers.
Well, Eagle's got to text you the numbers, or he's got to resend the link.
Let one of you go to your Instagram and get it off there, retrieve it.
Yeah.
Or I think, actually, I don't. I think the people that are never mind.
Anyone who's been up before can give him the numbers. They can just look on their thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my screen open right now on the.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
It's in the Zoom.
Should I do
think
it?
how
I
he
gotta
plays
find
it.
Gus.
If they haven't come up, they can come up.
I can tell you, it's murmur. Okay.
Just push the number of the phone so you can hear it go beep, 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 with different tone. And I know that it's different numbers.
That's weird, Gus. He says he has a link, but the thing is, it must be an old one. But Eagle's never changed it that I know.
Yeah, if you just go into your Zoom and you hit the little arrow where it says to where the numbers are, it'll pop down a list of all your Zoom numbers, and you'll see Eagles in there.
Yeah,
Will
I think so.
Cool.
Yeah. Because actually, mine always defaults to my wife's fucking Zumba class, and it's damn annoying because it's my iPad. There we go. He got it.
Because I have to keep on going back to Instagram and getting it there.
It's on a drop down.
Stoner.
It was before when there was this other thing we used to use. It was called Hangouts, and you would go into phone calls, and they were like old. You would tap it up, and you would think it was the same one. You'd jump in there, and people would be like, "What's up, dude? What's up?" Like, I don't know.
Gus, I'll invite you to my Hangouts. We still hang out, bro.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. What's up?
Oh, look at that pretty pooch.
Twisted Hangouts, man. I'll send you a Hangouts link, bro. We still got it fucking working.
What's Hangouts? Oh,
Yo,
wait a
that was the
minute,
OG. Okay,
bro. I
basically-
think I've
hold on,
used
let
that
me-
before.
Let me tell you what Hangouts was. Hangouts is the fucking OG MySpace of all the fucking shit that we're doing right now.
I know what you're talking about, dude. I remember. I met a girl on there before when I was younger.
Yeah, did she
used it to
Never mind,
talk
it's
to her.
7 a.m. It's probably daylight time. I can't ask you if she finger
Can you
banged
see
herself.
this? Yeah, anyway, can you see this? These little dicks?
Nope. You're black.
No, I'm
Oh,
blank.
now I can see something. Green.
You black.
It's just green. Well, I don't have any lights on because
I love those floppy ears. Look at those floppy ears.
Huh?
Dude, but what a weird thing she does though. The way she comes, Braccos all do it. This type of dog, they all come sit on your lap like a statue. It's
What's up, Mama? Look at them floppy ears.
Hey green.
This all
13.
got big, bro.
Do you have a lot of pot soil? What is it? Soil worms? I forgot the name of the science name, but they're little white.
pot worms. I do.
Me too.
do.
I have a shit ton in here. I picked up this this mulch layer.
Have you put shit in your worm bin?
No,
They like
not that.
shit,
No.
and they like acidic soil. That's when you get pot worms. Yeah.
See what happened? What happened was I actually got them from because I grabbed this. You see this mulch layer? I don't know if you can see it, but here, let me open. I grabbed it from this local park, and look at all the worms I got going on. It's crazy.
Black.
It's black. You can't see nothing.
Yeah, like night.
Son of a biscuit. All right, well, I wonder if it's my camera, if I got it off or something.
Yeah,
you can see Amber kissing the dog.
There, now,
I think
now I can see.
Looks like everybody does
Some green shit, but yeah, it's super black, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, let me get out of here.
There, it's green. You got like night vision or something.
Yeah, I got the green light on. You can't see shit with the green light, huh?
No.
Is there a dog on the
Oh,
couch
yeah.
next to you?
Yeah.
No.
The
Oh, that's
giant-
why I had the camera on backwards, huh?
Yeah.
Ah, there you go.
How many
See,
dabs
my-
did you do before you came up in here?
Dude, my phone is broke right at the right place, right where you can see where it flips your camera.
Oh, that's so big.
Can you see those guys?
Yeah.
Aren't they fucking fat?
Yeah. That's what I
Oh
was
my
saying.
god.
I was looking at puppies.
That's awesome.
What'd you say? Something about herpes?
No, I was looking at the puppies.
Puppies.
Green.
Oh. I was like, I don't have herpes.
You know Jerry the King Lawler?
I do.
It's all
Jerry the
right.
King Lawler. Puppies!
Little gift from my
Puppy
ex-girlfriend.
power.
Puppies!
Check out that. The temperature fucking dropped. Awesome.
So, dude,
It's
it's
nice.
fuck. I think they're good to grow with your dope. You know what I mean?
For sure.
And
Because they're
I
in the
figured out.
soil, so they'll.
Does it give it like CO2 or something?
What'd you say?
Does it give it like CO2, add CO2 to it, or what does it do?
I believe it's that, and well, I think okay, just like when you got like mycorrhizal, yes,
Yeah,
like the mycorrhizal stuff, you know, I think that helps. Like the mycelium helps the roots like find nutrients and water and all that.
hyphae. Yes.
You know, so
A network, basically, fungal hyphae.
yeah, they communicate, and you know, it's you get. I think you get a pretty good relationship between everything. I just started adding hardwood composted mulch layer, so hopefully I can prolong the process. You know what I mean? Instead of just getting one quick flush or three. Usually I get like up to 5. But I want to keep them around for as long as I have my pot around. So I just added these this hardwood composted mulch that I found in a park. Straight up like they had this huge pile. And dude, I can hear myself on my TV. I gotta mute that.
Don't you hate that?
Dreaded. Yeah, that's the worst thing in the
That's
world.
the worst.
Fucking hate hearing an echo of myself. You like stop, you pause all the time to hear yourself. You're like, fucker.
Yeah.
Why
But,
you sound so gross? You sound common. What the fuck?
right. Yeah, it's weird. Just seeing myself on there. I don't even like but anyway.
Because I
Yeah.
use those CO2 bags. So would it be better for me to do it that way than those CO2 bags?
Well,
No.
see, I don't think so because the thing is it's at like soil level, and the CO2 kind of like breathes down unless you got some nice fans blowing up, which usually you blow like down and like air around the bottom area, depending on how big your space is. I don't know what you're doing.
It's a bit of a garden misnomer. It is heavier, but to be honest, it will be everywhere in a garden scenario indoors. But there won't be enough to have a couple mushrooms in the pot to create that regular CO2 that the bag does. Because what the bag does is the mushroom is the CO2 is trying to rush out the bag so the mushroom can get some oxygen. It's puking out the CO2, right? So anyway, it's just a more concentrated way of doing it. The bag.
I mean,
thing.
living soil is breathing anyway,
Yes.
And when you have a bunch of these like worms, like I'm talking about, and stuff like that, that's adding CO2. I mean, think about it. They're creating airways, okay, and they're breathing too. They need to breathe, So, and they eat, organic, dead stuff. So it's like they're really helping the soil, because they're really making these tunnels and aerating. Everybody worries about their perlite floating to the top. I think if you have some worms in there, it might help, over time. And then you can, at some point you might have to fucking flip your stuff, but I don't think you'd have to if you got worms and you got good living soil. I mean, it's just my experience. I really haven't. I've seen people use the same pots for like years. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And,
I have to agree with that. I've been looking at many people's gardens, and I was at a guy's house his place, and he literally pulled up like a mat, and you could see all the worms that were in his soil.
Yeah. Remember, the soil wants oxygen. So worms create those holes, just like you're saying, to aerate it. You know what I'm saying? I like to put a little bit of, I make like a couple drops of peroxide in my water. And that adds the oxygen molecule to your water. So you're basically feeding it super water. Try that and see what happens. You're going to fucking be like, what the fuck? Simple little trick. Simple little trick.
Yeah, like I like sometimes I'm like, hey babe, don't fucking throw out the water after you boil the potatoes. Save the water for me.
Rice,
and
potatoes, corn, all that shit, bro.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah. Also,
as it goes though, my wife wouldn't give me that because she'd then use that as stock or something else, because she'd be like, that's where the goodness is. We need to eat that. So she already knows.
That's awesome. That's good.
Fuck yeah! Holy shit, that's awesome.
You know how much rice water I could get in Thailand,
right?
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't want to
I'm surprised.
overdo that. That's a lot of starch, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised that well, I'm not surprised. I don't really know the environment that you're in, but that the soil's so beat over there. It's just red clay.
If you see the casts when I'm over there, the pineapple field that behind me, it rained after they sprayed this white chemical on it, and it turned all the pineapple pink. All the green plants turned pink because of all the iron in the clay. It rained and it came up on the plants, and
wow.
The soil, even in the north, it's a lot of clay, but there is some good soil. The only problem is that soil is really hard to, the property's really hard to rent out or lease out. Everything is leased in Thailand. There's very few property that's actually owned by a citizen. It's all actually
wow.
owned by the government.
Wow.
And the stuff that is available to basically the common person is a rice field or a cornfield that has had salts and just pesticides all over it for the past 40, 50 years. And to actually turn around any of that type, it would take probably 2 years of growing hemp at least, and then a bunch of amendments to the soil to even get things not to test positive for a bunch of heavy metals and things like that. And then all the water is basically contaminated from the runoff from the other fields that are using salts and pesticides. So you have to have a single water source too.
Yeah,
Damn.
I saw a way how to separate.
And all of that is horrible, isn't it?
I was looking at that shit the other day.
But you know, you look at it and it's like I get rain 2-3 times over a period of 160, 170 days. And it's like I'm thinking in my head, well, I grow like 60-day plants. So if I start the one flowering indoors as it comes outdoors, then yeah, I can get 3 harvests in 1 year.
And I'm telling you, I got to get over there and buy silent culture. How many providences do you have in Thailand?
74 provinces, I believe.
Damn.
And there's a total of like 70 million people.
Holy
and
shit.
25 million of those live in Bangkok.
Wow.
Wow. And it's a big landmass for so few people, man. Fucking hell. That's the same amount of people as Britain. And think about the size of Thailand.
Yeah.
Thailand is
probably lost Vietnam.
Jungle.
2,600 kilometers wide, but for a good stretch or long, but for a good stretch of that, it's not too wide because it's like a peninsula between the Adriatic Sea and the Gulf of Thailand, which is a beautiful place. I really enjoyed going down and going to, oh shit, Krabi. Krabi is a little, you don't hear about it too much, but it's more of a Thai vacation spot. And you can also go to PP Island from there.
And PP Island.
Co-PP, yeah?
Chai. Yes. But the only thing is flower is illegal. But if you come with a medical card, you can still get a concentrate and be able to use concentrate in Thailand, because they do accept out of country prescriptions for cannabis.
Which is weirdly open-minded, isn't it?
You just can't smoke flower. You can still go to jail or a big fine on spot, because you really don't want to go through the court systems in Thailand. You can disappear for years.
Fuck that. Babe, we're
if
not
you go
moving
to
Thailand.
jail, no one feeds you in jail. You have to have family who come feed you. And if they don't, you don't eat.
Or it's
Crazy.
one bowl of fish head soup a day. And then you gotta go shit and piss in this little hole in the corner of the room with everybody else. And then you get up and someone takes your spot on the floor, you're fucked. Of course, no one wants your spot because you just came in and you're the only white person there. So you're probably sleeping over by the shitter. If not, you have money. And then KFC comes in every day.
Oh yeah.
Where did birch trees come from? So that's wherever this ship comes from. This is a piece of birch that's been burned because I identified it by getting a piece of birch and setting it next to it and getting too high and not noticing the difference for a minute, like the color. And I was like, dude, it's exactly the same shit. Even the wood is the same as this wood. And
That's cool,
that's
man.
birch, and it's all fucking rock now. So like wherever birch comes from is where this ship came from.
But why have you got that shit in the desert anyway? You haven't got any
Yeah,
trees.
so
I mean,
there used to be a sea right here that went all the way to Lake Awea. So Lake Awea and it actually went all the way up north past San Francisco to Ellie of the Giant, and it was all an island of California. So there was two parts of California, the landlocked part and then the island. And then eventually the water all went away. And then now we're at the bottom of the sea and I'm at the Salton Sea. So it makes sense why I'm over here by water, but they get stuck going into the Baja and they can't get out. The fresh water stops coming over the mountains apparently from the Rockies. So yeah. I found coins and everything, but I need to know where birch comes from, then I'll figure out where all this treasure came from. Yeah. Yes, shiny motherfuckers.
it's nice.
Either pyrite or silver. You should go have it checked out because a lot of the dry creek beds, they're actually going in and trying to mine, and they are finding gold still in these old dried out riverbeds and even Arizona and shit.
Everywhere out here. Everywhere, yeah. I live right next to Mexico, so it's like everywhere out here in the dirt. Every fucking where in Thousand Palms where I used to live. I used to tell you guys I find gold every day, but like people thought I meant like some knowledge from the show or something. I was like, no, I found real gold, bro. I'm not talking about some fucking knowledge. Fuck your dropping gold knowledge and nuggets and shit. Fuck your nuggets, motherfucker. I'm finding gold nuggets, motherfuckers, but nobody wanted to listen. So I was preaching to myself, and everywhere I go, I find treasure and shit. Like it's not like this is the only time. I go and look for this shit by like the plants. I'm gonna go plant my plants, and then I'm like, oh shit, there's real gold, there's fucking silver, there's fucking this, and then like the next thing you know, I find a treasure when I get here.
Go here.
Yeah, brand new.
Green fingers is sitting on a gold mine over there, huh? That's what you're saying.
Oh, a shipwreck, man. Somebody that stole somebody's. It looks like a pirate or something because these coins all got a smash in the middle. Like they all got a smack right in the middle, like a stab wound. Like each one of them, a stab. Like somebody was like, "That's counterfeit." Fucking took somebody's counterfeit, broke their shit, and took it. Like they were fucking the French or somebody. Like they're like, "You stole our shit. Now we're gonna go take your shit back." Oh fuck! I heard a coyote. I gotta mute my shit. Coyote.
The pack has gone after the coyote.
Now we see the other 6 greenhouses that the gold's bought.
The dingo
Right?
got your baby.
No, but then I found this on the other side of the ship, well, where the ship should be sitting. On the other side of the yard, a turtle shell or a piece of whatever would hold that on it. I say turtle, but that could be like alligator or anything. I don't know. Like some skin or something, but you can eat that, so it's crazy. Like a nodule.
Yeah, I feel like it might have been in something's digestive tract or something weird. I don't know. That's such a look at the form on it,
the
man.
turtle shell, like it was eaten and then fucking swallowed. Like you see a chomp mark right there, whatever broke that. So like it looks like a giant, one single tooth of a giant, a human giant, like a one goofy tooth, like kind of see the shape of it. Kind of crazy. Like a giant ate a turtle after he killed the fucking Templars, the Knights Templars. I'm like, he was eating the turtle, and then they rolled up on him and said, "A fucking giant, let's get him." And they got killed. That'd be awesome.
I can't play the dab song, but I do want the fucking dab you're talking about. I have been thinking about it for a few minutes.
Somebody could turn it on. Who could watch YouTube? Play the dab song. I can't figure it out on my phone right now. I have screen picture in picture. I just fucking turned it off. fucking take on my. Oh, I gotta charge my phone. 3%.
This green 13 look all gangster, all shaved up like that.
Hello.
Yes.
It's fun to finally see faces that you haven't really seen before, at least from my perspective.
It's Captain 420. Captain 420 is in Cleveland, babe.
Oh, hell no.
So he's from Thailand. I've been waiting 4 years. When I met him like 4 years ago, he was like, yo, I'm from there and I'm going to be coming home. So I'm waiting for him to come home. Now he's finally home. Let's see him. Or maybe if he comes up here again, like around Michigan. He comes lower Michigan, I think, or like so far up north.
Not so far up north, huh? But it is beautiful for a long weekend trip.
That's like a 10-hour trip from Cleveland, 11-hour trip where you're at. You know,
Well, there and back. There and back. You know,
you're that far up in Michigan?
It's 6.5 hours from Cleveland to here.
Yeah, that's a nice long weekend getaway. That's what that is.
It's a day drive.
Yeah.
I'm like an hour from Toledo.
Oh yeah.
Nice to meet y'all. I'm Amber, Hippie Witch, in case y'all don't know me.
Cheers.
Most of you do, though. I think.
We do. I'm about 30 minutes from London.
Ooh.
I try not to go there.
Hold on. Green 13, say garage.
Garage.
Oh, I love it. It's so awesome.
What do you
say? Is that the one you like?
I wish it's one of those things like, you know, as an American, sometimes you really wish you had a cool accent.
Yeah.
When you don't. And like you hear everybody else's accent around the world and you're like, man, you're just that much cooler than me.
I think we have a funny accent. When people think about us, they talk like this at us, you know what I mean? From other countries, they're like, oh, these guys,
damn. Like you've got spurs and a cowboy hat.
Yes,
what it is.
the American accent.
Yeah.
The problem is that we have about 20 of them. So which one do you choose?
Or more.
Exactly.
Or
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
Well, we do have a bunch. For a small island, we have a bunch of accents. A lot of them you will not be able to understand. Scottish, deep Scottish, deep Irish, Newcastle, lots of places.
Like British, like speaking in English, like proper English, like British people, they can literally
the Queen's
say anything
English
to you, and it just always sounds good. It doesn't matter what they're saying.
The
I would
Queen's
love to
English
get told off by somebody by a Briton because it's just going to sound eloquent no matter what.
Yeah.
in the Queen's English, because there's parts of England that can't understand what the fuck are the other parts saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's funny because with the Spanish speaking countries, all the Spanish speaking countries have a little bit of different Spanish, right? You got the Spaniards and how they speak Spanish. You got Puerto Rican Spanish, you got Mexican Spanish, and you have American Spanish. Like it's all different. And there's all little slang words that you're like, and the accent, like there's certain accents that are more this with this word than this, or it's nuts. I was so I used to be in HR in my previous life, and in that previous life I had a lot of Hispanics working for me, working, you know, in the facility that I was working at, and I'm half Hispanic myself, so that's something that I shoot myself in the foot and kick myself in the ass. I should have learned Spanish from my grandma. I should have, and I never did. But so they would try to teach me like Spanish communicatively, and it would be funny because I would say something just slightly wrong and it would mean something completely different. And all it was just the tone. That's it. It was just the tone of going up or down, and it meant something totally different. I'm like, oh dear.
That's the way Thai is. It's all about the tone. You can use the same word with a different tone and get slapped.
That's
Or you
insane.
can come across as a female when you identify as a male, and that's the thing that runs straight through it.
That's how
Like,
it's gonna
and that's
happen.
tonal, like, and that could mean that you're identifying as being, well, there's lots of connotations, but yeah,
Right,
you
right.
need to know.
But it just kind of gets you in a bind if you don't know.
Yeah. Sawadee ka and Sawadee cup.
Oh, it's too funny.
This shit is frosty, you guys. Oh my
Yeah, what
God.
is that?
Oh, it was Skittles from ilovegrowmarijuana.com.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, super small buds, but man, that shit was frosty.
Nice. Yeah, it looks like it, man. It looks like you got quite a bit of glove hash there.
Yeah, this camera's not gonna do it any justice, so why even try it?
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, I was just taking all the small shit and kind of rubbing it like this to get it kind of balled out, but yeah, it's everywhere, man.
Some people call that abuse, but I do the same kind of shit.
I only do it at, I get all the good shit out, and then when it gets down to I'm sitting here like, I'm not fucking wasting my time with all those little tiny ones, dude.
Yeah.
I just let the little ones just dry out and throw them in the bowl and smoke them.
Yeah.
A lot of them end up.
I got all the trim. Well, I can't show you, but I got all the trim now. So the trim's gonna go in a bubble hash or RSOs, one of the two.
I've been taking my plants.
I use the little buds for like a tester.
Same. I try and make everything smokable first. I try and make everything smokable flower, and then I'll decide on that trim tray whether you're going to become something else.
Yeah.
Right.
On a case by case basis.
If you try and get you, and if it does
all
the
been
trick,
worm
you're like,
food
yeah,
for me.
4 days and it's good to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll see. When you use one of these, I know Green 13 does, so he knows.
I use one too.
You get all this.
Yep, the beauty of it.
And then I squash it, and it's so fucking flavorful.
It's
kind of junky. It's kind of junky, but it's always flavorful.
I like using it for edibles mostly, man. Honestly.
The Keef.
Yeah, I think it makes better edibles.
I always want that. Like, mostly my preference is I'm gonna run my reasonable material as BHO because that's it's just where I'm at. And but in between times, it's nice to squish something real quick to get you through those 5 days of backing, right?
Right.
Oh my
So
God,
question, Green 13. I've been doing the BHO thing for like years, but this last time I did something different, right? I grinded my shit up and I put it in the tube. I normally don't grind it up that much. Like I actually grind it, process it, and put it in the tube. I probably can fit 5 ounces in this tube. And I only got I think it was like 8 or 9 grams return. Isn't that fucking dirty? Isn't that terrible or what?
It's bad. And this is yeah, you ground it a lot, huh?
You ground it a
Yeah,
lot. It's not gonna see shit through.
That's what
You could've
I
run that
thought, man.
6 bottles, maybe 8 bottles, and I still wouldn't have got it through. I did that once, and it pissed me off so
Man,
bad.
this is my first time doing it like this, and I'm like, man, why did I follow this guy's because sometimes I just like doing it with people in their video. For some reason, I'm like, I get weird and I've been doing this for a long time, and I like follow along with somebody's video and shit. I'm like, all right, let's see what they got, And I did this guy. Anyway, I forgot his name, but man, I ground it up and I got 8 grams out of it. I'm just like, wow, that's so shitty.
It totally
What's
sounds like that fucking Twisted Roots guy.
It's not that there's a gentle touch in my mind. It's just because it just all gets shoved and done and squirted, and then the cares afterwards. But I definitely don't want to grind it up too much. I'm just going to push it in, and I don't want to whack it down too much either.
Yeah.
But also, I don't want to put too much gas through it. Just I don't want it dark. I don't want any of the green plant material. So that means an X amount per tube. And I know what that is in my head, you know. And so that's just where it's like you. It's over the years. It used to be that I would get so excited, and now I do it and I am not even concentrating. And my shit is way better now. It's because it's just like, it's dialed and I'm just going to do that thing and not divert from it and woo, clear shatter, you know. And I remember it took so long to get to the, is it shatter? No, it's not. It's buttered up. Oh, I fucked it up again and again. And now it's just like, I can't even fuck it up, you know?
You don't like making like crumble and stuff like that? You think it has too many contaminants or something of BHO?
Not at all. I've done it all. I love making diamonds. Absolutely love it. But you know what?
Dude, that's what I wanted to do. And
I'm just bored with waiting. And the thing is, I can just go, bish, bosh, stick it in the oven, see you in 5 days. I've got dabs, yeah? And there's no more, there's no more fashion.
In Thailand, if I keep them in those little silicone containers, they'll go 2 ways. They'll go to, because I just call it goo, because it's goo. And it'll turn into almost like a crumble. And I prefer that because I enjoy, like I say, I can't really dab that much, but I enjoy putting it like hash in my joint.
Yeah. But it's user friendly in that form as well, isn't it? Because it will stick to it's not a sheet of something that you're dealing with. But because it's for myself, I usually actually just fold it up. I used to make golf balls and all sorts of stuff because I'm just going to pick a dab off it when I need one. So its form is irrelevant to me. It's whatever
golf
is
balls.
Best for
I
me.
love it.
Yeah, man. I haven't got the picture anymore. I've got I used to make a golf ball, then I'd pick a fucking dab out of it. It would become a Death Star.
That's awesome.
You know, because it would have a little dent in it.
That's good.
That's a strain I'm surprised Twisted doesn't grow. Death Star, he grows Leia, and you know.
I created a strain, Death Star times gelato split.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's good. I gave it to Spooky Tooth though. I sent it to him and I was like, here, you can have this. Merry Christmas.
Cut or seeds? The cut of it, like the good cut of it.
Took Death Star, and then I had this cut from Texas OG Gelato Split, and I crossed the two. I had a female Death Star, and I crossed Gelato Split. I gave it to Spooky Tooth. I was trying to grow it, and like I'll try to grow something a few times, and if I'm having trouble with it, I give it to somebody else, and I'm like, here, you try to grow this. And he was gonna grow it, give it back to me, but I'm like, nah, why don't you just keep that? I'll keep going with what I'm doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
you gotta watch out for powder mildew with that, especially in Michigan.
Yeah.
Oh man,
it's the motherfucker, bro.
You know what? I got this flow. Whatever this flow, man, I'm telling you, is probably the easiest thing I've ever seen growing outdoors. I did it probably, I don't know if it was last year, the year before, but like, dude, the least amount of work I've had to do on something outdoors.
Yeah.
Straight up.
That's how the Obi-Wan is.
That's awesome.
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
I don't know. I forgot.
Did the
Blue Dream style.
Nice big cola?
It had several, well, not one nice. I mean, I multi-top. I make bushes, so not very big colas, but pretty nice colas. Pretty nice.
Because DJ told me that I would get nice colas in Thailand, but I'd be basically harvesting it 160 days, and that would be my third harvest off of it. I would have to take it in sections.
See, I wasn't getting like 2 liters. I was getting like tall boys. You know what I mean? 24-ounce cans.
Yeah, they're not going to be fat, thick buds. They're just going to be really long.
Yeah. Yeah, it was longer and
put that on your tray, dude. Don't let that rub in. I'll take that. Nice.
Righteous.
That's the shit. Because it's all squished and resiny and yeah.
I used to just use my fingers so I wouldn't have to deal with it getting on the gloves or off the gloves. But then, I do shit like this, and then your hands are completely covered, and you're using all kinds of solvents and shit to get it
And
off.
Dude,
I
do you
don't
know
know
what the
what
best thing?
happened, dude.
The best thing to get it off. Huncho laughed at me, but seriously, vegetable oil.
Oil.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
it
oil.
is. Oil. But he wants to
Yeah.
keep it, so he puts solvent on it so he can reclaim it, I think.
Yeah.
But weirdly, I don't know what happened. I just got better at taking it off gloves. It used to be it was just stuck on gloves. I'd never get it off. But now I just do what you just did. And yeah, I think it's because I let it go longer. Like I let more build up, and then I can just roll it off. And
Coconut oil is okay. Coconut, you could wash it in coconut oil instead of alcohol too, or any kind of solvents. Coconut oil.
Put that shit in your freezer for 5 minutes, pull it out, it'll all
That's
crumble
what
right off.
that's another one too.
Hell yeah. I'm happy with how frosty this is, man. This is beautiful. Super nice.
That's rad.
Yeah, that's cool that a lot of people are finding the strains to grow in Michigan, because I tell everybody, dude, I'm like, Michigan's no fucking joke, dude. You guys think you can grow somewhere, come here and just try to grow. And I can guarantee you're getting lots of problems with the molds and the bugs that come 2 or 3 times a year. They don't just stop, dude. It's like I even measured when I thought it was a beautiful fucking day. It was 98% humidity at my stalk, and I was like, whoa, no wonder there's powdery mildew at the bottom 2 feet, So a lot of people don't realize that, but it's awesome. A lot of people are figuring it out, figuring out good strains. Blueberry works really well in Michigan.
Oh yeah.
You can get sick of it though. That's the problem. I do.
I think what's another it's like what the hell, man? This guy runs something, I don't know, all the time, same shit every year. I forget what it is though.
Obi-Wan Kenobi ran really well this year. Nobody, not the Obi-Wan you guys probably know I created it, but no powder mildews, no molds. The blight didn't come on that shit until like right when I was chopping it down. You know what I'm saying? So it was super resistant of like everything all summer long. Super proud of that one. And then the Crimson Burger, blueberry times Afghani, pure Afghan, indica Afghan. That one was also super resistant, so that was good. But the blueberries really do good in Michigan, though. They're always super resistant.
This is the flow indoor, and it's nothing compared to the outdoor. The outdoor is literally like you can't even fit your hand around it almost. It's crazy different.
Yeah,
but
see, that's exactly how my Skittles grew outside. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, this is an indoor plant, man.
Here's pineapple upside down. What I was just smoking on.
Yeah.
It's that nice chunkers.
Yeah, that looks good. Pineapple always puts out some nice ones though.
Dude, this one has like a buttery butterscotch.
Nice looking
kinda.
drying room, man.
Thank you. It's actually its own little room, so it's perfect.
Yeah, I just finished my own one, much like that, but it's nice. I can see you got it all ordered as well.
Thank you. Yeah, well, the floor, you know what? I had to hurry up and hang these in a jiff. I didn't really pay attention. I was like, oh shit, I really got to chop these down. So I didn't get a chance to sweep the floor from the last hang, you know what I mean?
I just found a couple nice nugs that happens every run, and you're like, oh, this would have been so nice if it didn't spend 4 weeks on the floor behind this thing in the dry room. Now I don't want it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of the beauty of drying outside in the shed, dude. I'll go out there and I'll be like, look behind something and be like, oh, look at this branch. And I'm like, oh, it's still juicy. Hell, you can it's wintertime, you know? It's wintertime right now. It's good all the way till summer. It's fun.
I'm gonna try to
420. We missed 420 by 10 minutes.
420. We never miss 420. We're stoner.
I know.
Damn day.
It's supposed to be the 1 minute people like us don't smoke, you know, just to have a
Yes.
change.
Yes, exactly. 420, take a break, guys. Just
Yeah.
take a break.
Finally got it.
Stop.
Okay. I forgot my light, son of a gun. Yeah, get high.
Yeah. Oh yeah, your light was on. In the dry room. Can't have that. That makes a huge freaking difference, dude. A lot of people, and when I first came around YouTube, they were drying in their grow tents and shit with the light, and they were talking about it had no effect and stuff like that, you know. And I've tried it, you know. We were just talking about different things. Like I try every way. I don't give a shit. I want to try every single way that everyone does or everyone's ever thought of, and I want to see which way works the best, you know. So I've tried both this or that, and I just find the weed that grows dries in the dark, all like it's chlorophyll, man. That's the thing. It's like it evaporates away off of it, you know. It just has too much of a nitrogen greeny type of a totally different flavor to me. More like, I want to say chemical, but I don't use chemicals, but it just seems like that, like a nutrient flavor or like a plant flavor to me when you dry it with light and stuff. I screw up sometimes where light touches it and it turns fucking brown like you bastard.
Yeah. Well, there's people that have been doing it for 20 years and they still dry it in the fucking hallway of their grow, you know, and they're just like, whatever.
Yep. I know people that do it here and it works well, dude. I swear to God. 9 out of 10 people will tell you that their weed is better than all of yours. And then you want to go and look, like, decipher the way they do their things. And you're like, but you're actually doing everything kind of wrong. Like, how the hell is your shit better? But that's just, it's weird, dude.
That's everything I do. Everything I do is almost wrong and it comes out fucking dank. I'm like, what the hell did I do right? I did everything wrong on purpose and then it works perfect. I'm like, fuck.
Because it's done with passion. It's got to be done with passion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It has. And when you cut that down, that's when that starts. And it's respect. You need to respect the flower that you just grew, because there's going to be a massive difference between what happens in the next 30 days, right? Because they even say most pathogens are picked up on flower that fails after it's harvested. So they fuck up with their handling.
That's something, you know.
You see us leave everything on branches. You see us put things on hangers. They're not doing that. They cut everything off and they put it onto a fucking rack, and they want it done.
They chop
in
it down
5
with
days.
gas powered machines. They go running around like oh man, fumes, the exhaust fumes from those chopping things, you know, that just chop down the plants and bale it basically almost. God, I can't get my camera to go backwards, guys. It's bothering the piss out of me. And
wow, this door's cool, man.
I'm behind here. I'm right behind you. I'm behind here. My phone's broke right at the wrong place.
You ain't got no dirty dishes, so I mean, it's all good.
I don't have no dirty dishes either.
Oh, I do have dirty dishes, guys. It's just, you know.
I have some too, but I need to make more because I like to cook. So.
Yeah, me too. Dude, I'm going crazy, guys. This is making me go crazy. You have no idea. It is my little lab. I got some tomatoes.
Why you took a hit.
You got this guy.
You're crazy. You got that professional shit.
Yo, this is a mix. Yo, I'm trying to make a hybrid, bro. Of it's called Fat Ass B+.
Yes.
So it's gonna be, I'm gonna call it be positive about that ass. I don't know. Yeah. But it's a hybrid. I'm making a hybrid of some crazy good shit. But and by the way, when I say that, I mean like a Cuben's, like a psilocybin strain.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, not like a weed strain.
Yeah, I was like, nobody can make weed out of it, but nobody's figuring that out.
Out of a jar.
They're just like, what? How's he really doing that? Like,
Hey,
how
they
can
make
people
babies
there-
out of jars. Test tube babies.
Right. And they put them in people like fucking Little Nas X.
I don't know how to reverse my kid. There we go. Oh my God, I'm so happy. You have no idea. Oh, I don't even know why. But I just don't want to show
Takes
my
the
messy
annoyance
place.
away.
Yeah, it's like when I'm walking, I can't stop pacing around, you know. Might go for a little bike ride. It's super warm today in Michigan, down here, southeast Michigan. I don't know what's up with that, but
Oh yeah, it's like 52 degrees where I'm at.
yeah. Hell yeah. It's crazy. I went out this morning.
It's 61 degrees over here across the lake.
Wow, man.
For the past
That's
couple of
nice.
days, it's been in the 30s.
Where you guys live? Fuck. What the fuck's happening over there? In that side of the country. It's hot as fuck. It was 100 degrees the other day.
Dude, I was
dying
over.
over here, so I have
I was
70
over
degrees
at
on my air conditioner. Air conditioner right now, dude. Fuck. The
I was at
hell?
Dankovich's and there was snow.
It got soft.
The hell's that? I don't know
Snow.
what snow is, dude. I live in the desert. There's fucking no snow. The sand looks like snow sometimes. And when you
I
touch
like
it,
the
it's like
desert, man.
cold as fuck. But I don't know the cold, dude. This is cold. I'm cold right now. I'm 70 in my house without air conditioner. I should turn it on.
Damn.
Colder outside.
It seems like when
50
it
outside.
snows here where I'm at, it's like people lose their fucking minds. They don't know how to drive.
Oh my gosh,
You
you're
know,
right.
it's worse in
You
the
drive with
wintertime
it?
than what it is in the summertime.
Why would you drive that?
People can't drive in the summertime, man. In the wintertime, it's even fucking worse.
Am I making anybody dizzy by
No, I like it.
pacing around?
I love it. That's why I walk so much, man. And I just show everything. Like, fuck it.
Yeah.
It's
Look
fun.
at this little guy.
Oh, shit. I'm on a diet at the sink. Fuck. My kitchen killed all mine. Cooked spicy food and the plants died, dude. Fucking crazy.
Well, I got a sexy girlfriend who likes to clean, so.
Oh.
Sure.
That's where I luck out, is my girlfriend. Otherwise, my place would be hectic. Is that a word, hectic? That's a word, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy
Fuck
shit,
yeah.
That's
dude.
like my middle
That's the
name.
thing I'm trying to avoid all the time.
Look at that beauty.
Oh man, annoying though. Jesus Christ. Why are you sitting
Yeah.
on me like this? Get your own friends.
Right.
She's locked out of the lounge. If I let her in, I'm just gonna do that.
Dude, you know what'd be funny is a cartoon of everybody's like shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, shit. That would be hilarious.
That'd be great.
What artist do we know? Somebody needs to make us a cartoon, like funny cartoon.
That kazoo Kush. That
Kazoo's
guy.
awesome.
Right?
Oh man.
You know what the thing is, man? I don't know. I don't
He's a
really.
male model.
It's hard for me to go back and watch, but it's easy for me to go right now and be like, yo, what up? You know what I mean? Because just like who I am, it's really hard for me to go back and watch some of the episodes.
Which ones? Any of them?
Of yeah, just like it's hard for me to go back. Like, dude, sometimes it's just hard for me to. I don't know, unless I'm very like I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
A now person.
I'm trying to get I'm trying to
You
get
do what
there
you're gonna do.
right now.
What you're gonna do, you're gonna do.
Do you know what, dude?
Like,
I've got to go and talk to my daughter's teacher. So I'm going to bring this thing to an end.
Alrighty.
I'm due in
Well.
class in 20 minutes.
Oh shit. Well,
no, it's
good morning.
not for real. It's done on Zoom. Oh my gosh, it's like afternoon. Yeah. But I knew this was happening. But I
It's
just
definitely
thought I'd.
Thursday in Australia.
Yes. Yeah. So what a great session, dudes. But I know my wife's going to walk through the door, and then we got to sit on Zoom and talk to the teacher for like 7 minutes or something. With, I think we might get 9 minutes this time.
Well, 7 or 9 may be it. It's the teacher. Duty calls.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Good morning. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you, brother.
Peace, guys.
Peace out. Good seeing you guys.
Yep. Good seeing you, Gus.
I'll jump out next here. Everybody have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Peace.
Thanks,
See
my
y'all
friend.
later.
Thank you for, awesome.
See you later, Cap.
Okie dokie. All right, I'm out next. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for letting me be here. 420 takeover. Thank you very much, Green 13. Shout out to
Love,
Eagle.
brother.
Peace out, you guys, and I'll see you guys on another one. All right. Peace.
Peace. All right. WEedNerdWorld. Time to seed. I'm out. Love you guys. Peace out, brother.
Yes, my brother.
Peace, guys. It was cool hanging out with y'all.
Yucca, nice one, my friend. This is going to get super weird now because I'm going to fill the screen. So I need to find the button. Massive love to Eagle Gardens. What a great takeover. Thanks so much for giving us the space to do this. Hopefully you've had a nice morning. Massive love to chat. Please look after each other and look after yourself.